The Blitz by Juliet Gardiner. Read by Catherine Harvey. Preface. These are the facts. Observe them how you will. Forget for a moment the medals and the glory, the clean shape of the bomb designed to kill, and the proud headlines of the paper's story. Remember the walls of brick that 40 years had nursed to make a neat though shabby home, the impertinence of death ignoring tears that smashed the house and left untouched the dome. Bodies in death are not magnificent or stately. Bones are not elegant that blast has shattered. This sorry, stained and crumpled rag was lately a man, whose like was made of little things that mattered. Now he is just a nuisance, liable to stink, a breeding ground for flies, a test tube for disease. Bury him quickly, and never pause to think what is the future like to men like these. People are more than places, more than pride. 1 million photographs record the works of Wren. A city remains a city, on credit from the tide that flows among its rocks, a sea of men. Ruthven Todd, these are the facts. Blitz is an abbreviation of the German word Blitzkrieg, meaning lightning war. It all too accurately describes Hitler's advance through Western Europe in May and June 1940, as Norway, then Holland, Belgium and France fell to the German forces within weeks. But it hardly seems appropriate for the almost continual aerial bombardment of the British Isles that started on the 7th of September 1940 and continued with little relief until the 10th of May 1941. Yet Blitz is the name by which these 8 months were known. It was a German word, and like lightning it came from the sky and could and did kill. Indeed, an air raid was, in many ways, like a terrible storm, the sky livid, rent by jagged flashes, obscured by black clouds rolling across it, or lit up by the reflected glow of fires, while the noise of bombs and guns echoed like the thunder of Mars, the god of war. The Blitz was the test of war for the British people. It touched everyone's lives. It mobilised the population, and in phrases that have become time-worn but are nevertheless true, put civilians on the front line and made the home front the battlefront. Dunkirk and the Battle of Britain, which preceded it, had essentially been military operations. The Blitz was total war. Its intensity and inescapability made it possible to call the Second World War the People's War, in which, in the words of the poet Robert Graves, a soldier cannot even feel that his rendezvous with death is more certain than that of his Aunt Fanny, the fire-watcher. The Blitz was the war that everyone in Britain had been expecting and fearing since that warm Sunday morning in September 1939, when Neville Chamberlain had announced that Britain is now at war with Germany. Although there had been sporadic raids throughout the phony war that followed, it was not until almost exactly a year after the declaration that the Luftwaffe bombers arrived in force over London. Although England's capital was bombed more heavily and more continuously than anywhere else in the country, the Blitz was an attack on the whole United Kingdom. Few places escaped its direct effects, none its indirect ones. In January 1941, George Orwell wrote to the editors of the American journal The Partisan Review, to which he would contribute a London letter throughout the rest of the war. On that day in September, when the Germans broke through and set the docks on fire, I think few people can have watched those enormous fires without feeling that this was the end of an epoch. One seemed to feel that the immense changes through which our society has got to pass were going to happen there and then. But he went on to say that these feelings had been erroneous. To an astonishing extent, things have slipped back to normal. When all is said and done, one's main impression is the immense solidarity of ordinary people, the widespread yet vague consciousness that things can never be the same again, and yet, together with that, the tendency of life to slip back into the familiar pattern. Just a month later, Orwell was demanding that either we turn this war into a revolutionary war against privilege and influence and for equality and freedom, or we lose it. Neither happened. The equivocation and ambivalence of wanting change and wanting things to be as they had always been would persist, and politicians consistently declined to define Britain's war aims other than with the simple word, victory. Yet the Blitz was a defining moment in Britain's history. More than cityscapes were reconfigured in those 8 months. The attrition that had been anticipated for over a decade revealed both the incompetence of the authorities and their misunderstanding of the nature of such warfare and the needs of the people. But at the same time, it demonstrated their sometimes grudging, usually tardy, willingness to accommodate, compromise, and innovate. And perhaps, above all, eventually and imperfectly, to listen. To keep the people on side as much as possible, since it was recognised that civilian morale was vital in maintaining full-scale war production, and thus Britain's ability to prosecute the war at a time when victory was very far from assured. For this reason and others, the Blitz did prove to be a forcing house, a laboratory, the intense distillation of how an external threat could weld together a nation, while at the same time failing to resolve many of its tensions. The Blitz has given the British, politicians in particular, a storehouse of images on which to draw at times of crisis, the symbol of an indomitable nation, united in resolution. The true story is, of course, more nuanced and complicated than that, cross-hatched, as it must be, by the freight of the pre-war years, of differing experiences and expectations. There were thousands of examples of extreme bravery, fortitude, and selflessness. There was also a pervasive sense of exhaustion, uncertainty, and anxiety, and acts of selfishness, intransigence, and contumely. The words that best sum up the Blitz are probably endurance and defiance, and arising out of that, a sense of entitlement, that a nation that had been exhorted to take it could reasonably expect, when the war was finally over, to get some of it, in terms of greater equality, more employment, better housing, education, and life chances in general. In 1940, the use of the transitive verb to blitz signified to destroy by aerial bombardment. 70 years later, it is sometimes used to mean to deal with something energetically, to concentrate a lot of effort on something to get it done. Both meanings resonate in our understanding of the Blitz of 1940 to 1941 and its aftermath. Juliet Gardiner, June 2010. Before. I think it is well for the man in the street to realise that there is no power on earth that can prevent him from being bombed. Whatever people may tell him, the bomber will always get through. The only defence is in offence, which means that you have to kill more women and children more quickly than the enemy if you want to save yourselves. Conservative leader Stanley Baldwin, speaking in the House of Commons in 1932. Robert Baltrop was sitting on the roof of a Sainsbury's store in East London on Saturday the 7th of September 1940. It was a warm, late summer afternoon, the rays of the sun stretching across the concrete rooftops. The air raid alert had just sounded, so Baltrop, who worked as a porter in the store, humping and cleaning and that sort of thing, had clambered out to take up his post on lookout duty. It wasn't bad being a watcher during these daytime warnings, sitting up there in the sunshine and smoking and watching the sky, and looking down at the people going about their business as usual in the streets below. I wasn't really sure what I was watching for. Anything dangerous. Fires or bombs falling or planes getting near. And I don't really know what I could have done about it. I suppose I should have had to go down the steps and tell them in the shop that a bomb had fallen on them. The war was more than a year old by this time. It had been another lovely summer day when Hitler had failed to respond to Britain's ultimatum to withdraw German troops from Poland, and the Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, had broadcast to the nation at 11:15 on the 3rd of September 1939 to tell the British people that despite all my long struggle to win peace, this country is at war with Germany. Within minutes the air raid sirens sounded, and Londoners scurried to take shelter. The war that everybody had been expecting had started. Only it hadn't. That first alert was a false alarm, and a metaphor for a long autumn, winter and spring of expectation and fearful anticipation. But until the summer of 1940, there was little sign of the Armageddon that had been feared, except at sea, where the Battle of the Atlantic, which would take the lives of more than 30,000 merchant seamen by 1945, had been raging since the outbreak of war, as Germany sought to stop supplies reaching Britain to enable her to keep fighting. By the late spring, hardly anyone was carrying their gas mask anymore. Shelters were filling up with water through disuse. A ban had been put on recruiting any more Air Raid Patrol, ARP, wardens, and many volunteers, bored with the endless waiting around, drinking cups of tea and playing darts, had resigned, since there didn't seem to be much for them to do other than act like martinettes when any chink showed through the blackout curtains on their patch. Housewives were already beginning to feel fed up with rationing and the endless queuing and ingenuity in the kitchen that wartime shortages would demand, and more than 60% of the mothers and children who had joined the government's evacuation scheme on the eve of war had drifted back home to the cities by January 1940, no longer convinced that their homes would be bombed or their children killed, which had been the compelling reason for the exodus. It truly did seem to be a Boer war. All the regulations, restrictions and privations of wartime, with few of the dangers on the home front that would make them seem justified. On the 4th of April 1940, in what Winston Churchill, recalled to the Cabinet on the outbreak of war as First Lord of the Admiralty, thought was a speech of unusual optimism, Chamberlain sanguinely told a Conservative gathering that Hitler had missed the bus in seizing the offensive. 5 days later, German forces moved to occupy Norway and Denmark, and on the 10th of May, as Baltrup recalled, quite suddenly the Germans invaded the Low Countries. There was the evacuation from Dunkirk, which the British press largely treated as a victory rather than a defeat, and on the 22nd of June, France signed an armistice with Germany. I remember at the Sainsbury's where I worked, somebody coming into the warehouse and almost with satisfaction rubbing his hands together and saying, "Well, we're on our own now." There was a feeling that we were in the war now, and a certain feeling of resolve about it. Dunkirk had its effect. There were Churchill's speeches, "We will fight on the beaches and we will never surrender," and very quickly daytime air raid warnings started. Again, there was this curious thing, just like at the beginning of the war. We expected the worst, and it didn't happen like that. We started getting air raid warnings by day and night. Sainsbury's agreed with the other shops round about they wouldn't put up the shutters immediately. But nothing happened, and people didn't go home. They stayed in the streets. So the gentleman's agreement between shopkeepers was dropped, and the shops started to open again, even when the air raid warnings went, and life went on through the summer. But they were getting nearer. Italy had entered the war in support of Germany on the 10th of June, and 6 days later the French Prime Minister Paul Reynaud resigned, and Marshal Philippe Pétain, a military hero of the First World War, took over, and shortly afterwards signed an armistice, surrendering northern and western France to the advancing German forces. From across the Channel, Winston Churchill, Prime Minister since Chamberlain had resigned on the 10th of May, surveyed the defeated British Expeditionary Force evacuated from Dunkirk. And on the 18th of June, the 125th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, he addressed the House of Commons. Whatever had happened in France, he assured MPs, would make no difference to the resolve of Britain and the British Empire to fight on, if necessary, for years, if necessary, alone. He predicted that the Battle of Britain is about to begin. Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization. Upon it depends our own British life and the long continuity of our institutions and our empire. The whole fury and might of the enemy must very soon be turned on us. Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we can stand up to him, all Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward into broad, sunlit uplands. But if we fail, then the whole world, including the United States, he added pointedly, since America was still pursuing an official policy of neutrality, will sink into the abyss of a new dark age. Let us therefore brace ourselves to our duties, and so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth lasts for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour. The swift fall of France had not been foreseen by the German High Command, and for several weeks they were at something of a loss to know what to do next. In mid-June, as German forces made their final assault on Paris, 120 German bombers attacked eastern England, killing 9 in Cambridge, and the first bomb in the London area fell on Addington, near Croydon, though at the time Hitler had expressly placed London off-limits for attack. Throughout June and July, there were intermittent, random, small-scale daylight raids around the capital and on coastal towns in the south and east, and as far north as the Tyne. South Wales was bombed, and shipping in the English Channel attacked, and on the 12th of July, 29 Aberdonians were killed and 103 seriously injured in a raid for which no warning had been given. On the 16th of July, Hitler issued Directive No. 16, Preparations for the Invasion of Britain, and such an invasion seemed a real possibility to the British. There were rumours from all over the country of sightings of German parachutists, maybe dressed as nuns, floating down, of barges massing in the Channel, of flotillas of gliders conveying troops from occupied France to East Anglia and Kent. On the 18th of August, the Sunday Express suggested that the 18th of September would be a good day for a German invasion. The tide would be high, the nights longer than at present, and sea mists and fogs are prevalent at the equinox. Therefore, unless the Nazis come between the 18th and 23rd of next month, they will be wise to postpone their visit until next spring. Towns along the Kent and Sussex coasts were evacuated, beaches were mined, piers dismantled, and barbed wire uncoiled. An appeal by Anthony Eden, Secretary of State for War, broadcast just after the 9 o'clock news on the 14th of May for volunteers to serve in the defence of their country in its hour of peril, had resulted in a stampede that had reached 1.5 million by the end of June. For many months, these local defence volunteers, soon to be renamed the Home Guard at Churchill's insistence, had no uniform other than a brassard, and since all military equipment had first to be channelled to re-equip the denuded army, nothing to fight with other than a pitchfork or a broomstick, or if they were fortunate, a First World War Lee Enfield rifle. Nevertheless, the band of under-resourced men was evidence of a willingness to defend our island whatever the cost may be, as Churchill had demanded. Hitler hoped that Britain could be persuaded to abandon the fight and sue for peace, when faced with the success of the Blitzkrieg that had swept through the Low Countries in France and now threatened its shores. However, a final peace offer was rejected by the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, on the 22nd of July, and since it was clear that, despite the odds, Britain intended to fight on alone, though of course supported by Empire and Dominion forces, various means were considered of bringing the country to its knees, including invasion. But it was obvious that there could be no successful invasion until German planes enjoyed air supremacy, and the aim of what has become known as the Battle of Britain that summer was to wipe out the country's defences. By early July, the Luftwaffe was dive-bombing British shipping and ports along the south coast and engaging RAF fighter planes in aerial combat. On the 8th of August, it switched to trying to knock out Britain's fighter defences, with attacks on airfields, radar stations and other targets such as repair sheds and anti-aircraft guns and equipment. It soon became apparent to Hitler that this strategy on its own was not working. The collapse of England in the year 1940 is under present circumstances no longer to be reckoned on, he told his HQ staff on the 20th of August. The dogfights over southern England and the bombing raids on RAF targets had not succeeded in putting Britain's Air Force out of commission. The battle continued, although the 15th of September 1940 has since been celebrated as Battle of Britain Day, the day on which, in retrospect, it became clear that against the odds, Britain had retained its mastery of the skies. However, Reichsmarschall Hermann Goering, Air Minister and Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force since 1935, assumed on the basis of inaccurate intelligence that Fighter Command was all but annihilated and was anxious to attack London in the hope that this would draw RAF fighter planes to the capital where they could be picked off. On the 24th of August, in contravention of Hitler's orders, the Luftwaffe dropped several bombs on London. Although this was most likely an error, it gave Churchill the opportunity to order raids on Berlin in the expectation that Hitler would retaliate and send his bombers to London, where they would be expected and supposedly dealt with, thus relieving the pressure on the Western Front in France. On the 2nd of September, Goering ordered the Luftwaffe to switch to bombing Britain's industrial and administrative centres and transport and communication links, while the strategy the Kriegsmarine, the German Navy, advocated, the blockading of British ports and attacks on her shipping, continued unabated. So the war entered a new phase. The Battle of Britain was to be carried on by other means. Germany's targets were now industrial installations and transport and communication links around major cities. It was hoped that this would cripple Britain and compel her to seek peace. The home front would become a frontline battlefield for the next 5 years, and on the 7th of September 1940, Black Saturday, the first day of the war of persistent aerial attack that became known as the Blitz, it was the London docks that were in the Luftwaffe's sights. Chapter 1. Black Saturday, the 7th of September 1940. The British will understand now, as night after night we give them the answer to RAF bombing raids on Germany. When they declare they will attack our towns on a large scale, then we will erase theirs. Adolf Hitler speaking in the Berlin Sportspalast on the 4th of September 1940. The Reichsmarschall is leaving his train and is coming past us. He sees us. Is this what he was intending? Is he really coming? Yes, he is coming. The Reichsmarschall is coming from his train and is coming to the radio, the German announcer reported excitedly on the 7th of September. Hermann Goering, a large, heavy man clad in a greatcoat, wearing the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, which he had been awarded as a result of the French campaign, at his throat, strode to the microphone to address his fellow countrymen and women. I now want to take this opportunity of speaking to you, to say this moment is a historic one. As a result of the provocative British attacks on Berlin on recent nights, the Führer has decided to order a mighty blow to be struck in revenge against the capital of the British Empire. I, personally, have assumed the leadership of this attack, and today I hear above me the roaring of victorious German squadrons, which now, for the first time, are driving towards the heart of the enemy in full daylight, accompanied by countless fighter squadrons. So saying, the commander of the German Air Force clambered back into the carriage of his personal train, Robinson, and resumed his journey back from the Channel coast, where he had stood on the cliffs of Cap Gris-Nez, binoculars trained on Britain, watching the German aircraft set out on their mission, and maybe hoping to catch a glimpse of the effects of the havoc their bombs would wreak in their major strike on Target Loge, the German code name for London. Sitting in deck chairs, mowing the lawn or visiting friends that sun-filled afternoon, people in Kent looked up as the drone of the planes grew louder and louder, like the faraway thunder of a giant waterfall, thought the American journalist Virginia Cowles. She was having tea in the garden of the Palladian, Merryworth Castle, the home of the press baron Esmond Harmsworth, eldest son of Viscount Rothermere, in Kent, 40 miles from London. We lay on the grass, our eyes strained towards the sky. We made out a batch of tiny white specks, like clouds of insects moving northwest in the direction of the capital. Some of them, the bombers, were flying in even formation, while the others, the fighters, swarmed protectively around. During the next hour, we counted over 150 planes. They were not meeting any resistance. To the urbane diplomat turned journalist and author Harold Nicholson, now a junior minister at the Ministry of Information, sitting with his wife Vita Sackville-West in their garden at Sissinghurst, also in Kent, the wave after wave of enemy airplanes looked like silver gnats above us in the air. The siren had sounded at 4:43 p.m. that Saturday. Londoners had got used to its ululating note. The sound of wailing Winnie, or moaning Minnie, had been frequent during the last few weeks of constant nuisance raids. We're grown accustomed to sudden warnings, and we have developed a quickening of our sense of danger. We're not panicky, but we are, at any rate subconsciously, more on the lookout than had hitherto been the case at any time during last year. The Harley Street psychologist and BBC producer Anthony Weymouth had written in his diary back in August. Harold Nicholson would have agreed. People are becoming quite used to these interruptions, he wrote in his diary as he heard the siren wail on the 26th of August. I do not think that drone in the sky means death to many people at the moment. It seems so incredible as I sit here at my window, looking out on the fuchsias and zinnias, with yellow butterflies playing around each other, that in a few seconds I may see other butterflies circling in the air, intent on murdering each other. Yet despite the increasing frequency of the alerts, the mournful notes could still send a shiver of dread down people's spines. Woohoo go the goblins coming back at nightfall. Woohoo go the witches reaching out their hands for us. Are we sure we will be the lucky ones? They have come back. We always knew they would. After the story ended, wrote the author Naomi Mitchison in one of her Blitz poems. The planes droned on. As Robert Baltrop sat on the roof of Sainsbury's, all of a sudden on the skyline, coming up the Thames, were black specks, like swarms of flies, weaving their way through puffs of smoke. And my reaction was one of astonishment and, well, what's going to happen now? They were flying across my line of vision, and sitting up there on the roof, I had a perfect view of them, watching them fly across the Thames, coming in past Dagenham and Rainham and Barking, and they were heading straight for London, and it was going to be the docks that were going to get it. I began to hear loud thumps, and those were bombs falling, and clouds of smoke were rising up, clouds of black smoke floating away, until you couldn't see anything but a huge bank of smoke. And still they were coming. The operational orders issued to 1 Fliegerkorps for that afternoon informed the pilots that the purpose of the initial attack is to force English fighters into the air so that they will have reached the end of their endurance at the time of the main attack. To achieve the maximum effect, it is essential that units fly as a highly concentrated force. The main objective of the operation is to prove that the Luftwaffe can achieve this. We've had many air raid warnings during the last week, and as soon as the sirens have sounded, we've invariably done what we've been told to do, go to a place of safety, noted Anthony Weymouth, whose place of safety was the hall of his ground-floor flat. It is well inside the building, and between us and the blast of bombs are 2 sitting rooms and the hall of the building. The only windows in the hall have been shuttered, and we have been told to leave all the windows open to avoid, so far as possible, broken glass. So, on the 7th of September, Weymouth and his family waited for an hour or so, some of us sitting on the mattresses, which are now a permanent part of our hall furniture, some squatting on the floor. Audrey, his wife, put on her ARP warden's tin hat, and went round her sector to see if she was needed. She returned to tell us that a big fire was raging in the city. But it wasn't the city of London that 300 German planes were converging on that late afternoon. It was Target G, the docks that lay in the bight of the Thames, where it loops around in a U-shape like a small child's badly built wooden railway, a lazy-looking attempt to encircle not some pleasant riverside picnic place, but Silvertown, a jumble of docks, warehouses and small houses built for workers in the docks and the nearby factories, in the days when industry and home were hugger-mugger in the poorer parts of towns and cities. The German pilots had no difficulty in identifying their targets in the clear afternoon light. The first bombs fell on the Ford Motor Works at Dagenham, closely followed by a rain of high explosives and firebombs on Beckton Gasworks, the largest in Europe. Below them now lay the great Thames Bight at Woolwich Reach, enclosing the 3 royal docks, their warehouses and sheds stacked with foodstuffs and materials vital to the war effort. Within minutes, the huge warehouses and factories lining the river on both sides, from North Woolwich to Tower Bridge, were on fire. 200 acres of timber stacks, recently arrived from North America and the Baltic, burned out of control along the Surrey commercial docks, the main timber importing centre in Britain. Within 24 hours, only about a fifth of the 2.5 million tons was left. Burning spirits gushed out of the rum key warehouses at West India Dock. A tar distillery flooded North Woolwich Road with molten pitch, and rats swarmed out of a nearby soapworks. A rubber factory was hit, and the acrid black smoke rolling through the narrow streets of Silvertown mingled with the escaping fumes from the damaged Beckton Gasworks and started a rumour that the Germans were dropping canisters of poison gas as well as bombs. Fire burned through the ropes of barges tethered along the quayside, and the burning boats drifted downstream, only to return several hours later on the incoming tide, still smouldering, while the intense heat blistered the paint on buildings in areas untouched by the bombs. A fireman stationed at Pageant's Wharf Fire Station stared in horror as magnesium incendiaries lodged in the wood stacks and oil bombs ignited the timber like kindling on a bone-dry bonfire. It seemed as if the whole bloody world's on fire, to Station Officer Jerry Knight, as he yelled to the fire station telephonist to call for urgent reinforcements. The regular London firemen were joined by men from the 4 wartime auxiliary fire service, AFS, substations on the docks, their trailer pumps drawn by vans, taxicabs. 2,000 had been hired by the start of the war, often with their drivers coming along as part of the deal, or anything that could be pressed into service to get to the blaze. The AFS, an adjunct of the fire brigade, had started recruiting in March 1938 and had expanded after the Munich crisis, when large posters had appeared on walls and on the side of fire engines urging, "Keep the home fires from burning." By the time war broke out, for every regular fireman, there were 15 auxiliaries, and it was quite a big job getting them all trained. AFS members had received 60 hours of basic training, but most had never been called to a major fire before. Now it seemed that all the drill they had carefully learned was for another world. As soon as they trained their hoses on one outbreak, another flared up feet away. Damped down by the water jets, a pile of wood would sizzle in the heat, then burst into flame again. The firemen worked fast to screw together the sections of hose and run them into the river, so there was no shortage of water. But soon telegraph poles all around the dock were combusting in the heat, and even the wooden blocks that surfaced the road were igniting. Grain spilling out of the warehouses made a sticky mess that stuck to the firemen's boots, bogging them down as if they were walking through treacle in some sort of nightmare. Jerry Knight realised that the inferno was burning out of control, impossible to put out, and that if he didn't withdraw, his men were in real danger of being trapped by the sheets of flame. Peter Blackmore was a successful playwright who had become a volunteer fireman after seeing a Join the AFS poster in the London Underground, showing a fire-lit fireman holding the branch of a hose an exciting picture which stirred the imagination, and at the same time, in small print, set out the glorious benefits of such service, the exceptional wages, the food allowance, the uniform, and the leave days. He had grown used to the sound of the siren, more popularly known as the siren. In those days, this was the signal for us to rig fully in helmets, boots, leggings, belts, axes and spanners, tear to the appliance room and man the pumps, there to sit and grumble until the all-clear sounded and we could return to an overcooked or cold meal. This seemed to occur many times a day and night. We certainly were always ready. Still, no Blitz came. But on the night of the 7th of September 1940, Blackmore was wondering what to make of the ominous red glow in the sky, which, had it not been in the east, could have passed for an indifferent sunset, when a colleague came to tell him, "They're bombing the docks." Down went the bells, and Blackmore and his colleagues set off eastward. As they approached the docks, they joined an endless queue of appliances, all steadily moving and being detailed to their exact positions. Bombs were falling fast and heavy. We did a great deal of ducking, and my heart was in my mouth. The journey towards a Blitz, like most apprehension, can be the worst part of it. Eventually, we came to a standstill at the wharf, where we were to spend the endless night. Everything seemed to be on fire in every direction. Even some barrage balloons in the sky, winched up in the hope that low-flying enemy aircraft would become entangled in their metal ropes, were exploding. The cinder-laden smoke, which drifted all around, made us think of the destruction of Pompeii. Cyril de Man, a regular fireman stationed at Abbey Road School in West Ham in London's East End, was in the schoolyard when, soon after the alert had sounded, he heard the drone of approaching aircraft rapidly swelling to a roar. Suddenly, squadrons of bombers appeared all over the eastern sky, flying very high and escorted by hundreds of fighter planes glinting in the sunlight as they weaved and turned over the bomber formation. I dived for the safety of the control room, where calls for assistance were already flowing in from Dagenham, Barking, East and West Ham. The electricity mains were damaged in the first minutes of the raid, and, as it grew dark, the fire control had to operate by the light of candles set in jam jars. I was frightened out of my life. Bombs coming down screaming. The row they make. It's a sort of warning saying, "Look out, here comes death." And when they landed, they went off with a terrific roar. Not one, but dozens of them. Bang, 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 all the time, everywhere. And then there was the drone of the aircraft. The noise was the sort of thing that got to me. It dulled the senses. You couldn't think clearly. That day stands out like a flaming wound in my memory, wrote Bernard Copps, a London schoolboy who would grow up to be a playwright. Imagine a ground-floor flat in Stepney Green buildings, crowded with hysterical women crying babies and great crashes in the sky, and the whole earth shaking. Someone rushed in. "The docks are alight, all the docks are alight." I could smell burning. The men started to play cards, and the women tried a little sing-song, singing, "I saw the old homestead and faces I loved," or "Don't go down the mine, Daddy, dreams very often come true," or "Yiddle mit his fiddle." But every so often 20 women's fists shook at the ceiling, cursing the explosions, Germany, Hitler. Yet cursing got my mother and my aunts through those early days. I sat under the table, where above the men were playing cards, screwing my eyes up and covering my ears, counting explosions. "We're all going to get killed, we're finished," one of my aunts became hysterical. "Churchill will get us through. He's a friend of the Yiddisher people." With these words, she was soothed. Len Jones, an 18-year-old Poplar resident, went outside when he heard the first German planes overhead. It was very exciting, because the first formations were coming over without any bombs dropping, but very, very majestic, terrific, and I had no thought that they were actual bombers. Then the bombs began to fall, and shrapnel was going along King Street, dancing off the cobbles. Then the real impetus came. The suction and the compression from the high explosive bombs just pushed you and pulled you, and the whole of the atmosphere was turbulating so hard that after an explosion of a nearby bomb, you could actually feel your eyeballs being almost sucked out, and the suction was so vast it ripped my shirt away and ripped my trousers. Then I couldn't get my breath. The smoke was like acid, and everything round me was black and yellow, and these bombers kept on and on. The whole road was moving, rising and falling. By 6:30, the planes, Dornier and Heinkel bombers, escorted by Messerschmitt fighters, had turned back and wheeled across the Kent countryside, flying over Romney Marsh and back across the Channel to their bases in France. The all clear sounded, and EastEnders emerged from their homes and public shelters and peered about them at the raging fires, the broken glass, the destroyed and damaged houses, debris everywhere, a pall of greasy black smoke enveloping the scene, as firemen desperately tackled massive fires with tangles of hoses snaking across the roads and water sloshing into the gutters. But this was just a lull. Black Saturday would set the pattern for the next 8 harrowing months. First, the Luftwaffe would drop showers of incendiary bombs that would start fires. The blazes would both act as a beacon to guide the subsequent formations of bombers with their loads of high-explosive HE bombs to their target, and also occupy the civil defence services, fire, rescue, medical, so that they would not be standing by, ready to engage immediately with the crisis when the heavy bombs began to fall. Just over 2 hours later, at 8:30 p.m, the siren wailed again. This time the raid would continue relentlessly until dawn, adding further chaos and devastation to the already stricken East End, and widening out to other parts of London. Chelsea and Victoria were hit that night too, but it was the area of the tidal basin around the docks, the Isle of Dogs, Silvertown and Rotherhithe, that took the brunt of the devastation. Bermondsey, Canning Town, Woolwich, Deptford, fanning out to West Ham, Plaistow, Bow, Whitechapel, Stepney and Poplar, also suffered heavy loads of bombs. Squadrons of Heinkels and Dorniers, 250 in all, came in waves to drop high-explosive bombs onto the still-blazing wharves, the ruined houses, the cratered streets, the terrified East Londoners. AFS dispatch riders on motorcycles made their way through the chaos and rubble to report the immensity of the situation to the local fire controls. Columns of fire engines raced east, their bells clanging, men called on duty fastening their helmets and doing up their jackets as the engines sped to answer the urgent calls from the East End. When they arrived, there was often nobody in charge to be found, and men were simply deployed to fight the nearest fire to hand. 500 engines converged on West Ham alone after a request to the London Regional Fire Control Headquarters at Lambeth, where the map of London pinned on the wall, usually dense with markers indicating the availability of fire engines, was ominously clear. There were already 9 fires designated as conflagrations, when fires coalesce, burn out of control and spread rapidly. 19 requiring 30 pumps, 40 needing 10, and over 1,000 smaller incidents. By now, Surrey Docks was a square mile of fire. The paint on the fireboats attempting to douse the flames blistered in the intense heat as cranes buckled and crashed into the river. At the Royal Arsenal in Woolwich, many of the buildings on fire contained live ammunition and highly flammable nitroglycerine. Water mains had been damaged, and when the hydrants ran dry, water had to be pumped from the Thames, reservoirs, even ponds and ditches. At Woolwich, a fireman aboard one of 6 fireboats, which had been ordered to return to London from a fire at the Shellmex Thameshaven oil refinery on Canvey Island at the mouth of the Thames, its 2,000-ton capacity tanks ablaze after a bomb attack on the 5th of September, saw an extraordinary spectacle. There was nothing but fire ahead, apparently stretching right across the river and burning on both of its banks. We seemed to be entering a tunnel of fire, no break in it anywhere. All the usual landmarks were obliterated by walls of flame. Burning barges drifted past, For many hours, no contact with the shore was possible. We did what we could, where we could. At one time, we were just getting into position to fight a fire in a large warehouse when the whole of the riverside front collapsed into the water with a mighty splash. The contents of the building, bags of beans pouring into the river, made a sound like a tropical rainstorm. Soon after, we were surprised to see 2 firemen and 3 firewomen picking their way along the shore in the direction of Southwark Bridge. They told us they had been cut off in a control room for several hours by the fires. During the raid, that lasted over 8 hours, 250 German planes had dropped 625 tons of high-explosive bombs and at least 800 incendiary bomb canisters, each containing 795 pounds of explosive. 1,000 fire pumps were fighting the blaze at the Surrey docks, with 300 pumps and over 1,000 men trying to contain just one of the largest fires. The firemen wrestled to control their heavy hoses, sending arcs of water through flames that seemed scornful of their efforts, their faces blackened by soot and smoke, their eyes pricking from the heat, their throats and lungs irritated by the smoke and dust of falling masonry, their uniforms scorched and singed by flying sparks, and heavy with the water from the hoses, hungry, thirsty, exhausted. F.W. Hurd, a member of the AFS stationed at East Ham Fire Station, was ordered to a fire at Beckton Gasworks at 9 o'clock that night. Chaos met our eyes. Gasometers were punctured and were blazing away. A powerhouse had been struck, rendering useless the hydraulic hydrant supply, the only source of water there. An overhead gantry bearing lines of trucks communicating with the railway siding was also alight. And then overhead we heard the German planes, the searchlights searching the sky in a vain effort to locate them. Guns started firing, and then I had my first experience of a bomb explosion. A weird, whistling sound, and I ducked behind the pump with 2 other members of the crew. The others, scattered as they were, had thrown themselves down wherever they happened to be. Then a vivid flash of flame, a column of earth and debris flying into the air, and the ground heaved. I was thrown violently against the side of the appliance. After a time, things quietened down and we went out again. It was now about 10 o'clock, and the fire had been burning unattacked by us for lack of water, when a local fire officer arrived and informed us that he knew where we could obtain a supply. Our heavy was sent about half a mile from the fire to pick up water from 3 other pumps, which were being supplied from hydrants. We relayed the water through a chain of pumps to the fire, and then there was nothing to do except watch the hose and guard it where it crossed an arterial road from being burst by cars proceeding at speed across it, so we had time to look around. What a sight! About a mile to our right was the riverfront. The whole horizon on that side was a sheet of flame. The entire docks were on fire. On all other sides it was much the same. Fire everywhere. The sky was a vivid orange glow, and all the time the whole area was being mercilessly bombed. The road shuddered with explosions. AA anti-aircraft shells were bursting overhead. A Royal Navy destroyer berthed in one of the docks was firing her AA equipment, as were other ships. The shrapnel literally rained down. It was now about midnight, and still the racket kept on. It surprised me how quickly one got used to sensing whether a bomb was coming our way or not. At first we all lay flat every time we heard anything, but after an hour or so we only dived for it if one came particularly close. At 3 a.m, a canteen van arrived and served us tea and sandwiches. It was the first bite any of us had had since midday the day before, 14.5 hours ago. Just then the bombing became more severe and localised. A bright glow in the sky immediately over us. Then we saw the flames. Another fire had started in the gasworks, which by now, after 6 hours concentrated work by us, had been got well under control. Then a huge mushroom of flame shot into the air from the docks, followed by a dull, rolling roar. An oil container had exploded. The whole atmosphere became terrible again, with the noise of gunfire. Afterwards, when London established its famous AA barrage, we got used to it. But on that first night, it was just hell. Water mains had been fractured all over the East End, as had gas pipes and electrical and telephone cables. With no radio communication between the crews and control, messages had to be relayed by AFS and London Fire Brigade messengers, most of them teenaged boys with tin hats, riding motorbikes or yellow-painted bicycles. 16 was the statutory minimum age for such work, but checks were cursory, and many of those undertaking this hazardous and courageous work were younger. They set out to apprise district control of the situation on the ground, to report the progress of the firefighting and request reinforcements, skidding through wet and cratered streets as the bombs fell, narrowly missing being hit, falling from their machines as girders fell in their path, negotiating piles of rubble, accelerating away to escape walls of fire, disorientated by the noise, the smoke, the confusion. One of Gilman's devils, teenage boys organised by Bill Gilman, Assistant Controller of Operations at West Ham, found himself riding through a patch of burning paint on the roadway in Silvertown from the burning paintworks on the corner. Paint stuck to my tyres and set them alight, but I rode on the pavement until the flames went out. You'd go round a corner and there'd be a great big hole in the road where a bomb had fallen, or half a house had fallen, and the debris was blocking the road, or there might be an unexploded bomb, remembers Stan Durling, an AFS dispatch rider. But that night, when I reported for duty at Millwall, you just didn't know where to look. The chemical works had been hit. Everywhere you looked was fire. Across the water, north, south, east and west, everywhere. It seemed as if the whole East End docks were on fire. It was unbelievable. 16-year-old Stan Hook was in the bath when the bombs started to fall. They screamed through the air, and then crump, crump, and the bath shook, and I thought, Christ, bombs! I don't remember drying myself. I don't remember getting dressed, but I was on my bike and back to the fire station on the Isle of Dogs, and that's when I came to. That was the beginning at 5 o'clock, and from then until 5 o'clock the next day, I just lived in a daze. A smoke-filled haze covered everything, and orders were flying around in all directions, and you were charging around, and bombs were falling, and fires were starting, and it wasn't until the next morning that I really thought, well, this is war. Uncontrollable by any blackout regulations, the River Thames served to guide enemy aircraft to their targets night after night during the Blitz. A.P. Herbert, the lawyer, humorist, and independent MP for Oxford University, who had seen active service with the Royal Navy Reserve in France and at Gallipoli in the First World War, joined the River Emergency Service in the Second. This, in effect, mobilised the Thames as part of London's defences. On the night of the 7th of September, Herbert was detailed to take his converted canal boat, Water Gypsy, from its mooring at Tower Bridge to pick up some wire from a Port of London Authority wreck lighter, and to take it to North Woolwich. Rounding Limehouse Corner, he and his crew saw an astonishing picture. Half a mile of Surrey shore was ablaze. Warehouses, wharves, piers, dolphins, barges. The wind was westerly, and there was a wall of smoke and sparks across the river. Burning barges were drifting everywhere, but there was not a soul in sight. The small police boat ahead of us had turned back to report, and we had been ordered to Woolwich. As ours was a wooden ship and petrol-driven, we didn't like the look of it much, but we put wet towels round our faces and steamed at half speed into the torrid cloud. Inside, the scene was like a lake in hell. We could hear the hiss and roar of the conflagration ashore, but we could not see it, only the burning barges and the crimson water that reflected them. It was not as alarming as it had looked outside. The main whirl of sparks and smoke went over us. We took off our towels and felt quite happy. It was something to be the only boat in hell. We steamed on slowly, using the compass and dodging the barges, and at last the Water Gypsy came out safe but sooty, the white ensign of the Royal Navy nearly black the other side. After that, all the other fires we passed seemed no more than night lights, though there were some brave ones. I now had the feeling that nothing could touch us, a thing I never felt in a house. At the top of Blackwell Reach, a bomb fell 50 yards ahead of us. I ducked down behind the wheel, I know, but truly I felt no fear, and this delighted me. We delivered our wire at Woolwich. I hope it was some use, and came back through the smoke to Westminster. On the shore of North Woolwich, adjoining King George V dock, residents had the terrifying ordeal of being trapped between the dock fires on one side and a row of factories ablaze on the other. Debris spilled from burning buildings, impeding the passage of fire engines and rescue vehicles. There seemed no escape as families rushed through the streets, found their way blocked, and agitatedly ran back again. Some sought cover in the public shelter at the Oriental Baths until that was hit by a bomb. The entire population of the area had to be got away as quickly as possible before they were engulfed by the flames. No vehicles could get to them, so coughing and spluttering in the smoke, and in terror of the fire and the bombs, they groped their way on foot to Woolwich Pier, where they scrambled into small boats and were rowed to safety along the Thames. It was much the same for the inhabitants of Rotherhithe, trapped between the walls of flame that were engulfing their houses by the dock walls and the river. While some managed to get to safety by road, others were evacuated by boat. Kathleen Rylott was a member of the Women's Voluntary Service, WVS, started by Stella, Marchioness of Reading, at the request of the then Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain in May 1938. Its original purpose was to recruit more women into the ARP service, but it was now called upon to help in almost any home front situation, no matter how hazardous. On the night of the 7th of September, Rylott was helping with the evacuation of residents of the flame-engulfed areas around the Surrey docks. 5 people had been found in the midst of the blazing buildings, unable to get out of their shelter as sandbags had fallen in on top of them during the raid. The residents were horror-struck at the idea of leaving their homes. The road was literally burning, and many of them had to be treated for badly scorched feet. Rylott led the terrified people to St Olave's Hospital in Rotherhithe, where those who needed it were given first aid, and everyone was comforted with blankets and cups of tea. The leader of a stretcher party who watched the processions streaming out of the docklands was absolutely amazed. They seemed to come like an army marching and running. They looked in a very bad state, dirty and dishevelled. Many had superficial cuts, and their skin was pitted with tiny slivers of glass from blown-out windows, and all had a ghostly pallor, since they were covered in plaster dust from falling walls. Bert Purdy, an ambulance driver stationed at Moorgate, was just about to start his meal of tinned salmon and a cup of tea when the raid started. He abandoned his food and set off with the rest of his crew. It was chaos. Buildings, houses, all in a collapsed condition. At times my driving was erratic. I was driving up and down the bomb craters. We saw several mutilated bodies lying in the road. At one point we stopped and moved several limbs and 2 bodies to a point off the road, covered them with sheets of corrugated iron, intending to remove them later. It was terrible. People trapped, severely injured. People were lying about everywhere. We began to collect the people, render first aid if and when possible, take them to Poplar Hospital. Private cars were waiting outside the hospital for attention. We saw patients with severe head injuries lying on the roof of cars, blood running down the back window. We worked for hours, removed patients to Poplar, Mile End and London hospitals. It was terrible. So unexpected and tragic. At one point in that terrible night, the brother of Gladys Strelitz, who lived in East Ham, urged his sisters, "Come on, girls, get all the children's clothes in a bag, and we've got to get out of London, there's a lull." And so we got in this bus, and we went to Bow. And when we got to Bow, the bombing was going so badly that the conductor pulled the bell and said we couldn't go any further. So the only place to go was to run into the crypt under this big church. And there, the sight that met my eyes, it overcame me. Because there was people praying and crying and asking God to help us, because there was bombs going on and the crypt was actually shuddering. It was too much for me. I just passed out. The communist journalist and typographer Alan Hutt, at the time assistant to the editor of the cooperatively owned Reynolds News, he later rejoined the Daily Worker, which had employed him at its inception in 1930, I'd been sent down to the shelter at 4:30 that afternoon, as he and his colleagues were arguing about whether the caption to a photograph of roadblocks damaged by an attack to South London the previous day, "Knocked 'em in the Old Kent Road," was insensitive. "Not funny when people have been killed," one objected. All that night, as the journalists were trying to put the paper to bed, they were sent down to the shelter again and again. Damn nuisance, thought Hutt, until he saw the cause of the alarm from the roof. I can see the fire along the waterfront, and a rolling bank of grey smoke twice as high as the barrage balloons. Estimate distance and plot it out on the map, which indicates Millwall, Surrey Docks as the beginning. Infinite arguments in the office, but it turns out that this is right. Both sides of the river were plastered as far as Woolwich, and the fire stretched for miles, 8 or 9 I should say. As dusk fell about 9 o'clock, the sight from our roof was incredible. A fantastic Gustave Doré piece, a gold and grey smoke canopied flaming glow, stretching thickly as far as one could see, the skyline silhouetted sharply black against this infernal Technicolor piece. Blackout was dead for the rest of the night, and the bombers came back by the light of the fire to blast the East End. David has got a magnificent shot of the fire from London Bridge, but the censor refuses to pass any pictures. Nothing that will confirm the enemy's claims. Jenkins goes to the Borough and gets an awe-inspiring view, also seeing the folks trooping to the Southwark Tunnel in their thousands. We have to fight to get his stuff in the paper, for the new editor, jittery and helpless as usual, says we've no way of getting this to the censor, but then he doesn't want to send anyone out in this, leaving it to the agencies. They've got special passes, blah blah. Oh God, oh Fleet Street. The fire, which has gone down a bit, picks up fiercely, and at 1 a.m. towards the east there is a leap of flame and clouds of black smoke. A big fire. We've all had a scornful sneer over the private and confidential memo to editors, giving an MOI, Ministry of Information, interview with the PM. Optimistic stuff. This has been expected. Damage may be somewhat serious from a local viewpoint, but seen on the background of our general war effort, etc., etc. All clear at 4:50. A coffee at the milk bar, a taxi to Kentish Town, and a rambling walk home through the dawn, the fire glow melting strangely into the light of day. A young woman, Ida Nash, was caught in the raid on her way home to East Ham from visiting a friend. When she had arrived at Euston after hours of delays and detours, the station was deserted. I came out into the street, and there was no sign of her mother who was supposed to be meeting her. The fire was getting steadily brighter, and overhead there were sounds of gunfire, with an occasional dull thud in the distance as the bombs dropped. I have never felt so alone in my life. She managed to get to Aldgate, but they wouldn't let me book through to East Ham, as Bow Road Station was no more, and Stepney Green had been heavily bombed. I came up to the bus stop and waited with about 20 other people, but it was hopeless. A few taxis came by and we tried hailing them, but of course we had no luck. I suppose I'd been standing there for about 40 minutes, when providentially my mother walked by right in front of me. She, poor soul, had been turned away from Euston at 8:30, and as the raid was still in progress, had started to walk home. She'd already come all the way on foot when I met her, but despite that suggested that we should walk on. I think if we'd both been feeling hale and hearty, we wouldn't have gone, but we seemed so numbed that nothing much mattered. The whole of Thameside, from London Bridge to Woolwich, was a raging inferno. You could have seen to read by the light, if you'd felt inclined, and unfortunately for us, we had to go by the East India Docks. Commercial Road was the only route open to the east, because owing to the damage done to Bow Road, traffic was being diverted. And just before we got to Burdett Road, the bombs started falling. The shelters seemed to be absolutely non-existent, so we just went on. At one time, we were made to go round back turnings because a delayed action bomb had fallen in the main road and nothing could pass. What was so maddening was the persistent drone of enemy planes which, I might mention, are easily distinguishable from our own. We couldn't get away from it and felt so completely helpless. Fires were breaking out everywhere, A chapel that lay back about 30 yards from us suddenly burst into flames. It was dreadful. The streets were littered with glass and the pavements pitted with shrapnel from the raid that afternoon. Far away down the Barking Road, we could see the glare of an incendiary bomb that had landed in the roadway, and we decided to take to the back streets. A pale, flickering light over towards Barking turned out, so we found later, to be the power station which had been hit. I think something must have hit the gasworks too, because we still haven't got any gas at the moment. The next day, Sunday the 8th of September, our Sunday joint is swinging on an improvised spit in front of the fire. We were going down one turning when an ARP warden stopped us from going on and insisted that we stayed in his house. We were really very grateful, and from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. we sat on the stairs in the dark, gazing out through the open door to the street, which was incessantly lit up with explosions. And how those bombs fell. Canning Town Library was hit, Forest Gate got it too, and all around us seemed to be shaking. Dante had nothing on Hitler, believe me. At last, at 5 o'clock, the all clear went, and we finally reached home, to find some windows out and the ceiling down in Mummy's room. When I looked out from our window, I could see that one of the fires on Thameside was still burning, and great clouds of black smoke were covering quite a large area. Then, quite suddenly, it ceased, recalled Fireman Hurd, fighting a fire amidst the noise of screaming bombs and droning aircraft. The silence was almost overpowering for a time. At about 5 o'clock a.m., the all clear went. We had been subjected, without any real cover, to 8 hours of continual bombing. Relief crews began to arrive. They came from Enfield. We stayed there until 10 o'clock on Sunday morning, when our sub-officer handed over to another officer. This officer and his 10 pumps had come from Brighton. Our crew proceeded home then, and what a scene of desolation we passed through. Debris everywhere. Confined to the East End, though, but I was too tired to care much what I saw then. We'd been on our feet since 6:15 p.m. on Saturday until 10 a.m. on Sunday, with only one snack in 21 hours. The all clear sounded a beautiful symphony in Bernard Copps's ears. Everyone relaxed, the men arguing politics and the women talking about food. But the younger people wandered out to see the fires, and I went with them along the commercial road. The closer I got, the more black and red it became, with flames shooting higher than the cranes along the dockside. Sparks were spitting everywhere, and tongues of flames consumed the great warehouses along the black and orange waters of the Thames. Everything was chaos, except the fire, which was like a living monster with an insatiable appetite. And I was afraid of being devoured, so I left and wandered back towards Stepney Green, where black smoke covered the sky. Yet with all this, there was a feeling of unreality. I couldn't believe it. It was like a film being shown before our eyes. Men were rushing around selling newspapers, screaming about the amount of German planes that were brought down, and there had been a family wiped out where I'd been standing. That first night of the Blitz, 436 people were killed and 1,600 seriously injured. Among the dead were 7 firemen. 13 men were killed when the Corporation Depot in Abbey Road, West Ham, which was being used as an ARP cleansing and ambulance station, received a direct hit. Cyril de Marme, who was nearby, hurried round to find a hand he recognised as that of his friend Wally Turley, sticking out from under a huge slab of concrete. Turley, a fireman, had been attempting to put out a fire at the station when it collapsed, burying him, his fellow firefighters, and other ARP workers stationed there. It was impossible to move the concrete to free the bodies until heavy lifting gear arrived, so Fireman Turley's arm remained sticking out of the debris, a tragic signpost to one of the many instant burial grounds that night. Soon after the first raid of the Blitz had begun the previous afternoon, the manager of Robert Bultropp's Sainsbury's had decided to close the shop and send all his staff home. Bultrop set out to keep his date with a girl. She turned up. It sounds daft, but perhaps we all thought it was a bit romantic, meeting in an air raid. All this was going on very close to us. We could smell the smoke and hear the bombs, but she had orders to take me home immediately if I turned up. So we went to her home, and they were all in the Anderson shelter in her back garden, her parents and the lady from upstairs, and we huddled in there. It was pretty awful, all squashed in there together, with the raid going on, and her father talking in gloomy tones about H.G. Wells and how we should all have to live underground, and every time there was a thump, her mother screamed. The man from upstairs came in straight from work, and he tumbled into the shelter, breathless with these stories of roads blocked, streets in ruins, named places that I knew, and it was almost unbelievable to hear someone say, "You know this place or that place? Well, it's been bombed." Baltrop finally became fed up with this talk and the confined space and walked home. His father had been out picking up what news he could about the East End because we knew it so well. We knew people and places, and he's heard this place had been bombed and that place, and we sat and had a cup of tea, and he talked grievingly about the East End and the people and how they must be suffering, and then we went to bed, and the raid was still going on, and we wondered, would we wake up in the morning? What would tomorrow be like? And when I did wake up, it was a lovely sunny Sunday morning. Lovely, except that I think that 450 or more people had been killed in East London, and a huge number injured. Terrible, terrible destruction. And the Germans were coming back again that night. Chapter 2. The most grim test in its history. With our enormous metropolis here, the greatest target in the world, a kind of tremendous fat cow tied up to attract the beasts of prey. Winston Churchill speaking in 1934 about the prospect of an aerial bombardment of London. Darling Cat, you little know what you say when you tell me to write for the papers. I am not, as you know, made of the stuff Londoners are made of. My instinct is to flee. I cannot report on scenes in shelters. There are hundreds of keen, nerveless people out all night pursuing fires and demolition. Still, it is endurable, and my greatest fear is being forced by Duff, her husband, the Minister of Information, to leave the city. It is so utterly unlike what I imagined the raids on London would be. I thought of a bigger, suddener attack, with the whole population blocking roads, ministries evacuating to their pre-arranged dispersal stations. Frightful dislocation, worse perhaps than this cold-blooded waiting for destruction. Most people don't see it so. They have confidence in a defence being found. This is only a phase of war. We'll stick it out all right. There is not a street that does not show some assault. The curtains flap dismally out of Londonderry House and most of the big Piccadilly houses. I try to avoid the places where the cruelest gashes have been inflicted, but one has to take the way that cut-off streets, encumbered with bombs ticking to explode, allow. Lady Diana Cooper, writing from London to her friend Ketchin Comer in New York on the 23rd of September, 1940. Around the time the big Blitz on London started, in September 1940, the War Damage Survey of the Architects Department of the London County Council, LCC, started to record bomb damage to the capital, using sheets of Ordnance Survey maps from 1916 that had been updated in 1940 to show boundary changes, new buildings, etc., on a scale of 1 to 2,500, 25.34 inches to the mile. The architects marked incidents of bomb damage across the city's 117 square miles, using different coloured pencils to indicate degrees of severity. Black denoted those buildings that had been totally destroyed. Purple, those damaged beyond repair. Those that had sustained serious damage, doubtful if repairable, were coloured dark red, while properties seriously damaged but repairable at cost were light red. Orange indicated non-structural general blast damage, and those in yellow had escaped all but minor damage, broken windows or roof tiles dislodged, for example. The architects kept up their meticulous work until the end of the German V-weapon offensive on the 27th of March 1945. V-weapon damage was indicated differently, and today their maps make sombre viewing. The docks consist of little other than large slabs of black, with small infills of purple round the edges. Even more shocking are the narrow streets edging the quays, where dock and factory workers lived in small terraced houses in the shadow of the heavy industries, their lives dominated by their proximity to their work. They often paid the ultimate price for that proximity as collateral damage to the industrial targets of the Luftwaffe. Most of the Isle of Dogs is black and purple, with the occasional flash of orange. There is not a single house that was untouched, and most were totally destroyed. It is much the same in Stepney, Bermondsey, Wapping, Poplar and Woolwich. East Ham, West Ham, Canning Town, Barking and Beckton are all outside the LCC administrative area, but they suffered grievously too, with people killed, seriously injured, bereaved, made homeless. Although of course not all the damage was done in those nightmare early days of September 1940, the toll then was chillingly high. In that month, 5,730 Londoners were killed, 9,003 were seriously injured, and countless others received minor injuries, the worst totals of the Blitz. By November 1940, 2,160 houses in Stepney had been demolished or were beyond repair, while 13,480 were damaged but repairable. A little further north in Hackney, where the Home Secretary, Minister for Home Security and former leader of the LCC, Herbert Morrison, was an MP, 1,349 homes had been destroyed in the same period, and 3,654 badly damaged. In Poplar, 800 homes were lost, and 13,200 badly damaged. South of the river suffered too, with Lambeth losing 1,758 houses, and Lewisham only slightly fewer, though a staggering 23,370 houses there were damaged, but just about repairable. There is also a list of those houses receiving first aid repairs, with bits of wood, roofing felt and tarpaulin pro tem, a roof over the residents' heads, but hardly a home anymore. 14,900 Lewisham houses had had emergency repairs by November, Poplar 8,500, and Wandsworth 9,898. Len Jones had spent the night of the 7th of September in a brick and concrete shelter in Poplar, which had lifted and moved, rolling almost as if it was a ship in a rough sea, and the suction and the blasts were coming in and out of the steel door, which was smashing backwards and forwards, bashing us against the walls. The worst part was the poor little kids. They were so scared they were screaming and crying, clutching at their parents. The heat was colossal. The steel door was so hot that you couldn't touch it, and everybody was being sick, and people were carrying out their normal bodily needs, and the smell was terrible. The next morning, Jones went to see how our house was, and when I got there, the front door was lying back, and the glass of the windows had fallen in, and you could see the top of the house had virtually disappeared. Inside, everything was blown to pieces. You could see it all by the red glow reflecting from the fires that were raging outside. Then I looked out the back, and I suddenly realised that where my father's shed and workshop used to be was just a pile of rubble, bricks. Then I saw two bodies, two heads sticking up. I recognised one head in particular. It was a Chinese man, Mr. Say. He had one eye closed, and I began to realise that he was dead. I just convulsed and couldn't get my breath. I was shaking completely. Then I thought, well, I must be dead, because they were. So I struck a match and tried to burn my finger. I kept doing this with a match to see if I was still alive. I could see, but I thought, I cannot be alive. This is the end of the world. All that morning the East End was a scene of chaos and despair, as people stumbled through the streets searching for family, friends and neighbours, in rest centres and hospitals, wondered where to go for food and assistance, scrabbled through the rubble to locate their possessions in houses that had been bombed, attempted to patch up the damage if that was possible, or simply got out. A Thames pleasure steamer was pressed into service to evacuate women and children from the narrow ruined streets of the Isle of Dogs, where most had lived all their lives, and which few had seen any reason to leave until now. What journalists called the mean streets of the East End were full of what one of them, Hilda Marchant of the Daily Express, described as a ragged, sleepless army whose homes had been smashed, a civilian Dunkirk fleeing the enemy, little houses 4 rooms and a bathtub, 8 shillings a week, rent to a private landlord, had taken the attack. At daylight, the people came up out of the shelters, and many saw the roofs of their homes turn to the sky. Families pushing perambulators or carts, clutching suitcases and bundles crammed with all they could carry, clothes, bedding, household goods, food, climbed through the streets that had once been 2 neat rows of houses and were now like a ploughed field, either trekking east to the open spaces of Epping Forest or heading up west, where it was believed to be safer, anywhere to get away from the East End before another night of hell. At midday, on Sunday the 8th of September, the Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, came to the East End with Duncan Sandys MP, who was married to Churchill's daughter Diana, his brother Jack, and his Chief of Staff, Major General Hastings Ismay, to inspect the damage for himself. They found the destruction much more devastating than they had imagined. Fires were still raging all over the place. Some of the large buildings were mere skeletons, and many of the smaller houses had been reduced to rubble. Clambering over the debris, Churchill went first to visit an air raid shelter in Columbia Road, Shoreditch, home of the flower market, where about 40 of the inmates had been killed, a very large number wounded. The place was full of people searching for their lost belongings when you arrived, Ismay reminded his boss later, when Churchill wanted to include the poignant occasion in his history of the Second World War. The Columbia Road bomb had been a particularly tragic introduction to the events of the next few months. In what the Daily Herald journalist Richie Calder called a 1,000,000 to 1 chance, a bomb had crashed directly through a ventilation shaft measuring only 3 feet by 1 foot, below which lay a shelter containing more than 1,000 people. Mothers were killed outright before they had a chance to protect their children. Babies were swept from perambulators. 3 or 4 support pillars were torn down, and about 50 people lay in stunned heaps. Perambulators and corrugated iron lay entangled at the scene. Although explosions could be heard in all directions, and the scene was illuminated by the glow of the East End fires, civil defence workers laboured fearlessly and feverishly among the debris, seeking the wounded, carrying them to safe places, tending their injuries. 9 doctors answered an SOS and saved lives by improvising tourniquets. They dressed wounds by the dim glow of torches. In one family, 3 children were killed. Their parents escaped. One man, when the smoke and noise had died down, searched for his wife, found her lying on the ground and turned her over. She was dead. However, as Ismay noted, of the big crowd, male and female, young and old, all seemingly very poor, while one might have expected them to be resentful against the authorities responsible for their protection, they stormed Churchill as he got out of the car, with cries of, "It was good of you to come, Winnie. We thought you'd come. We can take it. Give it back." Or so Ismay remembered. It was a very moving scene. You broke down completely, and I nearly did as I was trying to get through the press of bodies. I heard an old woman say, "You see, he really cares, he's crying." Later, we found many pathetic little Union Jacks flying on piles of masonry that had once been the homes of poor people. The point of the visit was to boost morale and show the nation that its leader was sympathetic to the East Enders' ordeal, and Churchill was snapped by press photographers as he bounded tirelessly from one bomb site to the next. But the Ministry of Information, anxious that no information on the effects of the raids should be seen by German intelligence, scratched anything from the negatives that might indicate the location and the full extent of the damage before a select few photographs of the prime ministerial tour appeared in the press. It was getting dark when Churchill set off back to Downing Street, although the flames of the previous night's fires still illuminated the sky. The Prime Minister's car had a long job getting through the narrow streets, many of which were blocked by houses having been blown across them. While the East End had taken the main impact of the bombs, some had fallen elsewhere. Near Victoria Station, along the banks of the Thames from Vauxhall Bridge to Putney Bridge, Battersea Power Station was put out of action, and in parts of West London. The seat of government was bound to be a target. Although Churchill was extremely reluctant to leave his official London home, He had been obliged to shut his family's country house, Chartwell in Kent, during the Battle of Britain that summer. But 10 Downing Street was no longer regarded as a safe haven for Britain's inspirational wartime leader, even though, in a flurry of works that had necessitated Churchill moving for a few nights to the Carlton Hotel in nearby Belgravia, a shelter had been built in the garden and a dining room and sitting room set up in the basement, which Jock Colville thought resembled third-class accommodation on a Channel steamer. The question of where to keep Britain's principal wartime asset led to a tussle that would continue between the obstinate Prime Minister and his staff and advisers throughout the early days of the Blitz. That Sunday, the second night of the Blitz, bombs fell again on the docks, reigniting fires that were still smouldering, starting new ones, and stretching the line of fire and destruction along the banks of the Thames. Soon 12 conflagrations were lighting up the sky and testing the resources of the fire service to their limit once again. The 200 German planes pounded the city too. Every railway line out of London to the south was put out of action, and factories and offices were destroyed, as were more homes. 412 Londoners were killed that night, and 747 seriously injured. Jerry Knight, who had memorably thought the whole bloody world's on fire the previous night, was on duty again at Pageant's Wharf Fire Station when the bombs started to drop. One fell on the station, killing Knight and a colleague, auxiliary fireman Dick Martin. All that could be found to identify the 44-year-old Knight were his standard-issue thigh-high fireman's boots. When the photographer Bert Hardy visited the East End 2 days later, he said it was like the end of the world, reported Alan Hutt. Whole streets, down and gone. East End soldiers deserting to rush home and frantically try to find their folks. A man and a woman sitting on a pile of wreckage, staring listlessly in front of them without speech. Revolting stories of official red tape in dealing with refugees and bereaved survivors, climaxing in the hideous affair of the refugees bunged into one East End school on Saturday night to be all bombed to death on Sunday. This hideous affair made unbearably raw all the fears and many of the tensions of the Blitz just a day after it started. A rest centre had been established at South Hallsville School in Agate Street, Canning Town, and it was there that 600 men, women and children had been led on Saturday night after it had been decided to evacuate the local area. The refugees were in a state of acute shock. Most had lost their homes. For some, members of their family had been killed or wounded or were missing. They had few, if any, possessions. Their clothes were torn and dirty, their faces blackened by smoke and soot, often caked with blood, their feet burned and lacerated. They clung to each other, terrified, confused, some hysterical, others racked with uncontrollable anger, others traumatised and unable to speak. Rest centre staff, hopelessly unprepared for such a sudden influx, themselves shocked and anxious, bustled around offering cups of tea, that ubiquitous British panacea, trying to find blankets for the refugees, many of whom were only wearing thin nightclothes, offering reassurances as bombs crashed all around and shrapnel grazed the walls. Don't worry, you'll be all right. We'll get you away. That day, Richie Calder had sought out the Reverend Peyton, a popular East End priest known locally as the Governor, whose Dockland church had been bombed the previous night. His pulpit still stood, but the roof and front wall had gone. I found the Governor at last. He was ashen grey with the anguish of the night. He had been out in the raids, helping his people throughout the night. His lips trembled and his eyes filled with tears when he spoke of his friends who were dead, injured or missing. But his main concern was for the living. He was dashing round the streets, seeking out the survivors whose homes had been wrecked. I went with him. We found many thousands sheltering in a school in the heart of the bombed area. I took a good look at the school. From the first glance, it seemed to me ominous of disaster. In the passages and classrooms were mothers nursing their babies. There were blind, crippled and aged people. Whole families were sitting in queues perched on pitiful baggage, waiting desperately for coaches to take them away from the terror of the bombs which had been raining down on them. These unfortunate people had been told to be ready for the coaches at 3 o'clock. Hours later, the coaches had not arrived. The governor and I heard women, the mothers of young children, protesting with violence and with tears about the delay. Men were cursing the officials, who only knew that coaches were expected. "Where are we going? Can't we walk there? We'll take a bus. There's a lorry we can borrow." The crowds clamoured for help, for information, for reassurance, but the officials knew no answer other than to offer a cup of tea. One mother complained that her children had been forbidden to play in the playground. The official showed me why. In the playground behind the school was a crater. The school was, in fact, a bulging, dangerous ruin. The bombs, which had rendered these people homeless, had also struck the building selected by the authorities as a rest centre. The school had already been bombed at the same time as the governor's church had been bombed. So had the parish church. So had other buildings and streets within a direct line with it. And then I knew, that Sunday afternoon, that as sure as night would follow day, the bombers would come again with the darkness, and that the school would be bombed. And so it was. Filled with foreboding, Calder hastened back to central London. 3 times I warned the Whitehall authorities during that evening that the people must be got away before more bombs dropped and certain disaster overtook them. Local folk back at the school were making equally frantic efforts to force the local authorities to act. But the displaced East Enders were still huddled in the shelterless school at 8 p.m. on Monday when the alert sounded. At 3:45 on the morning of Tuesday the 10th of September, the inevitable bomb scored a direct hit on South Hallsville School. Half the building was demolished, and hundreds of tons of masonry crashed down on its occupants. Rescue workers, frantically digging and scrabbling in the ruins, tried to free the injured, while a cordon was thrown around the area to keep people from seeing what was happening, and the censor warned the press that there were to be no reports or photographs of the tragedy, so injurious was it feared that it would be to the morale of the already disquieted city. The rescue services dug for 12 days, trying to find survivors under the slabs of concrete and piles of bricks that filled the crater where the bomb had fallen, before they had to concede defeat. The dead, or parts of the dead, were carefully transported to an emergency morgue at a nearby swimming pool. Soon the rumours flew as fast as the fires had taken hold. Hundreds were dead, and the authorities had ordered the site to be concreted over with bodies still entombed in the wreckage. Calder was incandescent with rage at the authorities, not only for failing to organise transport for the refugees, but also for failing to provide what he and others, including most vociferously the scientist and author of the book ARP, JBS Haldane, had urged was essential for London: sufficient deep shelters to provide safety for all those in vulnerable areas. Calder went again to the scene. I saw the gaping bomb crater, where stood a school used as a shelter centre, containing still uncounted bodies. Families wiped out while they waited for transport which never came. I saw the rescue men descending perilously into it with ropes around them, saw them pause every now and then, in a hushed, painful silence, listening for the sound of the living. Saw the tomb of whole families. I spoke to the men, fathers of families, who had been cursing on the Sunday. They were speechless and numbed by the horror of it. It has never been established why the coaches did not arrive. Maybe the address they had been given was inadequate. The George, a well-known pub in the area from which coaches from all over London set off for Essex, had been designated as the rendezvous point, but there are more pubs than one in the capital called the George. Maybe the coaches had been misdirected to Camden Town rather than Canning Town, or maybe the drivers, caught in the raid and seeing the devastation in the East End, simply turned back. Certainly, it was a grievous dereliction of duty on the part of the West Ham authorities to leave so many people unprotected in the eye of the raid. And whatever the reason, the result was fatal. 450 dead, Calder claimed in the bitter account that appeared the following year in his admonitory book, A Lesson of London. West Ham Council announced the death toll as 73, but locals still believe that nearer 200 people perished in South Hallsville School on the third night of the Blitz. Many of the bodies remained unclaimed, despite the fact that the Metropolitan Police circulated photographs in the area of those it was still possible to identify, and were buried in a communal grave in the East London Cemetery at Plaistow. "They call it Crater London now," read the trenchant journalist Hannon Swaffer's column in the Daily Herald. Traffic in the capital was at a standstill, with streets roped off because of unexploded bombs, fires still smouldering, and many city businesses closed. It was the King's turn to go to the people on Monday the 9th of September. Accompanied by Captain Ewan Wallace, Senior Regional Commissioner for Civil Defence, George VI paid a visit to Shoreditch, Bethnal Green, Stepney and Poplar before crossing the river to see the devastation of Bermondsey, Southwark and Lambeth. In places, a path had been hastily cleared through the debris so the royal party could proceed. At one point the King peered down into a crater ringed with backless houses, showing bedrooms and sitting rooms with furniture shattered and every curtain hanging in shreds. 20 houses had stood there the previous night, but there was now nothing but a hole large enough to hold 3 or 4 buses. George VI, not at all displeased to have a clear-cut wartime role at last as part of the morale-boosting posse, conscientiously insisted on a thorough tour, taking in the docks as well as the devastated streets. Later that day, as he was working in his study at Buckingham Palace, a random bomb fell on the north side of the building but did not explode until early the next morning, shattering windows and badly damaging the swimming pool. Each night, the King and Queen trekked to Windsor Castle in an armoured Daimler. It had been planned that they would go to Worcester in the event of an invasion, and the by now elderly Queen Mary, the Queen Mother, had decamped the previous year to Badminton, the Gloucestershire residence of her niece, the Duchess of Beaufort. Monday night's raids lasted for nearly 10 hours, killing 370 people and injuring 1,400. But the next night, for the first time, it seemed as if the fight back had begun. We had depended on anti-aircraft guns, and apart from a solitary salvo loosed at the beginning of the raids, no gun had been shot in our defence. We felt like sitting ducks and no mistake, wrote Violet Regan, wife of an ARP warden, who had sheltered in a Poplar school throughout the raids. It was difficult for civilians to understand why there should be no more than spasmodic gunfire from the anti-aircraft AA or AK from the staccato noise they made, guns, when hordes of enemy aircraft streamed over London most of the night, wrote the Commander-in-Chief of Anti-Aircraft Command, General Sir Frederick Pyle. The intricate and enormous problems of night shooting were unknown to them and impossible to explain. Londoners wanted to hear the guns shoot back. They wanted to feel that even if aircraft were not being brought down, at least the pilots were being made uncomfortable. It was abundantly apparent, the C&C concluded, that every effort must be made to defend the Londoner more effectively and to uphold his morale in so doing. Pyle fully appreciated that anti-aircraft guns take a little time to become effective after they have been moved to a new position. Telephone lines have to be laid, gun positions levelled, the warning system coordinated and so on. But as he lay in bed during those first nights of the Blitz, when, despite the very considerable increase in the number of guns by the second night of the battle, there did not seem to be much more anti-aircraft fire, he became both angry and frightened at the same time, much like the rest of the population of London, that our system was no good. He lay awake for the rest of the night, thinking how to deal with this business. What Pyle decided to do, though, had rather more to do with upping British morale than downing German planes. He gathered the senior AA officers together in the Signals Drill Hall in Brompton Road and instructed them that every gun was to fire every possible round. Fire was not to be withheld on any account. Guns were to go to the approximate bearing and elevation and fire. Searchlights were not to expose. RAF fighters were not going to operate over London, and every unseen target must be engaged without waiting to identify the aircraft as hostile. The result, Pyle found, was as astonishing to me as it appears to have been to the citizens of London, and apparently to the enemy as well. For although few of the bursts can have got anywhere near the target, the heights of aircraft steadily increased as the night went on, and many of them turned away before entering the artillery zone. It was in no sense a barrage, though I think by that name it will always be known. Anyway, it bucked up people tremendously. The midnight news said some nice things about us, and when I put a call through to my wife, the telephone operator said, "By God, this is the stuff. All the girls here are hugging each other." Next day, everyone said they had slept better, and for the first time, AA Command hit the headlines. Apart from comforting the civilians, it stimulated the gunners, who had been feeling pretty frustrated during the long nights when they had been compelled to hear aircraft flying overhead and dropping their bombs without being engaged. Although the barrage made sleep impossible in the crypt of the Archbishop of Canterbury's official residence, Lambeth Palace, with the noise continuing almost without intermission until 5:40 a.m., those sheltering there were much cheered by this offensive action, which in the view of the Archbishop's chaplain, the Reverend Alan Donn, had turned back many German planes and fewer bombs were dropped, at any rate in central London. The press was enthusiastic too. The Daily Herald wrote of a curtain of exploding steel, or an effective patchwork quilt protecting the capital, with London really baring its teeth. Londoners sat up in their shelters and listened. Spotters on London roofs looked at one another and smiled. "That's lovely music," said one of them, while a nameless man taking shelter felt that it was damned heartening. "It sounds like the answer to night bombing." Not everyone was pleased, of course. Spent shells falling back to the ground were hazardous, and some angry voices were raised in the southern and eastern suburbs upon which the retreating Luftwaffe jettisoned their bombs, while in another suburb the vibrations caused by the ack-ack guns were apparently cracking Council House lavatory pans, and would we mind very much moving the barrage elsewhere. "The Blitzkrieg spreads," announced the press on the 11th of September. "Hitler's murder squadrons make their most widespread attacks on the London area." That was how it would be every night, until fog and low cloud on the 3rd of November made it impossible for the Luftwaffe to locate their targets, and for one night the capital was silent. No alert, no bombs, no ack-ack fire. 57 nights of continuous raids with no respite. "What a fantastic life we lead these days," wrote Phyllis Warner, a teacher who lived at the Mary Ward Settlement Centre in Bloomsbury, in the journal Under the Terror that she kept during the Blitz and sent to the Washington Post to give the still neutral America some idea of the quotidian realities of wartime London. "Every night, as the siren goes regularly at 8 o'clock, we scuttle down into the cellar and are marooned there until 6 the next morning. My bedroom has never looked so invitingly comfortable as on these evenings, when I hastily dive into a siren suit, an all-in-one outfit modelled on a workman's boiler suit and much favoured by the rotund Winston Churchill, and retreat to the basement, and here we must spend our evening. Farewell to theatre, films, dances, dinner parties and such pleasures. We pass our evenings in dugouts trying to read, write, talk or play bridge, so far as the rattle of planes and the crash of bombs will allow. Yet this part of the night is better than the long hours of darkness, when we try to sleep through the horrors that surround us. This is the front line. This is the journey's end of this war. And men, women and children, we are trapped in it." In shelters much less congenial than the one at Mary Ward House, in domestic cellars, under the stairs, in damp Anderson shelters in back gardens, in public shelters in reinforced basements, or on the surface, on tube platforms or in muddy trenches dug in parks or other open spaces, in a margarine warehouse, under bridges and arches, those who remained in London, through necessity or choice, sat out those long, dark, dangerous nights. By the end of September, the month of the supposed knockout blow that the Luftwaffe hoped to deliver to Britain, 5,730 people had been killed in the London region. In July, the War Cabinet had taken the decision that it would be ill-advised to make casualty figures public. But once the Blitz started, it became clear that rumours often exaggerated the number of deaths and serious injuries. So stark notices were posted outside town halls, giving the number of those killed and injured, but without identifying the location of the incidents and insisting that the information must not be published in the press, lest it prove helpful to the Germans by informing them how successful their raids had been. On some nights that September and October, the raids were relatively light, with as few as 7 bombers coming over on the 6th of October. On others, there were as many as 410 on the 15th of October, but usually between 200 and 300 Heinkels, Dorniers and Junkers filled the sky. The main targets were still the city and the docks, but poor visibility, not entirely reliable navigational aids, and encounters with fighter planes, barrage balloons and searchlights, both of which forced the planes to fly higher, and ack-ack fire, meant that it was impossible to be certain of hitting a specific target, particularly by night. By early October, Luftwaffe pilots were being issued with maps that indicated a target area, that is, a zone of several square miles within which several targets lay, such as the land within the U-loop of the Thames, rather than a specific building or installation, such as Battersea Power Station or the West India Docks, as had previously been the case. Indiscriminate bombings is how Churchill referred to the Blitz, declaring that Hitler hoped, by killing large numbers of civilians and women and children, that he will terrorise and cow the people of this mighty imperial city and make them a burden and anxiety for the government, and thus distract our attention unduly from the ferocious onslaught he is preparing. But although the bombing did seem indiscriminate, and its intention might have seemed to be to kill and maim civilians, in fact, its intention was to devastate the London docks so that the food and material essential to the prosecution of war could not be imported, and to destroy government offices in central London from where the war was being directed. On the 9th of September, 90 bombers reached the capital and dropped some of their load on the suburbs: Kingston, Richmond, Malden, Surbiton, Purley. But as the Daily Express put it, Acacia Avenue clips its hedges beside a crater and carries on. The first of the many London hospitals that would be devastated by the Blitz, Queen Mary in West Ham, had been bombed on the 7th of September, killing 2 nurses and 6 patients. On the night of the 9th of September, a bomb fell on the London Hospital in Whitechapel Road and on St Thomas's Hospital on the Thames hard by Westminster Bridge, which had been designated as a wartime casualty clearing station, took a direct hit. 3 floors of a nurses' home on the north side collapsed, and 2 nurses and 4 masseurs were crushed to death under the falling masonry. One of the masseurs, 32-year-old Barbara Mortimer Thomas from Australia, was covered in debris and trapped in her bed 40 feet above ground by a steel girder, with only her head and shoulders visible, and the floor supporting her likely to collapse at any minute. Her cries alerted the rescue squad, who started the hazardous task of building a scaffolding tower among the dislodged masonry to reach her, and carefully cut a hole in the wall so that drinks and a hot water bottle could be passed to her, and morphine injected into her one free arm. Mortimer Thomas joked with her rescuers, but just as they were about to free her after 16 hours, a doctor crawled through the wreckage and found that she had died. The hospital's X-ray department was put out of action, and 25 patients were carefully carried to another ward. 70 others were moved to other hospitals or sent home, while the entire staff repaired to the basement, a most incredible sight. One could hardly move without stumbling over a sleeping form. The next day, since the water supply had failed, all the remaining patients, except one who had been brought in as an emergency appendicitis case that morning, were evacuated to sector hospitals in the country, with medical students carrying the stretchers to waiting ambulances. St Thomas's was hit again on the 13th of September, and again on the 15th, when 2 surgeons and a nurse were killed, and 4 seriously injured, including one in charge of the first aid post, who subsequently died. The outpatients ward, the dispensary, and the hospital chapel were badly damaged, and the electricity supply was cut off, so doctors and nurses had to tend the patients by candlelight or using the few battery-powered nightlights available. The hospital was hit 3 more times during the Blitz. It was, in the words of its historian, for most of the war, little more than a heap of ruins, yet it never closed entirely. When things were bad, life was carried on in the basement. When things were better, a semblance of normal life and work miraculously took over in hastily cleared-out rooms and wards. An air raid shelter had been established in the basement of Buckingham Palace by appropriating one of the housekeepers' rooms. The ceilings were reinforced with steel girders, the high window protected by steel shutters. The furniture came from all over the palace, while the decoration consisted of valuable Dutch landscapes, many featuring canal bridges and ruminant cows. An axe and an emergency escape ladder lay ready alongside a bottle of smelling salts. Members of the royal household sheltered in an adjacent room with a piano, but the king vetoed its use for rousing sing-songs. "My darling mamma," Queen Elizabeth wrote to Queen Mary on Friday the 13th of September, "I hardly know how to tell you of the horrible attack on Buckingham Palace this morning. Bertie and I arrived there at about 11:15, and he and I went up to our poor windowless rooms to collect a few odds and ends. As the Queen was removing an eyelash from the eye of the King, they heard a plane, which caused them to remark, 'Ah, a German,' as a bomb screamed down. I saw a great column of smoke and earth thrown up into the air, and then we all ducked like lightning into the corridor. There was another tremendous explosion, and we and our 2 pages who were outside the door remained for a moment or two in the corridor, away from the staircase in case of flying glass. It is curious how one's instincts work at these moments of great danger, as quite without thinking, the urge was to get away from the windows. Everybody remained wonderfully calm, and we went down to the shelter. I was so pleased with the behaviour of our servants. They were really magnificent. 3 of those servants, working below in the chapel, were badly injured, and 1 subsequently died of his injuries." That same afternoon, the royal couple toured the East End. "The damage there is ghastly," the Queen told her mother-in-law. "I really felt as if I was walking in a dead city. All the houses evacuated, and yet through the broken windows one saw all the poor little possessions, photographs, beds, just as they were left. At the end of the street is a school, South Hallsville School, that was hit and collapsed on top of the 500 people waiting to be evacuated. About 200 are still under the ruins, as was believed locally. It does affect me seeing this terrible and senseless destruction. I think that I mind it much more than being bombed myself. The people are marvellous and so full of fight. One could not imagine that life could become so terrible. We must win in the end. P.S. Dear old BP is still standing, and that is the main thing." Harold Nicholson, now working in the Ministry of Information, had been concerned that it would not play well with EastEnders if, while they were suffering so grievously, the toffs up west got off lightly. "There is much bitterness. It is said that even the King and Queen were booed the other day when they visited the destroyed areas. Clement Davis, Liberal MP and post-war party leader, says that if the Germans had had the sense not to bomb west of London Bridge, there might have been a revolution in this country. Fortunately, in this context, the Germans displayed remarkably little such sense, and had smashed about Bond Street and Park Lane and readjusted the balance somewhat on the 9th of September. 4 days later, an aircraft was seen coming down the Mall, having dived through the clouds and dropped 2 bombs in the forecourt, 2 in the quadrangle, 1 in the chapel and the other in the garden. There is no doubt that it was a direct attack on the palace. The attack allowed the press to caption a photograph of the Queen meeting one EastEnder. 2 women whose home has been bombed chat about the experience. And the King told his mother that in his view, the couple's visits to bombed areas helped people who have lost their relations and homes, and we have found a new bond with them as Buckingham Palace has been bombed as well as their homes, and nobody is immune. if nobody was immune, which indeed few were, at least the royals could dress the part for their important role as morale boosters, as their siren-suited Prime Minister fulfilled that of warrior leader. George VI chose a series of uniforms, wearing in turn the dress of each of the high ranks he bore, as Admiral of the Fleet, a Field Marshal, and Marshal of the Royal Air Force, making no further public appearances in mufti after the outbreak of war. He gave visible notice that he considered himself as continually on duty as any man in the fighting services, in the words of an admiring booklet published after the war. The Queen had the right to wear a number of uniforms, including those of the WRNS, the WAAF, and the St John Ambulance Brigade, and by 1945, her elder daughter, Princess Elizabeth, was entitled to wear the uniform of the ATS, Auxiliary Territorial Service, the women's branch of the army. Presumably, the Queen could also have considered agreeing to don the bottle green and beetroot garb of the Women's Voluntary Service, the WVS. But instead, the royal dressmaker, Norman Hartnell, who had made her a gown especially for air raid nights and a black velvet case for her gas mask, turned his mind to the problem. He had considered that he might perhaps have been useful to the War Office in camouflage, for I had many years of experience in the very antithesis of the art. It had been my special task to make figures stand out in sharp relief to the background, as has to be done in the case of royalty. What, he pondered, might be appropriate wear for bombed sites and the devastated areas all over the country? How should the Queen appear before the distressed women and children whose own kingdom, their small homes, had been shattered and lay crumbled at their feet? In black? Black does not appear in the rainbow of hope. Conscious of tradition, the Queen made the wise decision in adhering to the gentle colours, and even though they became muted into what one might call dusty pink, dusty blue, and dusty lilac, she never wore green, presumably for reasons of superstition, and she never wore black. She wished to convey the most comforting, encouraging, and sympathetic note possible. Her hats, made by Mr. Arga Tharup, were always innocent of veils, so the populace could gaze on this sympathetic countenance without hindrance. A sense of invasion, wrote Virginia Woolf in her diary on the 14th of September. That is, lorries of soldiers and machines, like cranes walloping along to New Haven. A raid is on. Workmen on the hangar haystack, disguising a gun, said, "Wish I was as sure of £1,000 as of winning the war." The 15th of September 1940 was the day on which it was expected that German forces would invade Britain. "It may be this weekend," the Daily Herald had warned on the 12th, reporting that Hitler had been accumulating shipping in the Channel ports, Hamburg and the Baltic, and obviously does not intend to let them rot. As the Prime Minister said last night, this invasion may never materialise. Equally, from present indications, it would seem that its attempt will not be long delayed. It may come anywhere, in several heads from the coastline, which is now in German hands. It is certain that everywhere it will meet with terrific opposition. There had already been an invasion scare on the night the Blitz started. The previous week, barges, motor launches and larger vessels had been photographed massing on the other side of the Channel, to such an extent that, according to the official history, by the morning of the 7th there was much evidence from reconnaissance alone to suggest that an early landing might be expected. In addition, German troops and dive bombers seemed to be moving into position ready for an attack. A rowing boat containing 4 Germans who confessed or claimed to be spies gathering intelligence for an invasion was captured off the English coast, and as the final clincher, the moon and tides were in the right conjunction for such a crossing. The chiefs of staff were informed that an invasion might be imminent. At 8:07 p.m, the signal Operation Cromwell went out to all formations in London and the South East for immediate action. Other commands were also told, but for information only. However, several zealous Home Guard commanders in various parts of Britain summoned their units by ringing church bells. These had been silenced after Dunkirk and were only to be rung when it was clear that an invasion had started. In the febrile atmosphere of expectancy, heightened by notices flashed on cinema screens recalling soldiers to their barracks at once, rumours rapidly spread that the skies were already full of German parachutists and flotillas of German motorboats were speeding towards English beaches. Members of the Home Guard hurried to their recruiting stations or carried out their jobs with rifles slung over their shoulders. Householders paraded outside their homes with brooms, garden forks and spades, and the challenge, "Who goes there?" rang out throughout the land. After this panic, General Sir Alan Brooke, Commander-in-Chief of Home Forces since July, tightened up procedures. In future, no church bells were to be rung until he had personally counted a minimum of 25 German parachutists floating down onto British soil and communicated the fact. But the invasion did not come that night, nor any other. It was doubtful if the Germans could have mustered the 20,000 parachutists that the British government feared. The Kriegsmarine did not have any special landing craft at the time, and its commander, Admiral Erich Raeder, did not consider that a seaborne invasion was remotely feasible, while General Alfred Jodl, deputy to Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, head of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OBW, the high command of the German armed forces, advised Hitler that invasion should only be contemplated when Britain was paralysed and practically incapable of fighting in the air. On the 12th of October, Hitler postponed Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion of Britain, and in January 1941 effectively cancelled it. But at the time, of course, no one in Britain could be sure that this was the case, and that the Blitz was not the final softening up prior to an invasion. A state of alertness was maintained, and would be reactivated on occasions both as a defence and to encourage the war effort. London was not alone in those dark days of September and October 1940 in experiencing death, injury and destruction from the air. There were spasmodic raids on the home counties. Liverpool had been attacked 60 times by the end of the year, and German bombs had also fallen on the Midlands, Scotland, Wales, the south coast ports Southampton and Portsmouth, the West Country and the North East. But the capital took the brunt of the Luftwaffe attack, with 27,500 high-explosive bombs and countless incendiaries and parachute mines dropped between the 7th of September and the 13th of November. In those 2 months, London became a city pockmarked with ruins and rubble, its streets assaulted, private spaces ripped open to public gaze, landmarks that had stood for centuries instantly made jagged and fragile, the aftermath of the previous night's onslaught evident in the pall of smoke and dust that hung over the capital, the smell of burning that lingered in the autumn air, roads closed, the snaking coils of fire hoses, the weary, soot-blackened faces of the firemen, the ARP wardens, the heavy rescue squads, the numbing sense of exhaustion. Vere Hodgson, a Birmingham-born woman living and working as a social worker in West London, had come back to the capital to face the Blitz, as she put it, on the 10th of September 1940. This was the night the anti-aircraft barrage took on a formidable tone and gave Londoners some satisfaction. They had more to listen to than bombs falling one by one. I shall never forget the next fortnight as long as I live. Sleepless, terrified nights, and days when you could fall off your chair with weariness, and yet somehow held on. The tense look on the faces of the inhabitants of Notting Hill Gate, for of course I ventured nowhere else. With newspapers forbidden to mention the precise locations of bomb damage, Londoners discovered the topography of destruction for themselves. Anthony Heap, a local government official living with his mother not far from King's Cross Station, heard of all sorts of places near us which were supposed to have been bombed, but on walking round this afternoon observed that it was the usual pack of false rumours, with one exception, Harrington Square, where we used to live. I could see that 2 houses on the north side of the square had been completely demolished, and a bomb had dropped in the roadway and blown up a bus against them. The bus was still there, standing lengthways against the ruins. Furthermore, the roofs had been blown off 2 houses on the corner of Lidlington Place and 13 houses in Eversholt Street. Most of the square's inhabitants had been down the shelter and escaped injury, but 1 or 2 people had been killed, and they were still trying to get out someone buried in the basement. The volume of gas in our stove, very slight today. Presumably some of the borough's supplies being transferred to other districts where the mains have been hit. I heard that Two Swords Cinema caught a packet last night, so as soon as the all clear went at 6:25 on the 9th of September, I dashed along to see. And by gosh, it had too. Only the front of it in Marylebone Road and the proscenium was left standing. The rest was completely demolished, as were some buildings behind it as well. Not a single window in any building in the vicinity remained intact. Huge crowds thronged along the Marylebone Road to see the ruins. It was one of the sights of London today. 10th. Spent entire afternoon going round sightseeing in the raid-devastated areas. Holborn was easily the worst of the lot. Most of the centre between it and Chancery Lane and Red Lion Square was laid waste. Only 2 theatres kept open last night, the Coliseum and the Criterion. The West End and local cinemas kept open, but hardly did any business, reported Heath, who by the 16th of September had got a job in Finsbury Council's Borough Treasurer's office, and reported that every time anyone in the office goes out wage paying or rent collecting, they come back having witnessed some fresh scene of devastation. Over the next few weeks he chronicled the damage to central London. St Paul's Cathedral, where broken masonry was still piled up in front of the altar, and sun streamed in through a hole in the roof. Temple Bar, St Clement Danes Church, the statue of Richard I, only the sword bent on this, outside the House of Lords. The whole area around Cambridge Circus on the south side is in terrible state now. Practically every street is blocked with debris, which the Army Pioneer Corps have now been detailed to clear away. Next week, 5,000 of them start work on this all over London. Bomb almost demolished 145 Piccadilly, the house in which the King and Queen used to live when they were Duke and Duchess of York. London Palladium burnt inside, nothing visible outside. St James's Church, Piccadilly, partly demolished. The 50 Shillings Tailor opposite burned down. The Carlton Club in Pall Mall stopped a direct hit. Also Carlton House Terrace, opposite the former German embassy. Bomb in Blackfriars Bridge Road hit 5 trams held up by traffic lights during the rush hour. Many casualties. Looked at bombed-out theatres, Brewer Street, Savile Theatre. Drury Lane Theatre only just missed a bomb. Alleged Queen's Theatre bombed. But on the 10th of November, Heap was able to report that just a week after London's first raid-free night since the 7th of September, no raids at all today till evening. Some people inclined to link this with Neville Chamberlain's death, since the now derided champion of peace died today, a broken and disappointed man. In fact, it was the previous day. Though in Heap's view, what the bellicose little upstarts in power today may think of him, history cannot but judge him as a fine statesman and a great gentleman. Lambeth Palace, which was perilously close to the river, had received a direct hit on the 20th of September. Alan Donn recorded, "Bomb entered roof just above large drawing room window. Drawing room parlour, little drawing room are wrecked, and bedrooms above are a mass of ruins. The pantry, etc., a mass of rubble. 4 airmen sleeping under a table in the knife room next to the coal hole were only saved by the fact that they had a table over their heads. The contents of the drawing room fell on top of them, but they crawled out unhurt. The people in the basement passage were covered with dust and got a severe shaking, but were uninjured. The crypt was full of people, some 200 of them. Had the bomb landed on the other side of Cranmer's Tower, they would have received the full force of the explosion. That no one was injured is a miracle. The force of the blast was terrific. The furniture, panelling, etc., is reduced to matchwood. The shutters were lying in fragments on the lawn. Some of the pieces landed beyond the terrace. The wall of the house is bulging dangerously, and great blocks of masonry fell onto the grass. A gaping hole in the roof yawns above the landing. The whole place is covered in white dust, and much of the glass is broken." The Archbishop of Canterbury was not in residence that night, but when Canterbury Cathedral was bombed for the second time in October, Don began to wonder, are the Germans deliberately trying to kill the primate? They have had shots at the King and the Prime Minister, and they doubtless have no love for C.C., Cosmo Cantuar. By mid-October, the Bishop of London reported that between 20 to 25 of his churches have been put out of action entirely, while another 250 have been more or less damaged. St James's Piccadilly is a serious loss. There is scarcely an historic building in London that remains entirely unscathed. And yet we are told that 3 years of such bombing would be needed to destroy a quarter of London, wrote Don. The sight of their ravaged city would imprint itself forever on Londoners who lived through that intense time. On the 26th of September, Phyllis Warner went shopping in Oxford Street. "I almost wish I hadn't. The sight of that fearful destruction makes me feel so much worse tonight." It had been severely bombed in the early hours of the 18th of September. The less one sees of the results of the bombs, the better. The big stores are carrying on gallantly in spite of their troubles. I bought a dress at D.H. Evans. There wasn't a pane of glass in the shop, and the models are all nakedly exposed to the street. But the shop girls, wrapped up in big coats, were models of helpfulness, and I got just what I wanted. John Lewis's great building was bombed and burned until it's only a blackened shell, but it bears the defiant notice, reopening on October the 5th. The other big stores are running business as usual in such corners as remain. Virginia Woolf also observed the destruction of that great city, the love of which was, as she wrote to her friend, the composer Ethel Smythe, "My only patriotism. To see London all blasted raked my heart." On the same day that Vere Hodgson returned to London, the Woolfs, Virginia and Leonard, came up from Sussex to spend, perhaps, our strangest visit. When we got to Gower Street, a barrier with diversion on it, no sign of damage, but coming to Doughty Street, a crowd, Meck Square, Mecklenburgh Square, where the Woolfs had their London home, roped off. Wardens there, not allowed in. The house, about 30 yards from us, struck at 1 this morning by a bomb, completely ruined. Another bomb in the square and exploded. We walked round the back, stood by Jane Harrison's house. The classical scholar and anthropologist who died in 1928 had lived at number 11. The house was still smouldering. That is, a great pile of bricks, underneath all the people who had gone down to the shelter. Scraps of clothing hanging to the bare walls at the side still standing. A looking-glass, I think, swinging, like a tooth knocked out, a clean cut. Our house undamaged. No windows yet broken. Perhaps the bomb has now broken them. We saw Sage Bernal, the scientist, J.D. Bernal, who worked as scientific advisor to the Research and Experiments Department of the Ministry of Home Security during the war, with an armband, jumping on top of the bricks. Who lived there? I suppose the casual young men and women I used to see from my window, the flat dwellers who used to have flower pots and sit on the balcony, all now blown to bits. The garage man at the back, blear-eyed and jerky, told us he had been blown out of his bed by the explosion, made to take shelter in a church, a hard, cold seat, he said, and a small boy lying in my arms. I cheered when the all-clear sounded. I'm aching all over. We went on to Gray's Inn, left the car and saw Holborn. Vast gap at the top of Chancery Lane, smoking still. Some great shops entirely destroyed. The hotel opposite like a shell. In a wine shop there were no windows left. People standing at the tables, I think being served. Heaps of blue-green glass in the road at Chancery Lane. Men breaking off fragments left in the frames. Glass falling. Then to Lincoln's Inn, to the NS, New Statesman office. Windows broken, but house untouched. We went over to it. Deserted. Glass on stairs. Wet passages. Doors locked. So back to the car. A great block of traffic. The cinema behind Madame Tussauds torn open, the stage visible. Some decorations swinging. All the Regent's Park houses with broken windows, but undamaged. And then miles and miles of orderly, ordinary streets, all Bayswater and Sussex Square as usual. Streets empty, faces set and eyes bleared. Then at Wimbledon a raid. People began running. We drove through almost empty streets as fast as possible. Horses taken out of shafts. Cars pulled up. Then the all clear. One of the oddest things about everyday life, mused Phyllis Warner on the 19th of September, is its mixture of ruthless horror and everyday routine. I pick my way to work past the bomb craters and the shattered glass and sit at my desk in a room with a large hole in the roof. A block of paving stone came through, next to a house reduced to matchwood. Housewives are giving prosaic orders to the baker and the milkman. Of course, ordinary life must go on, but the effect is fantastic. Nobody seems to mind the day raids, which do little damage. It's the nights, which are like a continuous nightmare, from which there is no merciful awakening. Yet people won't move away. I know that I'm a fool to go on sleeping in central London, which gets plastered every night. But I feel that if others can stand it, so can I. Chapter 3. Sheltering. What a domestic sort of war this is. It happens in the kitchen, on landings, beside washing baskets. It comes to us without stirring a yard from our own doorsteps to meet it. Even its catastrophes are made terrible, not by strangeness, but by familiarity. John Strachey, Post D, 1941. On the night of the 12th of September, Whitehall was hit during a raid, and the Ministry of Transport was damaged by high-explosive bombs. Plans had already been made to move the Cabinet and the Chiefs of Staff to a citadel in the basement of the GPO's research centre at Dollis Hill in northwest London, codenamed Paddock, if Whitehall were to be bombed out, though other options had been considered, including various reinforced concrete buildings close to Whitehall, such as a rotunda in Horseferry Road. On the 20th of September, Winston Churchill and his wife Clementine, accompanied by Jock Colville, went to look over what might be their new London home. They inspected the flats and the deep underground rooms, safe from the biggest bomb, where the Cabinet and its satellites, e.g. me, would work and, if necessary, sleep, wrote Colville. They are impressive, but rather forbidding. I suppose if the present intensive bombing continues, we must get used to being troglodytes, trogs, as the PM puts it. I begin to understand what the early Christians must have felt about living in the catacombs. In fact, the PM would prove to be only an occasional and somewhat peripatetic trog, as in the early days of the Blitz he experimented to find what suited him best, somewhat to the alarm of his staff. One member of his private office, John Peck, wrote a spoof memo under the Churchill-esque heading, "Action this day. Pray, let 6 new offices be fitted for my use in Selfridges, Lambeth Palace, Stanmore, Tooting Bec, the Palladium, and Mile End Road. I will inform you at 6 each evening at which offices I shall dine, work, and sleep. Accommodation will be required for Mrs. Churchill, 2 shorthand typists, 3 secretaries, and Nelson, the resident black cat at number 10, of which Churchill had grown fond. There should be a shelter for all, and a place for me to watch air raids from the roof. This should be completed by Monday. There is to be no hammering during office hours, that is, between 7 a.m. and 3 a.m, WSC, 31st of the 10th, 1940. In the event, Churchill spent most of his working day at 10 Downing Street, occasionally repairing for the night to the underground Cabinet War Rooms just off Whitehall, the nerve centre from which, in his words, he directed the war, or to London Underground's offices, housed in Down Street Underground Station in Mayfair, on the Piccadilly line between Dover Street, now Green Park, and Hyde Park Corner stations, which had been closed in 1932 and adapted as offices for the Railway Executive Committee. This was considered to be safe and boasted a large dining room where the food was reputed to be excellent, though it could be noisy, as underground trains rattled past. In December 1940, the Churchills moved into a ground-floor flat in the number 10 annex above the Cabinet War Rooms. It was hardly bomb-proof, but it was more robust than number 10 itself, and was at least fitted with heavy steel shutters that could be closed during an air raid. Apart from Winston's occasional excursions underground, it was in this ex-typing pool that the couple largely saw out the war. The question of how best to protect the public during air raids was one that had exercised the government and civil servants for some time. It had long been estimated that each ton of high explosives dropped on a congested area would cause as many as 50 casualties, and the RAF had reckoned that on average 700 tons of bombs would be dropped daily, although in the first few days, in an effort to achieve a knockout blow, the figure was more likely to be nearer 950 tons. Or perhaps the Germans would decide on a week-long attrition that would deliver as much as 3,500 tons on London in the first 24 hours. An indication of the effects of intense air raids was brought sickeningly home to many British people as they sat in their cinema seats watching newsreels of the bombing of Barcelona and Bilbao during the Spanish Civil War. A vital matter was to give the public warning of an impending air raid. The country had been divided into 111 warning districts, based on telephone areas rather than local authority boundaries, and messages about approaching enemy aircraft were originated by RAF Fighter Command, which, using direct telephone lines, cascaded the warning to control centres. These would then transmit the message in strict order of priority to those on the warning list: government offices, military establishments, the police, civil defence HQs, fire brigades, and large industrial concerns in particular areas. Each stage of alert was distinguished by a different colour code name. A yellow message was the preliminary caution, meaning that enemy planes were estimated to be about 22 minutes flying time away. This message was confidential, and the public would not have been aware of its receipt, since those receiving it were instructed to take the necessary precautions in as unobtrusive way as possible. A red message, the action warning, was relayed when the planes were 12 minutes flying time away. This was the signal for the police to activate the air raid sirens in their district, which emitted a low moaning sound that rose to a querulous wail, a wailing banshee, in Churchill's phrase, alerting the public to the fact that a raid was imminent and that they should seek shelter. Fighter Command finally sent the green message, all clear, indicating raiders past. For this, the sirens sounded a steady 2-minute note. In July 1940, the government shifted the balance from safety first to production first, as the war effort was being disrupted by workers unnecessarily spending unproductive hours in shelters, particularly during daytime raids, when an alert might last for 3 or 4 hours. The Home Secretary and Minister for Home Security, Sir John Anderson, announced that workers engaged in wartime production should be encouraged to continue at work after a public air raid warning until it is clear that an enemy attack is actually imminent in their neighbourhood. This was to be made practicable by the recruitment of roof spotters, who would alert the workers when enemy planes were sufficiently close for them to need to take shelter. On the 25th of July, another colour was introduced into the spectrum. A purple message would be sent to districts which, although they might be on the raiders' flight path, were not expected to be a target. On receipt of this, all outside lighting had to be extinguished, but factories were allowed to continue to work at night after the red message had sounded, since there would be no lights to attract raiders. It did have other effects, for example slowing down rail transport and reducing outside work. Once the Blitz started, the duration of the alert and the all-clear warnings was halved from 2 minutes to 1. In December 1937, the Air Raid Precautions Act had laid on local authorities the responsibility for the protection of persons and property from injury and damage in the event of hostile attacks from the air, and required them to submit ARP schemes for approval. There were few guidelines, though a small number of model scenes were circulated. Part of the problem was that no one seemed entirely sure what would be needed, since there was little conclusive evidence of the effect that high explosive bombs would have, and much more concentration was focused on the effects of poison gas than on what could be done to protect people from bomb splinters, for example. Local authorities received assurances that government funding of around 60 to 75% of the cost, as much as 85% in the case of poor boroughs, of ARP preparations, including shelters, would be forthcoming, providing their schemes were accepted. In April 1938, Sir John Anderson, who was then Lord Privy Seal, had recognised that the shelter problem was probably the most difficult of all the questions with which local authorities were confronted. The government initially acted on two money-saving assumptions. The first was that most towns and cities would have a large amount of accommodation which by adaptation and strengthening and by the use of sandbags could be made to give reasonable protection. The second, that all householders needed, was advice from local officials, and that they would generally do what they could to increase the natural protection of their homes, though in fact many of the houses in the most vulnerable target areas were poorly and cheaply constructed, and their natural protection was all but non-existent. Nevertheless, the government's policy for protection of the population during air raids was and would remain one of dispersal. It feared the consequences of hundreds of frightened people sheltering together in one place and the effect on life and morale if such a shelter received a direct hit. This consideration was inextricably linked to the policy of evacuating useless mouths, that is, women and children who could not materially contribute to the war effort, away from urban and industrial centres as soon as war broke out, and also led to the closing of cinemas on the outbreak of war, though most soon reopened, bans on large crowds at places of entertainment, football matches and other sporting events, and the implementation of a shelter policy. Local authorities were required to undertake a survey of buildings in their area that could be strengthened to provide shelter accommodation and to put in place plans to dig shelters in public open spaces. It was, however, considered inadvisable to immobilise open spaces during peacetime by turning them into a trench system, which might have been frighteningly reminiscent of the Western Front in the First World War, bearing the suggestion that the home front would indeed become the battlefront. Meanwhile, householders were advised in a government-issue booklet, The Protection of Your Home Against Air Raids, to designate one room as a refuge room against poison gas or bombs, ideally a basement or cellar, but if neither of these was available, any room with solid walls is safer than being out in the open. In the event of an air raid, the head of the household should send all those under his, the male role was assumed, care with their respirators, gas masks, to the refuge room and keep them there until he heard the raiders passed, or all clear, as it became known, and had satisfied himself that the danger had passed and the neighbourhood was free from gas. The Munich crisis at the end of September 1938, when Neville Chamberlain desperately parleyed with Adolf Hitler in an attempt to find a solution to German demands for parts of Czechoslovakia, ratcheted up the need to find ways to enable Britain to stand the test of imminent war. On the 24th of September, the Home Office issued directives to local authorities in heavily populated areas to construct deep trench shelters to accommodate 10% of their residents. This work to be completed within an entirely unrealistic 3 days. The trenches were dug in public spaces such as parks, playing fields and recreation grounds, while householders who had sufficient space were encouraged to get digging in their gardens. A leaflet was circulated, setting out how the trenches should be constructed, and owners of private land, such as golf courses, were approached for permission to slash into their greensward. By early October, something like 1 million feet of trenches had been dug. But these were only ever intended to be used by people caught in a raid, not as somewhere to go to when the alert sounded, a misapprehension that was to endure throughout the Blitz. The government constructed or adapted shelters for short-term use. A person's proper place during a raid was considered to be in their home. But for many of the population, their homes offered little or no protection, and they sought refuge in public shelters, or anywhere that they believed was safer than their own usually shelterless, basement and cellarless homes. Although the survey of buildings in London, with a view to adapting them as shelters, was more or less complete, no structural work at all had been started at the time of Munich, though sandbags started to be piled up around government buildings to protect them. By the time the crisis passed, some unsystematic work had been done in shoring up basements, but there was a general shortage of materials and a lack of precise technical information, besides which, even if suitable buildings had been identified for shelter use, if they were privately owned, the local authorities had no power to requisition them. In the majority of London boroughs, as in towns and cities throughout the country, there was still no public shelters by late September 1938. But at the end of that year, the government finally gave some substance to its policy of dispersal, announcing that standard steel shelters, constructed of corrugated 800-weight curved steel sheets and soon to be universally known as Anderson shelters, were to be issued to 2.5 million households in large towns in the most vulnerable areas. This number of shelters was reckoned to be capable of sheltering 10 million people out of a potential vulnerable population of nearly 27 million. The distribution started in February 1939, and anyone earning less than £250 a year could receive their shelter for free. When these had been distributed, it was intended to produce more for sale. Anderson shelters were 6 feet high, 6 feet long, and 4 feet 6 inches wide, and had to be dug 2 feet into the ground and covered with earth or sand. Each could accommodate up to 4 or, at a squash, 6 persons, and they were fairly easy to erect. They were not bomb-proof, as the government pointed out, and would not save their occupants from a direct hit from an HE bomb, but, if correctly positioned and well covered, they did offer protection against bomb fragments, blast and falling debris. But of course, Anderson shelters were not suitable for everyone. You needed to have a garden. Trenches dug at the time of Munich were inspected and, if suitably sited, were redug if necessary to 4 feet deep, lined with concrete or steel, and their entrances closed. But they had no sanitary arrangements or even duckboard flooring, making them unsuitable for night-long occupation, though this often happened, were cold and apt to become waterlogged. In any case, once the Munich crisis had passed, many local authorities had filled in their trenches and were reluctant to start digging again. On the 15th of March 1939, German troops occupied Prague in direct contravention of the Munich Agreement. Civil defence measures in Britain were immediately escalated. A new civil defence bill conferred wide-ranging peacetime powers on local authorities that included the right to designate buildings as public shelters. Shops, for example. Dickinson Jones in Regent Street had a much sought-after basement shelter, as did D.H. Evans in Oxford Street. Or clubs or institutes, against the wish of the owner if necessary, and to do whatever structural work was required, paying compensation if appropriate. Those people with incomes that entitle them to a government-issue Anderson shelter were supplied free of charge with materials to strengthen their refuge room if they had no space for an external shelter, and the local authority would be reimbursed for the cost of doing the work. New buildings had to incorporate spaces for shelters, and employers with a workforce of 50 or more in a designated target area were obliged to provide shelter accommodation and to organise ARP services for their employees. They would receive government funding to help pay for this. Smaller firms in the same areas could apply for funding to safeguard their workforces. Anderson shelters and reinforced basements were not going to provide protection for all those in vulnerable areas. So in May 1939, money was made available for materials for local authorities to build public outdoor shelters, though they did have to foot the bill for the construction costs. For blocks of flats where there was no suitable shelter accommodation for all the residents, and where most were not eligible for free shelters, the landlord could be compelled to build one, if petitioned to do so, by more than 50% of the tenants, and could recoup the cost by raising all the rents. Despite these initiatives, by September 1939, shelter provision was lamentably behind schedule. There was a shortfall of about 1 million of the promised Anderson shelters, Those delivered were optimistically pronounced to provide protection for 60,000 people, meaning that even in what were believed to be the most dangerous areas, many people had no shelters, and none were offered for sale until the following month. These cost between £6.14 and £10.18, easy terms available. However, the take-up was limited. By April 1940, fewer than 1,000 had been bought, while the basement strengthening programme had hardly started. In some places, the provision of public shelters was more advanced. About 3/4 of the trenches dug at the time of Munich had been reinforced. The City of London reported that its public shelter building programme was complete, and on the eve of war, most cities exercised their power to requisition suitable sites. Notices proclaiming "public shelter" appeared on various buildings, some more suitable than others. At the end of August 1939, in tardy recognition of this unsatisfactory provision, the government urged local authorities to provide purpose-built public shelters, above-ground, heavily protected, brick and concrete constructions capable of holding up to 50 people. Fortunately, the 8-month respite of the phony war, which effectively lasted until May 1940, meant that shelter provision could continue in wartime. However, the materials needed for shelters were now urgently required for military purposes. Smaller Anderson shelters, only 4 feet 5 inches long, were now produced and pronounced suitable for 4 persons, while the original standard Anderson was redesignated as large enough for 6 people, with an extension tacked on to allow it to accommodate up to 10 if necessary. Finally, in April 1940, the production of Anderson shelters was suspended altogether, but by the start of the Blitz, nearly 2.5 million had been distributed, theoretically providing shelter for 12.5 million people. Many gardens, however, were littered with unerected Anderson shelters, now rusting and near useless. Some enterprising boroughs, such as Hackney in East London, under its redoubtable ARP controller Dr. Richard T., organised teams of council workmen or volunteers to help householders, and the Bristol Civil Defence Area had taken a similar initiative. But the government decided that sterner measures were needed to compel self-help. From May 1940, under the terms of Defence Regulation 23B, everyone who had been issued with an Anderson shelter had 10 days in which to erect it and cover it in the requisite manner, or to report to their local authority that they had not done so. If they did not, and could not show that they were genuinely incapable of doing so, the steel sheets would be collected and issued to another household. Meanwhile, the government was pressing forward with the provision of public communal shelters, intended to accommodate 12 or so families from nearby properties, which it fully funded. After the Russian bombing of Finland in the winter of 1939-40, it was decided that railway stations would be likely targets, so shelters capable of sheltering the equivalent of 10 minutes' flow of passengers at peak travel times needed to be provided at them. These were started at all London termini, but were far from complete when the Blitz started. By the start of the Blitz, of the 27.5 million people living in specified areas, that is, those urban and industrial centres considered particularly likely to be attacked, from which evacuation had been recommended, 17.5 million had been provided with some sort of shelter, domestic or public, at government expense. A few householders had provided themselves with shelters at their own expense, and an additional 5 million could use shelters at work. These figures were produced by the government when it came under attack, as it had since the mid-1930s, for the slow, patchy and often inadequate shelter provision. There was still an obvious shortfall, and those people not in a specified area were left to their own devices, though issued with a booklet, "Your home as an air raid shelter." Moreover, the shelter experience of many was very far from satisfactory. People with rooms in their homes that they could make as bomb-proof as any domestic arrangement could were, generally speaking, the most fortunate. BBC producer Anthony Weymouth and his family used the hall of their ground-floor flat in a mansion block in Harley Street in central London. The hall was the most sheltered part of their home, as it had rooms on either side, and its only window, which looked into an inner courtyard, had been fitted with an asbestos shutter. Citizens without such shutters were advised to leave their windows open to reduce the risk of injury from shattered glass. The Weymouth family spent night after night in their hall, lying in the dark on our mattresses, for hours, listening to the drone of German bombers. When he worked late at the BBC, Weymouth was obliged to sleep on one of the 600 mattresses provided at Broadcasting House, for the AA barrage besprinkles the streets with pieces of shrapnel. Patrick Shea, a Northern Irish civil servant who had been put in charge of producing a top-secret war book, a manual for senior staff, telling them of the role and responsibilities assigned to each and every one of them in a great variety of preconceived situations, was living in lodgings in Belfast. The household had a clearly defined Blitz drill. When the alert sounded, the more active ones saw to it that the shutters were securely bolted, the bath, hand basins and sinks filled with water in case of fire, candles brought out lest the electricity supply should fail, fires extinguished. The assembly point for the whole household was the large ground-floor living room. Miss Mac, an elderly, socially superior person who normally kept herself to herself in her first-floor bedsitter, would make one of her rare appearances amongst us. She would come downstairs, draped in her fur coat and carrying her jewel case. Tenderly, she would be manoeuvred into a recumbent position on a mattress under the large dining-room table. For the period of the alert, she would lie there, her furs wrapped around her, her jewels clasped to her bosom. The Dublin couple, for whose mealtime conversation one deduced a background of tweedy opulence, would appear carrying 2 large suitcases, colourfully decorated, with the stick-on labels of famous shipping lines and faraway hotels. Having chosen their resting place, they would inflate their 2 airbeds, settle down on them, and with apparent indifference to the sound and fury outside, while away the time scrutinising the pages of out-of-date copies of the Illustrated London News and the Field. Coffee would be made. Those not lying down, or on fire-watching tour of inspection at the top floor, sat or stood around the empty fireplace. In the tense atmosphere, with so diverse a company, conversation tended to be intermittent and trivial. From the darkness beneath the large mahogany table, an observation about the brutality of the Germans or the splendid behaviour of the British royal family would remind us that Miss Mac was still there. Phyllis Warner considered that we are lucky in having our own shelter in Marywood House in Queen Square, Holborn, in what would be among the worst bombed boroughs in London, so that we can have mattresses and even a table or chair or 2 down there. But even so, with the bare girders and rough planks of its reinforcing, it resembles the worst kind of steerage. Those who were supplied with Anderson shelters did not, or could not, always dig them in properly, or failed to cover them with the requisite amount of sand and earth, which was what really gave protection, or to bank up a mound of earth at the entrance to act as a baffle wall. Even those Andersons that were correctly sited were less than ideal, many filled with water when it rained, and they were cold and cramped, while the noise of bombs and falling shrapnel echoed alarmingly around their tinny walls if they were not properly insulated with soil. The problem, as with all government shelter initiatives, was due to a category error. Air raids had been expected to be sharp and, above all, short. No one seems to have anticipated that many would last all night. The alert would commonly sound at about 8 p.m, and the all-clear was often not heard until 5 or 6 the next morning. So shelters that might have been perfectly acceptable for the half hour or so that daytime raids often entailed were profoundly unsuitable for an entire night, night after night. The family tensions that must have been engendered by such close and fearful proximity, exacerbated by boredom and exhaustion, are almost too dreadful to dwell on. On the 19th of September 1940, Picture Post wrote that long winter nights are ahead, but with a little ingenuity you can make them tolerable by fitting your Anderson shelter with homemade bunks. It showed how Mr. Stuart Murray of Croydon had turned his shelter into a family bedroom by nailing a double layer of chicken wire across a wooden frame to provide 2 upper and 2 lower bunks, transforming the tin shelter into, if not a bed of roses, a tolerable resting place. Other families made several treks each evening before the alert went off, carrying eiderdowns, rugs, deck chairs, pillows and cushions from the house to the shelter. The effect of all this, of course, was to make things even more cramped. "This going up to the shelter is not as simple as it sounds," wrote Cindy Chave, a lab technician who lived in Upper Norwood, South London. "It entails 5 or 6 journeys up and down, carting the necessary articles, and finally our precious bundle," the Chave's daughter Gillian, who was just over a year old at the start of the Blitz, as the journeys are made along a wet garden path in complete darkness, accompanied by sporadic bursts of gunfire and with the planes droning overhead, and as one's arms are full up with cushions, blankets and the like, it is not such a jolly affair, this shelter life. Then there were the cold and the dark. A few enterprising handymen ran electric cables to their back garden shelters so that a bar electric fire could be used, but this could be hazardous. Oil or paraffin heaters were not recommended, since they could start a fire if knocked over, as could a paraffin lamp, and torches were not the answer to the dark, since within weeks of the outbreak of war, batteries had become all but unobtainable. A candle in a flower pot was suggested, but that carried a fire risk too, and the flickering light was hardly adequate for reading or knitting. Herbert Brush, a 71-year-old retired electricity board inspector, lived in Forest Hill, South London. Clearly something of a handyman, he managed to fit up some rudimentary bunks in the family Anderson shelter, rig up an electric light for reading, and kept 6 books on various subjects on a shelf I have put up. But it still wasn't entirely satisfactory. "As usual, we spent 12 hours in the shelter last night," he wrote on the 31st of October 1940. "We have got used to hard lying now, and go to sleep as easily there as in bed, though I must own up to stiffness in the morning, when I am able to double up on my bed for an hour or so. I can't double up much on 2 11-inch boards. That with cushions makes my bed less than 2 feet in width. I can't lie with my face to the wall, because if I double up at all, my posterior overhangs the bed, and that is not a comfortable position. The other way round, my knees sometimes overhang, but that is not such an uncomfortable position." The ever-resourceful Mr. Brush continued to try to make sleeping in a tin hut in the garden as acceptable as possible. By December, when it had grown bitterly cold at night, the family lit a paraffin heater in the shelter for an hour or so before the alert was expected, took hot water bottles in with them, hung a curtain over the entrance, and fitted shields to keep the draughts off the bunks on either side of the dugout. "It is quite a comfortable place now," Mr. Brush conceded, "when one gets used to the cramped space and the inability to turn over without falling out for folk of my size." 18-year-old Margaret Turpin's family had a brick-built shelter in the garden of their East End home. It was so small. My brother was nearly 6 foot. There was my father, myself, my sister, my mother and a baby, and somehow we were all supposed to be able to sleep in this shelter, but it was impossible. It was only about 7 feet long and a few feet wide. We had to sit up all night because there just wasn't room to lie down. I suppose my mother thought my father ought to be the one that lay down because he had to go to work, and my father thought my mother ought to because she had a little baby, and my brother was tall and had to fit in somehow, and that was the reason that eventually we went to a public shelter because there was no way we could have slept through a prolonged Blitz. Others, less in the eye of the storm than EastEnders, tried to find somewhere they considered safe in the house, rather than spend the night in an uncomfortable garden shelter. And invariably people would leave their Andersons as soon as the all clear went, usually in the early hours of the morning, to snatch at least a couple of hours in bed before they had to get up to start the day. No wonder that as the Blitz went on, more and more people declined to use their Anderson shelters at all, even though they proved pretty effective. If correctly sited, they were able to withstand the effects of a 100-pound bomb falling 6 feet away, or a 200-pound bomb falling 20 feet away, those inside usually suffering little more than shock. Nevertheless, by mid-October 1940, when the raids on London had eased off somewhat, more and more people opted to crouch under their staircase, which was considered to be the safest place in most houses, or drag a mattress under the dining room table for the night, or even stay in bed and take their chances. The Prime Minister was the first recipient of a government issue, a much more robust version of the dining room table shelter, which went into production in January 1941. This was the Morrison shelter, a rectangular mesh steel cage, 6 feet 6 inches long, 4 feet wide, and about 2 feet 9 inches high, bolted together with a steel mattress and top, named after the then Home Secretary and Minister for Home Security, Herbert Morrison. It proved much more popular than the Anderson, though it was less effective since it offered no protection from lateral blast. The Morrison was suitable for flats and houses without gardens. It was situated indoors, as in fact had been the original intention for Anderson shelters. It offered protection against falling masonry, could accommodate snugly 2 recumbent adults and 2 children, was simple to put up, and could be used as a table in the daytime. By this time, the minimum income for eligibility for a free shelter had risen to £350 a year, but the distribution of Morrison shelters in London and other cities and large towns did not start until the end of March, just over a month before the Big Blitz was effectively over. In theory, local authorities could compel factories and commercial premises to make their shelters available to the general public outside working hours, but in practice, this did not happen very often. Employers only had to plead that they did not wish to disrupt war production, which was accepted as paramount. Government departments were also urged to admit the public to their basements, but again, this was often resisted on the grounds that the employees might need to sleep on the premises overnight during the Blitz. Gradually, throughout the winter months, more basements were strengthened, but most people who had no suitable refuge at home had few options other than specially constructed public shelters. Again built in the belief that raids would be short and mostly in daytime, most offered no seating, lighting, or sanitation, and no facilities even for boiling a kettle for a cup of tea. Barbara Nixon was a 32-year-old actress and graduate of Newnham College, Cambridge. When most of the theatres closed during the Blitz, she volunteered as an ARP warden in Finsbury, North London, which in those days stretched from near Liverpool Street due westwards to Smithfield, covered the area north of King's Cross Road, and back along Pentonville and City roads to include Moorgate and Finsbury Square. She wrote later, "During September 1940, the shelter conditions were appalling. In many boroughs, there were only flimsy surface shelters with no light, no seats, no lavatories, and insufficient numbers even of these, or railway arches and basements that gave an impression of safety, but only a few inches of brick overhead, or were rotten shells of buildings with thin roofs and floors. In Finsbury, we were well provided as regards numbers. They were almost sufficient for the night population, and they were reasonably safe. In my ARP post area, we had 2 capacious shelters under business firms, which held 300 or 400, also 15 small subsurface concrete ones, in which 50 people could sit upright on narrow wooden benches along the wall, but they were poorly ventilated, and only 2 out of the 9 that came in my province could pretend to be dry. Some leaked through the roof, and umbrellas had to be used. In others, the mouth of the sump hole near the door had been made higher than the floor, and on a rainy night it invariably overflowed to a depth of 2 inches at one end, decreasing to 1/4 of an inch at the other, and rheumaticy old ladies had to sit upright on their benches for 6 to 12 hours on end, with their feet propped up on a couple of bricks. 4 or 5 times during the night we used to go round with a saucepan and bucket, bailing out the stinking water. As soon as number 9 was reached, number 1 was full again. It was hard, wet and smelly work. There were chemical closets, usually partially screened off by a canvas curtain, but even so, the supervision of the cleaning of these was not adequate. Sometimes they would be left untended for days on end and would overflow onto the floor. Then there was the question of lights. I have been told by wardens that, for the first 2 months of the Blitz, shelters in some boroughs had no lights at all. We had 1 hurricane lamp for about 50 people. How often in the small hours, if the raid had started early, there would be a wail of, "Warden, warden, the light's gone out," and children would wake up and howl, women grow nervous, and men swear. It was expecting altogether too much of people's nerves to ask them to sit through a raid in the dark. The one paraffin light also provided the only heating that there was in those days. It was bitterly cold that winter, and naturally, therefore, the door was kept shut. Some of the bigger shelters had ventilation pipes, but the smaller ones that held 50 people only had the door. In some, the atmosphere of dank concrete, of stagnant air, of the inevitable smell of bodies, the stench of the chemical closets, was indescribable. But if conditions in many of our shelters were bad, in some other districts they were incredible. They belonged more properly to the days of 100 years ago than to the 20th century. Joan Vesey, newly married to the vicar of St Mary's Church, Kennington in South London, went with her husband Christopher to visit a number of local public shelters in September 1940. It is amazing what discomfort people will put up with. Some on old mattresses, others in deck chairs, and some lying on cold concrete floors with a couple of blankets stretched round their tired limbs. In nearly all the shelters, the atmosphere is so thick that you could cut it with a knife, and many of the places actually stink. I think that I would prefer to risk death in the open to asphyxiation. Mothers were breastfeeding their babies, and young couples were making love in full view of anyone who passed down the stairs. In one very large shelter, which was made to hold about 300 persons, only 2 buckets as latrines were available, and the result was that the whole floor was awash. The smell was so awful that we tied hankies around our mouths, soaked in cologne. Not only were such shelters cold, lacking in facilities, damp and malodorous, many were also dangerous. It seems almost beyond belief that a brick box standing out in the open, above ground, could be imagined to offer protection against serious attack. The best that could be said was that it was probably better to be in one of these than to be caught out in the street during an air raid, as you would at least be protected from shrapnel and flying debris. But public shelters had their own hazards. Government instructions for their construction had stipulated that the mortar to bind the bricks should be 2 parts lime to 1 part cement. But subsequent directives were more ambiguous, and local authorities bent on saving money and cowboy builders bent on making money started to substitute sand for cement, which anyway was in short supply due to the various demands of defence construction in the mixture. A heavy blast near such an ill-constructed shelter could turn it into a gruesomely named Morrison sandwich, when the walls blew out and the heavy roof collapsed on the occupants, trapping and often killing them. In the London area, it was found that at least 5,000 such potentially lethal public shelters had been built, while in Bristol 4,000 had to be demolished or radically strengthened for the same reason. Margaret Turpin's family had started to use a public shelter along with a number of the families living near their East End home, since the one in their garden had proved unbearably cramped. Of course, you had to go there early, about 7 in the evening, and then come home in the morning. One night, the shelterers had been listening to the wireless when it went off, which happened with almost every raid. The next thing I could remember was coming to and trying to move my head, which I couldn't, and as fast as you moved your head, you got a fountain of dust coming down, and it filled your nose and it filled your mouth, and I thought, I'm going to die. I tried to shout, but the more I shouted and the more I moved, the more dust I brought down. I must have had lots of periods of unconsciousness, because I remember hearing people, and then a long time after, I remember seeing an ARP helmet, and it was way, way up, a long way away. And then suddenly it was quite near. I do remember the man saying to me, "We'll soon have you out." He said, "All we have to do is get your arm out." And I looked at this arm that was sticking out of the debris, and I said, "That's not my arm." And he said, "Yes, it is, love. It's got the same coat." I don't remember coming out of the shelter. I do remember being in the ambulance, and I think for me that was probably the worst part. I felt somebody's blood was dripping on me from above, and I found that awful. Mainly, I think, because I didn't know whose blood it was, whether it was someone I knew and loved or not. And I tried to move my head, but of course it was a narrow space, and I couldn't get my head away from the blood. And I heard a long time afterwards that the man was already dead. But it couldn't have been my father, because he was taken out of the shelter and he didn't die till 2 days later. He died, my mother died, my baby sister died, my younger sister died. I had 2 aunts, and they died, and an uncle died. I knew almost immediately because when I came home from hospital, they sent you home and you were in an awful state, really, and you had to find your own way home from hospital, and I'd had most of my clothes cut off to be x-rayed, and I couldn't use the arm that had been trapped. When I got to the house, there were milk bottles outside, and I just knew then that nobody had come home to take them in. The 7 were all buried on the same day. My brother said that they put Union Jacks on the coffins. He didn't know who did it. I didn't go to the funerals. They sent me to Harefield, near Watford, of all places. It was quite a decent place to send me to, but unfortunately the people at Harefield could see the raids on London, and they used to come out to watch, to view it like a spectacle. And I couldn't stand that. Chapter 4. Underground. Those first fell raids on the East End saw the Victorian order bend as scores from other districts came to help douse fires and worked the same with homeless folks to help them flit to underground that wait a bit in government ruled out of bounds. But bombs and those sights and sounds made common people take the law into their own hands. The stress of war and most of their common sense ignored the old sitting on the fence. They fled to the tubes, the natural place of safety, whereupon Save Face made it official, issued passes, being thus instructed by the masses. Folk lived and slept in them, in rows, while bombing lasted, through the throes. From In Civvy Street, a long poem by P.1, a medical student, about the home front in the Second World War. When the alert sounded, at about 8 o'clock in the evening of Sunday the 13th of October 1940, most of the residents of Coronation Avenue, an austere-looking 19th century block of flats in Stoke Newington, North London, built by a philanthropic housing company, the 4% Industrial Dwellings Society, dutifully trooped down the narrow stone steps to shelter in the basement. There they were joined by a number of passers-by, since the basement had been designated as Public Shelter No. 5. The Daily Express journalist Hilda Marchant would call what followed the greatest bombing tragedy of the whole of London. A heavy bomb fell on the centre of the building, penetrated through 5 floors and detonated in the basement. The entire solid-looking structure collapsed. The floors above caved in. Choking smoke and brick dust filled the air, and those who had not been killed by the weight of masonry falling on them found the exits blocked by rubble and debris. The water mains, gas mains, and sewage pipes had been ruptured by the explosion, and effluent poured in, drowning and suffocating the shelterers. The rescue squads that rushed to the scene were unable to dislodge the heavy masonry that was trapping the victims. Screens were erected to keep the gruesome sights from the view of the public, as civil defence workers, helped by soldiers drafted in from demolition work nearby, laboured to rescue any survivors and retrieve the bodies. One member of the Finsbury Rescue Service had persuaded his reluctant wife to take their children to the Coronation Avenue shelter while he was on duty that night. For days on end he watched the digging, although there was no hope at all. They tried to persuade him to go away, but he only shook his head as rescuers excavated to find the bodies of his entire entombed family. The rubble was so compacted that it took over a week to extract all the victims. The eventual death toll from that single incident was 154. 26 of the bodies could not be identified. There were a large number of Jewish people using the shelter that night, The dead of the diaspora included a tragic number of husbands and wives, or siblings, who perished together: the Urics, the Koppersteins, Danzigers and Edelsteins, Hilda Muscovich and her sister Golda Moscow. The Jewish dead were kept separate from the Gentile, most of whom were interred in a mass burial in nearby Abney Park Cemetery. So terrible was the incident, as locations where bombs had fallen were blandly called, that an observer from the Ministry of Information arrived the next morning to check on how the borough was coping. She reported that the council was rising to the problem in a magnificent way and is acting with breadth of vision and initiative in coping with the endless and acute problems which are being thrown upon it. Though the town clerk warned her that people's morale was very dependent on how soon homes could be patched up, satisfactory billets found, or in the case of older people, they could be evacuated from the area, though this was proving heartbreaking, as most of the elderly who desperately wanted to leave had nowhere to go. The bill that is being run up for all these extra things, such as transport, food, overnight accommodation, storing the furniture of those bombed out, demolition and repair work, is tremendous. But none of the officials feels that at the moment anything matters except helping people as much as they can, but at the same time preventing their kindness being taken advantage of, she added, in the reproving voice of bureaucracy. Just over a month after the start of the Blitz, the Stoke Newington disaster acutely pinpointed several stark realities of the situation. How well equipped, resourced and prepared were local authorities for major incidents that not only left many dead and injured, but also threatened to confront them with the overwhelming challenge of housing the homeless? How would it be possible to feed the hungry, repair buildings, demolish dangerous structures, get utility and transport systems functioning, and ensure that war production was disrupted as little as possible? How would the various civil defence organisations, the ARP, the AFS, the rescue and demolition squads, the medical services, plus essential voluntary bodies such as the WVS, the Women's Voluntary Service, cope? And how successful would those in authority, in central government as well as locally, be in tending to the social and emotional needs of the people, to their morale, as well as to their physical well-being? But the primary question that preoccupied most Londoners in the early day was, where would they be safe? And the answer seemed to be, nowhere. Anderson shelters were reasonably satisfactory if there was room for one, though they were often damp, cold, cramped and generally uncomfortable, while their metal surfaces magnified the crash and whistle of bombs, and fragments ricocheting off them clattered alarmingly. Moreover, sheltering in a tin dog kennel in the garden could be a terrifyingly lonely experience, and many people preferred the safety in numbers illusion and the camaraderie of communal shelters, where the raid outside could be partly drowned out by talking, singing and playing music. Yet brick-built surface shelters were increasingly distrusted and shared all the drawbacks of cold, damp Anderson shelters, while adding some of their own when it came to sanitation, general comfort and cleanliness. And, as the Coronation Avenue disaster showed, reinforced basements, the government's cost-saving preferred option, were not necessarily safe. Indeed, as onlookers speculated, had the building's residents stayed in their flats rather than going down to the basement to shelter, they might well not have been crushed and would certainly have been unlikely to be killed by water, effluent and gas seeping into their lungs, an aspect of the tragedy that particularly horrified those who witnessed its aftermath. In London, and later in the rest of the country, people sheltered where they felt safest, even if this safety was often illusory. As the Ministry of Home Security found, the public showed a strong tendency to be irrational in their choice of shelters. In Shoreditch, residents hurried to the reinforced concrete hall attached to St. Augustine's Church, even though it had been refused designation as an official shelter, since no part of it was underground. The vicar of Haggerston, whose church it was, and who had had the hall built himself, felt that since there was not exactly a superabundance of shelters in Shoreditch, he could not refuse entry to those who wished to shelter there. He displayed a large notice warning, "This is not an air raid shelter." They who use it as such do so at their own risk. But still his parishioners and more flocked in. Molly Fenlon lived in a block of flats near Tower Bridge in Bermondsey. On the first night of the Blitz, her father, who was a policeman, was on duty in the docks. Her mother, driven frantic by the falling bombs, decided to seek shelter. A small party of us from the flats piled our bedding onto an old pram and trailed off to 61 Arch, which is a series of arches under London Bridge railway station. It used, in years gone by, to be an ice well, and it felt as though all the ice had been left there, it was so cold. The walls were very damp too, but we were glad enough to go anywhere. Many homeless people, white and shaken, came in from Rotherhithe and the local district. The next night Molly's father was off duty, so the whole family, accordingly, about 7 p.m, put its bedding on a pram and marched off. 61 Arch was full, and as it was cold and damp as well, we decided to go along to the next arch, which is a through road converted into a shelter. That was full too. All the pavement down both sides was taken, so our little party slept in the gutter that night, except me. As there wasn't even room for me in the gutter, I wriggled into the pram. It was a tight fit, but I slept. Suddenly I woke up to find that a bit of the pram must have grown up and was sticking in my back. Looking at my watch, I discovered that it was 2 a.m. All our party was asleep except Miss N. She was reading a thriller. I found that I ached all over, so I struggled out of the pram and spent the rest of the night walking up and down the arch, smoking and thinking about my fiancé, as he was then, who was in the RAF. I remember wondering, a trifle morbidly, if I should live to get married. We were an assorted lot there. As I walked up and down, I studied the people as they slept. There was a tiny baby, a fortnight old, like a little rosebud in its pram, and an elderly man, bald-headed, snoring fit to wake the 7 sleepers, spread-eagled on the ground with no blanket between him and the asphalt. Next morning, I discovered that I had collected 6 flea bites on my person, and Miss N was horrified to see a bug crawl across the collar of her raincoat as she was packing up. After that, I struck, told Mum that she could please herself, but that I would rather be done to death by a German bomb than bitten to death in an air raid shelter. She agreed about that. From then on, the Fenlons slept at home throughout the raids, though they had to move flats when theirs was badly damaged by a 28-pound AA shell that crashed through the roof. When Molly married her airman fiancé on the 17th of November, it was in the vestry in the churchyard of St Olav and St John's, since the church had been burnt out in a raid in October. On the 14th of October 1940, one of the large trench shelters in Kennington Park received a direct hit. "They are still digging," wrote Joan Vesey, wife of the vicar of nearby St Mary's Church, in her diary, "and there are all sorts of rumours going around as to how many are trapped inside. We know that one of our church families always shelters there. So far we can get no news. There is nothing we can do but wait and pray for all those who are listening for the scratch of the rescue shovels." The next day the Veseys heard that they have found the Potters who were in the park shelter. If what we are told is true, this family was sitting with their backs to the wall of the shelter reading and knitting when there was a sudden blue flash and the earth and concrete started to cave in. The blast turned the little daughter upside down and her legs were caught in the concrete of the roof. Her mother took her whole weight on her shoulders until she was rescued, but as they took her out, she died of shock and her injuries. Christopher, the vicar, will go to see the others who were badly burned in hospital. We do not know how many were killed, but the wardens say about 179 persons died in the shelter. At Ramsgate on the Kent coast, caves provided natural shelters which the local council had started to improve access to as Hitler marched into Czechoslovakia in the spring of 1939, and which were completed by the outbreak of war. According to Picture Post, the 3 miles of tunnels that lay between 50 and 90 feet underground made Ramsgate and Barcelona the only towns in the world that have deep shelters. There was natural ventilation, and electricity had been run from the town's supply, and there was an emergency generating system if that should fail. Signposts were erected so shelterers would not get lost in the labyrinthine corridors. There was space for 60,000 people, twice the population of Ramsgate, none of whom would be more than 5 minutes away from one of the complex's 22 entrances, and seating for over 30,000. Dover strengthened the entrances to its caves too, and bored connecting tunnels and installed bunks, though, as there was no current of air, you can imagine what it was like when slept in night after night by those with no homes and little facility for washing, rather like a rabbit hutch. Or, as the Inspector General of Civil Defence, E.J. Hodsall, described the scene in February 1941, the equivalent of a gypsy squatters' camp. An estimated 15,000 Londoners nightly colonised Chislehurst Caves in Kent, which had been used as an ammunition dump in the First World War, with special trains being laid on to convey shelterers there each evening and return them to London in the morning. At first, the caves were primitive, with bare earth floors and flickering candles or torches the only light, a single water tap and an oil drum filled with creosote for sanitation. But soon electric lighting was organised by 2 private individuals, one of whom had been renting the caves for the cultivation of mushrooms. Donkeys carried away the ash bins that were used as lavatories. The local council provided bunks, and a Red Cross medical centre was opened, complete with emergency operating theatre and canteen. So safe were the Chislehurst Caves considered that the children's ward of a local hospital was moved there. At first, shelterers were charged a halfpenny a night, but as the facilities grew more sophisticated, dances and sing-songs were held and a cinema screen erected. Church services were held with an improvised altar positioned under a natural dome and the congregation joining in the appropriate hymn, Rock of Ages. This rose to 6pence, and a team of captains was appointed to oversee things and keep order. By November, the local council had taken over responsibility for the caves, but used a light touch for fear of stifling the self-help initiative that had got them organised in the first place. Existing tunnels below the streets of Luton in Bedfordshire were strengthened, as was Ousburn Culvert in Newcastle upon Tyne, while the Victoria Tunnel in the same city was also used as a shelter. In Runcorn on Merseyside, where leakage from chlorine gas holders was considered a particular potential hazard in a raid, a network of underground tunnels was constructed. During raids on Plymouth, people trekked across the fields to take shelter inside a tunnel hewn in a quarry. It was cold and dark, and water ran down the walls, but it was a haven, and every Sunday the local vicar conducted a service there. In Bristol, an old railway tunnel that had been used to take goods from the port into the city was taken over by men, women and children, huddled together, sleeping on mattresses, planks or straw. Some had corrugated iron sheets or pieces of sacking and canvas placed overhead to catch the water that dripped from the rocky roof of the tunnel. The air was thick with the fumes of oil stoves, oil lamps, and various odours of cooking food. When the corporation employees opened the doors in the morning, the stench and fumes came from within like a fog. It was a picture of Dante's Inferno. Many of the people were nervous wrecks. People stayed in the tunnel by day, afraid to lose their places. There was hardly any room between the rough beds. Some performed their natural functions alongside their beds. It was unbelievable that people could be driven by fear to endure such conditions. Conditions were as bad, if not worse, in London's most notorious shelter, the Tilbury in Stepney. For the Daily Herald journalist Richie Calder, it was not only the most unhygienic place I have ever seen, it was definitely unsafe. Yet numbers as high, on some estimates, as 14,000 to 16,000 people crowded into it on those dreadful nights when hell was let loose on East London. People of every type and condition, every colour and creed found their way there. Men from the Levant and Slavs from Eastern Europe, Jew, Gentile, Muslim and Hindu. When ships docked, seamen would come to Royster for a few hours. Scotland Yard knew where to look for criminals bombed out of Hell's Kitchen. Prostitutes paraded there. Hawkers peddled greasy, cold, fried fish, which cloyed the already foul atmosphere. Free fights had to be broken up by the police. Couples courted, children slept. Soldiers, sailors and airmen spent part of their leave there. It was an enormous place, remembered Robert Baltrup. I've seen figures like 6,000 sheltering in it every night. It wasn't even properly underground, much of it was simply a surface building, and it was almost like a village. People sold things. Ladies of the street carried on their business there. A whole nightlife went on in the Tilbury, all through the Blitz. The Tilbury, situated off the commercial road, was part of Liverpool Street Station's goods yard and was owned by two different bodies. On one side lay vaults and stores. On the other was an underground loading yard, partly below ground, and above it a massive warehouse supported on steel girders. The vaults had been taken over by Stepney Council as a shelter for 3,000 people, but the Home Secretary refused permission for it to requisition the warehouse and the loading bays, by far the larger part. However, the site had been an official shelter in the First World War, and it was known to older people as the place to go. And that is what happened. When the desperate hour came, they crowded there from all parts of East London, often coming from miles away. The limited capacity of the official section was quickly filled, and thousands overflowed into the rest of the site. There was nothing the owners could do to prevent the torrent of humanity which took possession. The Borough Council disclaimed responsibility for those who took shelter in the unauthorised areas, on the grounds that it had been refused powers and would be trespassing on private property. Even the police could not at first gain access, except when called in by the harassed policemen of the company concerned. As long as Calder lived, he wrote, he would never forget the stampede when the gates were flung open and the swarming multitude careered down the slope, tripping, tumbling, being trodden on, being crushed, and fighting and scrambling for the choice of sleeping berths in the valleys between the gigantic bales of newsprint. Expectant mothers and even children were crushed. Sanitation barely existed. The only provision was for a handful of workmen usually employed there. The result was that the roadways were ankle-deep in filth, which was trodden into blankets on which people were to sleep. Great stacks of London's margarine were stored there. Hundreds of cartons were hopelessly fouled every night. It was over a fortnight before the margarine began to be moved out by the intervention of the Ministry of Food. People slept among the filth. They slept in the dust between the rails and on the cobblestones of the roadway. They slept on the wooden bays amongst the food. It was appalling. Hilda Marchant, who visited the Tilbury for the Daily Express, was equally appalled by the sour smell of rancid margarine that pervaded the vaults, by the strong odour of horse in the loading bays, by the confused mass of bodies strewn everywhere, but above all, when she came to the canvas partitions at the end. These were the latrines, 12 chemical lavatories, helped by a few buckets for the children. I went into the 6 latrines reserved for women. They were overflowing, and a woman worker was standing over the door saying they could not be used any more that night. Ewan Wallace, Regional Commissioner for the London Civil Defence Region, thought it was no use spending a lot of money on things like water closets, as the government lacked the power to requisition the part of the Tilbury owned by the railway company, and in any case, it does seem very doubtful whether it is worth putting new wine into such a very old bottle. It can never be anything but a very indifferent shelter, and it presents peculiarly difficult health and sanitation problems. However, by mid-October, the Prime Minister has been hunting Morrison very hard on the Tilbury shelter question, reported Wallace, and though the city was being unreasonably sticky on providing basements in commercial buildings, accommodation was eventually found so that 4,000 shelterers could be moved from the railway-owned part of the shelter and conditions improved for those who stayed there. Until then, though, it was largely due to individual and official initiatives that things got better. There had not been even a first aid post in the unofficial half of the Tilbury, but a local Jewish doctor volunteered his services and spent his evenings attending to the shelterers' needs, then slept the night at his self-appointed post. There were women there, genuine motherly souls with a passion for well-doing, who spent the whole 24 hours for weeks on end ministering to this vast, unruly family. There were self-appointed shelter marshals, without authority and without resources. It was they who brought urns of fresh water into the unofficial shelter, rationing the water as sparingly as though they were the keepers of an oasis in the desert. Any minister or official or influential visitor who ventured into that shelter would be buttonholed. With evangelical fervour, they would be told of the miseries these people had to endure, of what grand people they were if only they had a chance, and a whole catalogue of all the things that needed to be done. It was not only officials who beat a path to the Tilbury shelter. It soon became a tourist attraction for people from up west to gawp at the hellish conditions their fellow Londoners were suffering a few miles away. Rachel Reckitt was in charge of the Emergency Citizens Advice Bureau, set up at Toynbee Hall in Whitechapel, a university settlement where middle-class workers lived among the poor, hoping to share knowledge and culture and alleviate the poverty of their neighbours, to offer advice and practical help to the East Enders suffering during the Blitz. In October 1940, she had a night out with the distinguished American lawyer Mrs. Goodhart, who wanted to see the Tilbury shelter. So, as it was no good early in the evening, when no shelterers would have arrived, I offered to take her later. She said, should we go and get some dinner at the Savoy, or have it at Toynbee? I believe she would have liked Toynbee, but saw I wouldn't, so we had to drive round Wapping and Shadwell and the Isle of Dogs. It looked lovely in the fading light, especially the river. Wapping Church and the school have gone, all but the church tower. Then we had a good dinner at the Savoy with Leslie Howard, who played Ashley Wilkes in the film Gone with the Wind, which had opened in London a few months previously, and who would be killed when the plane in which he was a passenger was shot down in June 1943. And Anthony Asquith, the film director Puffin Asquith, son of the former Liberal Prime Minister, at the next table. Afterwards, we went back to Stepney to the Tilbury shelter. Entry there is by pass only, as they naturally dislike sightseers, especially those who come east after a good dinner to see how the poor live. However, as I know the wardens, I was able to get Mrs. Goodhart in. I especially wanted her to see it, in case she goes to America, and she will be asked to lecture there, and it would be very bad if she had to admit she'd never seen a shelter. The next month, Rachel Reckitt was taken on a personally conducted tour of the famous Tilbury shelter, a great honour, as I gathered, as Lady Astor, MP for Plymouth Sutton, had been down a few nights ago, and the district warden refused to take her round. He said he was tired of West Enders getting an evening's entertainment sightseeing in the East End shelters. I should hardly call it amusement, but I could sympathise with him, as he is very busy. Anyway, the people resent being exhibited to sightseers. They have reduced the numbers in Tilbury shelter from 12,000 to about 6,000 and made some improvements, though it is still very bad, and many people sleep on the stones. It is a strange place, vast and very confusing, as there are many parts to it. Most of it is under railway arches, and there are trucks and sidings in it too. People have been known to park their baby's pram in a truck and found it gone to Birmingham or somewhere in the morning. The district warden is full of ideas and hopes the war will last long enough to get hot water laid on and proper feeding. It will have to last a long time at the present rate. Richie Calder had greatly exaggerated the number of people taking refuge in the Tilbury shelter, as he had inflated the number killed in the bombing of South Hallsville School. He did so because, as a campaigning journalist, he had an urgent agenda. In his view, the government was culpably negligent of the safety of its citizens, particularly its poorest citizens, who had not the resources to make their own arrangements. What Londoners, and indeed all those living in vulnerable areas, required were deep shelters, and these the government had consistently refused to provide. The scientist, Professor J.B.S. Haldane, had paid 3 visits to Spain during the Civil War, which had made him something of an authority on defence against air raids, particularly since most British scientists were still using data from the First World War to frame their expectations of Second World War bombing. Haldane had spent weeks in Madrid and Barcelona, where there was an extensive system of underground refuges capable of accommodating altogether about 350,000 people, according to the city's mayor, gathering information and making statistical calculations, and what he discovered made him a passionate advocate of deep shelters. While he was not himself a member of the Communist Party, though he was a Marxist and was the science correspondent for the CP newspaper, The Daily Worker, this was a campaign supported, indeed often led, by members of the Communist Party of Great Britain, CPGB, who argued that it would be the working classes living in poorly built accommodation, clustered around inevitable targets such as docks and factories, who would take the brunt of German aerial attacks. What some might call governmental incompetence in failing to make proper provision, the CPGB regarded as a conspiracy against the workers in a class war that made them in effect the poor bloody infantry of the home front. Haldane argued that gas was no longer the main danger. He was an expert on poison gas and had designed a gas mask during the First World War. But the real threat came from high-explosive bombs. He believed that the government policy of dispersing the population into reinforced basements, surface and Anderson shelters, rather than constructing networks of mass underground shelters, was misguided, irresponsible and penny-pinching. In October 1938, he published a paper in the scientific journal Nature in which he demonstrated mathematically that there were no grounds for assuming that bombs dropped at random would cause fewer casualties if people were dispersed than if they were concentrated. Later that year, his book, called simply ARP, was published by Victor Gollancz, founder of the Left Book Club. It advocated a 2-year programme of excavating 60 feet under London to build 780 miles of 7-foot tunnels that could hold the 4.4 million population of the LCC area. These should be built of brick rather than concrete, since in Haldane's view, the concrete industry is now in the grip of monopoly capitalism, and for this reason prices are likely to be higher relative to brick than would otherwise be the case. Following the book's publication, Haldane stumped the country, speaking usually on CP platforms and writing articles for the Daily Worker, demanding better protection for the British public against the Blitz. He argued that some of Britain's unemployed, of whom there were still 1,800,000 in the summer of 1939, could be given work constructing the deep shelters he believed were required, a scheme he costed at an estimated £12 for each person who would be able to take refuge in them. The Architect and Building News had voiced its readers' concern in October 1938, just after the Munich crisis, about sandbagged basements, half-finished trenches in the parks and squares, uncomfortable reminders of the ludicrous inadequacy of the 11th hour scramble of 3 weeks ago, and demanded, "What is being done?" That same month, Finsbury Borough Council, in charge of one of the poorest boroughs in London, provided an ambitious answer. On the 4th of October, Alderman Riley, chairman of the Finsbury ARP committee, recommended that the modernist émigré architect Berthold Lübeckin and his firm Tecton, which had designed Finsbury's Vanguard Health Centre opened earlier that year, should be asked to come up with a solution to protecting the whole of the population of Finsbury in the event of war. Lübeckin and the civil engineer Over Arup, who had proved so valuable in solving the construction problems of the penguin pool at London Zoo, designed by Tecton in 1934, worked out a danger volume to measure scientifically the comparative protection afforded by different types of shelter, and came up with a plan for 15 shelters, each housing between 7,600 and 12,700 people, deep underground, approached by spiral staircases that would permit everyone to be safely ensconced within the 7 minutes it was reckoned would elapse between the alert sounding and the first bombs falling. Although Arup greatly exaggerated the nighttime population of the borough who would require shelter, It was an elegant solution to stowing 58,000-odd residents of Finsbury, plus essential services, deep underground, at the cost of 10 guineas a head, a sort of Maginot Line of the air war. Finsbury Council organised an exhibition in the town hall to show how it would work, complete with chilling illustrations by Gordon Cullen, whose murals adorned the health centre, showing the frailty of other forms of protection. And on the 15th of February 1939, Lubbock appeared on the infant medium of television to demonstrate the plan's virtues. But the Home Secretary, Sir John Anderson, to whom the plans had to be submitted, prevaricated, waiting for recommendations of a group of experts, including engineers and trade unionists. Their white paper, Air Raid Shelters, was finally published in April 1939. Winston Churchill, to whom Tecton had also sent a copy, was not favourably impressed. It appears to be inspired by the wish to exaggerate the danger of air attack and to emphasise the futility of basement protection in the interest of some particular scheme in which you are associated. The wide circulation of such a book would not be helpful at the present juncture. On the 18th of April 1939, the Tecton Finsbury scheme was rejected on the grounds of impracticality. Experience of building the London Underground indicated that it would take at least 2 years to build. Of cost, shortage of materials, accessibility. It was reckoned that people would need to be within 150 yards of a shelter to get to it through congested streets in sufficient time, and of the fact that the plans were fundamentally opposed to the principle of dispersal. However, in the autumn of 1940, the government changed its mind, ostensibly for technical reasons, since German bombs were getting heavier. Herbert Morrison announced in an upbeat broadcast, "We have won the first round," that a limited number of deep shelters would be provided in the London region by tunnelling under the tube system at selected stations. But he insisted, "It is quite certain that deep shelters cannot play more than a limited part in our plans. Anything like a universal policy of deep shelters for the whole people or the greater part of it is beyond the bounds of practical possibility." Morrison, who had been implacably anti-communist as leader of the LCC, then launched an astonishing attack on Haldane, without naming him, and other deep shelter campaigners for being political schemers, engaging in defeatist agitation. He accused them of seeking to destroy our will to take risks in freedom's cause, and of playing Hitler's game. These people are not numerous, but they are mischievous. Hitler is, no doubt, delighted with their manoeuvres. He knows that if our people could be stampeded into putting a narrow personal safety before success, he would win. Plans for 8 huge shelters, each holding 8,000 people, and most constructed beneath existing tube stations, were approved in October 1940. But the first of 3 purpose-built deep shelters available to the public, others were used for telecommunications and similar facilities, in Stockwell in South London, was not opened until the 10th of July 1944, more than 3 years after the end of the Blitz. 130 feet underground, it would accommodate 4,000 people and was equipped with canteens, lavatories and washing facilities, and even arrangements for laundry. By that time, Haldane, who had usually taken shelter in a deep trench on Primrose Hill near where he lived with his journalist wife Charlotte, and after that had been hit in a shelter below London Zoo at the invitation of his friend Julian Huxley, the secretary of the Zoological Society, had removed with his laboratory to Harpenden in Hertfordshire. Even though the government had been resistant to sanction deep shelters, it was a visceral human instinct to seek refuge underground when attacked from above, and that is what many of Britain's urban population sought to do. As well as basements, Anthony Heap and his mother spent the Blitz moving from basement to basement near where they lived in Bloomsbury, ending up most nights in the cavernous cellars of the Quaker Friends Meeting House in the Euston Road. The crypts of churches were popular. At St Peter's in Walworth in South London, the Reverend J.G. Markham found that his crypt, which had been designated as a public shelter for 230 people, usually housed at least double that number, with shelterers lying like sardines on a variety of beds, mattresses, blankets, or old carpets, which they brought down with them. Some sat on deck chairs, some lay on the narrow wooden benches provided by the borough. The stench from the overflowing Elson closets and unwashed humanity was so great that we had to buy gallons of pine fluid. The shelter wardens had to whip round among their flock to buy electric fans, which did stir the fetid air a trifle, giving an illusion of freshness. You can get used to those sort of conditions if you stay in them 12 hours a night, night after night. At least one family stayed there almost 24 hours, rather than go home and risk losing their place. Places were as precious to the regulars as seats in some theatres, so that queues formed outside hours before the sirens wailed, and I had to provide wardens to regulate the flow of would-be shelterers, some of whom came from some distance, even by taxi. Lambeth Palace's crypt could accommodate 250 people, and being so close to the Thames and across the road from the thrice-hit St Thomas's Hospital, it was popular with the local community. But not with the Archbishop himself, his chaplain, the Reverend Alan Donn, reported. During the September raids, sleep was, for most people, out of the question, and even C.C., Cosmo Cantua, descended into the basement for a while. He avoids the crypt. The people there frighten him more than the bombs. The Canadian photographer Bill Brand, who had settled in Britain in 1932 and had established a reputation as a sensitive photojournalist of English life and mores, was commissioned by the Ministry of Information to photograph London's underground shelters. He spent the week of the 4th to the 12th of November 1940 capturing the drama and strangeness of shelter life, until he caught influenza and had to abandon the project. The most compelling, and also the strangest, of the photographs he took are of people sheltering in the crypt of Christchurch Spitalfields. Some show people sleeping in stone sarcophagi, while a bewildered-looking Sikh couple and their child huddle in a damp alcove. Richie Calder visited the same crypt, taken by the shelter marshal, Mickey the Midget, in civilian life, an optician, and he too was struck by the sarcophagi. Massive stone vaults. In them, the bodies of the centuries-old dead had mouldered away. Now, their heavy stone lids had been levered off. The bones and dust had been scooped out. The last resting place of the dead had been claimed by the living. Others, unable to lever off the lids, lay stretched out on top of the tombs, while more lay in the aisles. There were rows of old men and old women sitting bolt upright, in paralytic discomfort on narrow benches. Some had foot muffs made out of swathes of old newspapers, or were hugging hot water bottles, their heads lolling in sleep. The vaults were bitterly cold. A draught full of menace blew through them. Menace because it came from half-submerged windows, not blocked up, just blacked out. In the inner vaults, stretched on the rough floor, was a tall figure of an ex-Bengal lancer, his magnificent shovel beard draped over a blanket, his head turbaned and looking in sleep like a breathing monument to an ancient crusader. Life in this crypt, as in dozens of other crypts, in the early days of the Blitz, was worse than primitive. It made the conditions described by Dickens seem like a comedy of manners by Thackeray. The Fleet Prison and the Marshalsea were polite hostelries compared with conditions which existed when the Blitzkrieg first hit London and drove most people underground. Not all underground people suffered from the same discomforts and indignities. Brandt's photographs show a couple coyly snuggling under an eiderdown in the basement of a department store. Most West End stores had cleared out their basements to accommodate sleepers. The Savoy Hotel had a commodious basement, though this was often closed when water threatened to flood in if bombs fell on the Thames, which flowed past. On the 14th of September 1940, a communist councillor and later MP for Stepney and ARP warden Phil Piratin, who had been active in converting pre-war East End tenants' associations into shelter committees to keep up the battle for deep shelters and to press for better facilities in public surface and tube shelters, led a party of 70 of the borough's residents to the Savoy to demand access to the shelter. We decided what was good enough for the Savoy Hotel parasites was reasonably good enough for Stepney workers and their families. We had an idea that the hotel management would not see eye to eye with us, so we organised an invasion without their consent. In fact, there was no effort to stop us, but it was only a matter of seconds before we were downstairs, and the women and children came streaming in afterwards, while the management and their lackeys were filled with consternation. The visitors from the East End looked round in amazement. "Shelters," they said. "Why, we'd love to live in such places." The recently built Dorchester was considered all but bomb-proof, with its reinforced concrete structure, but it turned its basement first into Turkish baths, and then its basement gymnasium into an air raid shelter, a funk hole in which the beauteous Lady Diana, wife of Duff Cooper, who had resigned as First Lord of the Admiralty at the time of the Munich crisis, felt quite secure as she lay hugger-mugger with all that was most distinguished in London society. No one snores. If Papa makes a sound, I'm up in a flash to rearrange his position. Perhaps Lady Halifax is doing the same to his lordship, the Foreign Secretary. They each have a flashlight to find their slippers with, and I see their monstrous forms projected caricaturishly on the ceiling, magic lantern style. Lord Halifax is unmistakable. "We never actually meet," she wrote to her son, John Julius Norwich, evacuated to safety in Canada. Should a person wish to dance and dine at the Hungaria restaurant in Lower Regent Street, they could book a shelter place in the cellar for the night, as well as a table. If the raid lasted all night, breakfast would be served in the morning. However, the most obvious place in London to shelter underground was the one the government refused to sanction. Although tube stations had been used as shelters during air raids in the First World War, this was forbidden at the start of the Second. The reasons were several. The first was the necessity of keeping people and goods moving during the Blitz, of ferrying the injured or homeless away, and of bringing essential supplies to the stricken areas. Another was the restricted access to many tube stations. The deep, narrow stairways and escalators would be hazardous if a panicking mass of people converged on them, a fear that was to be realised not during the Blitz, but in the Bethnal Green tube disaster in March 1943, when 173 people were killed in such a crash. Fear of flooding, if the Thames was bombed, was another real concern. Before the war, 25 heavy electrically operated gates were installed at stations on either side of the river at Waterloo, Charing Cross and London Bridge, which could be closed within a minute of the order being received from the control room at Leicester Square. And a fourth concern was the fear of a shelter mentality, when thousands of people would crowd underground and, feeling safe in their troglodyte existence, would refuse to re-emerge, with disastrous consequences for war production. However, on the first night of the Blitz, EastEnders defied official policy and appropriated their own deep shelters by buying a penny halfpenny ticket for a short journey on the tube and refusing to come up again, camping in their thousands on the cold stone platforms with no sanitation or refreshment until morning. It was a fait accompli, which, predictably, the Daily Worker celebrated as a people's victory, when, on the 13th of September 1940, 2,000 people swarmed down the stairs at Holborn Station, as they had done on previous nights, and the LPTB, London Passenger Transport Board officers, seemed to have given up on any attempt to keep them out. Some stayed in stations near to where they lived, others travelled up west until they found less crowded platforms. All felt safer down the tubes, particularly since the sound of air raids raging overhead were all but blotted out. But in the early days all were uncomfortable, often cold, and frequently hungry. Since so many children were evacuated at this time, some London schools were closed, including 10-year-old Irene Mosley's in the East End. So during the day I was sent off with my suitcase to get in the queue for a place on the platform at Old Street Station. We had to disguise ourselves as travellers, not shelterers, so any bedding that we took down had to be in suitcases. I used to make a place on the platform for the rest of the family, so that when they'd finished work they'd come down and a place was already secured. Otherwise there would be arguments and quarrels with people who used to push your suitcase or your bedding out of the way because it was every man for himself down there. Whole families arrived, bringing blankets, rugs and pillows, bread and cheese, or sandwiches and a bottle of tea or beer, and milk for babies to drink, sweets, and sometimes, hazardously, a small spirit stove to brew up on, though official advice was to keep drinks warm by wrapping the container in layers of newspaper or constructing a hay box. Some brought playing cards to pass the time, a book, magazine, even a wireless or wind-up gramophone, and invariably a small box or bag containing their savings, insurance policies, saving cards, ration books, and identity cards, their paper wartime lives. Deep underground, they were packed like sardines, with no air circulating, nowhere to get food or drink or wash, and with the only lavatories, if there were any, in the booking hall. Fierce, territorial disputes raged over places to sleep, and when every inch of platform space was occupied, latecomers arranged themselves in the corridors and on the escalators, or even in the booking hall, which offered little protection, particularly as many had glass roofs or large skylights that would have sent shards of glass crashing onto the recumbent forms below in the event of a nearby attack. A local reporter went to see conditions at Elephant and Castle tube station at the end of September 1940, and what he described sounds as grim as the notorious Tilbury shelter. From the platforms to the entrance, the whole station was one incumbent mass of humanity. It took me a quarter of an hour to get from the station entrance to the platform. Even in the darkened booking hall I stumbled across huddled bodies which were no safer from bombs than if they had lain in gutters of the silent streets outside. Going down the stairs, I saw mothers feeding infants at the breast. Little girls and boys lay across their parents' bodies because there was no room on the winding stairs. Hundreds of men and women were partially undressed, while small boys and girls slumbered in the fetid atmosphere, absolutely naked. Electric lights blazed, but most of this mass of sleeping humanity slept as though they were between silken sheets. On the platform, when the train came in, it had to be stopped in the tunnel, while police and porters went along, pushing in the feet and arms which overhung the line. The sleepers hardly stirred as the train rumbled slowly in. On the train, I sat opposite a pilot on leave. "It's the same all the way along," was all he said. The Reverend Christopher Vesey and his wife Joan visited the same Elephant and Castle tube station, where some of their parishioners were settling down for the night. "I had not realised just how many people were sheltering there," wrote Joan Vesey after their visit on the 17th of September 1940. "They were lying closely packed like sardines all along the draughty corridors and on the old platforms, so that people who wanted to get on the trains had to step over mattresses and sleeping bodies. There was a picnic feeling about the whole setup. Families were eating chips and some had fish, others were singing loudly. Tiny babies were tucked up in battered suitcases, and small children were toddling around making friends with everyone. We tried to chat with some of the folks, but there were too many to be able to help very much. The noise was terrific, both of trains running to a standstill and of people shouting above the noise. Families would usually stay in the tube until the all clear went, not that they could hear it, and they were usually cleared out by station staff at around 6 in the morning to allow cleaners in to prepare for the day's activity. It was frightening because you never knew what to expect, whether you had a home or not to go to. Sometimes the fires were still raging, the fire engines were there, you were picking your way across the rubble and lots of water in the streets from the hoses, and all the time you were wondering, "Have I still got a home?" remembers Irene Mosley. When you did get home, there was probably no gas or water, so I was almost reluctant to leave the tube. It was a home to me. There were a lot of other children down there, and we play hide and seek along the platform and up the escalators. It was a haven. You felt safe down there. Barbara Betts, later Castle, the Labour cabinet minister, who was trying to scratch a living as a journalist, writing mainly for Picture Post, which rarely paid, and trade papers such as The Tobacconist, which paid but not much, and was also an ARP warden in St Pancras, joined one of these troglodyte communities one night to see what it was like. It was not a way of life I wanted for myself, but I could see what an important safety valve it was. Without it, London life could not have carried on the way that it did. Since the Blitz, the picture of a mass of humanity sleeping in the Tube, as portrayed by Henry Moore in his chalk drawings of underground shelters, has become one of its most iconic images, along with the dome of St Paul's Cathedral, wreathed in smoke during the raid on the city on the 29th of December 1940. Some accounts seem to suggest that the entire East End was nightly crammed into the underground. In reality, a shelter census of London's central area at the height of the Blitz showed that there were 177,000 people sheltering there, and that is around 4% of London's population, which compares with 9% in public shelters and 27% in Anderson shelters. 177,000 is still a large number of people, but despite this large-scale colonisation, the government retained an equivocal attitude towards the Tube being used for shelter. In mid-September 1940, the Home Secretary, Sir John Anderson, accompanied by the Minister for Aircraft Production and newspaper magnate, Lord Beaverbrook, and Lord Ashfield, chairman of the LPTB, who had previously expressed a preference for closing down the entire underground system, had visited Holborn Tube Station. They had talked to shelterers, many of whom from the East End were literally living down there, having been bombed out of their homes in the first raids. It was by now obvious that it was simply not possible to enforce a ban on the Tube being used as shelters unless the authorities were prepared to risk a collapse of home front morale and very ugly confrontations, with the police reinforced by the military barring station entrances and keeping angry and fearful people in the streets during a raid. The government grudgingly changed its policy, though it insisted that the underground was primarily for transport and that shelterers must not interfere with that. But gradually, some order and regulation and some facilities were introduced. At the beginning of October 1940, Herbert Morrison replaced Sir John Anderson as Home Secretary and Minister of Home Security. The Home Secretary, the senior Secretary of State, was essentially responsible for law and order, whereas Home Secretary, a ministry canvassed at the time of Munich as a wartime essential and attached to the Home Office when war broke out, was in charge of all civil defence against air attack. This included responsibility for air raid wardens, the firefighting services, first aid, decontamination and rescue squads, as well as facilities such as civil defence equipment and shelters, and arrangements concerned with blackout and air raid warnings. Moreover, the minister had to coordinate all those ministries that would be affected by air raids and their aftermath: transport, food and health, among others. And soon, Morrison would also be chairman of what a Labour Party pamphlet described as the Blitz team, the official title of which was the Civil Defence Committee of the War Cabinet, taking on an absolutely pivotal role in the prosecution of the war on the home front and the well-being of the people in acutely testing and hazardous times. He was well placed to do so. The son of a Lambeth policeman, Morrison had left school at 14 and had been active first in the ILP, the Independent Labour Party, and then the Labour Party. He had been a conscientious objector in the First World War and in 1920 became Mayor of Hackney in East London, at 32, the youngest in London. 2 years later, he was elected to the London County Council, the LCC, and in 1923 as Labour MP for South Hackney. Appointed Minister for Transport in the second Labour government from 1929 to 1931, he also led the LCC from 1934 until 1940, though he effectively abandoned this role when he was appointed Minister of Supply in May 1940. Morrison had a deep commitment to and knowledge of his native city, and undoubtedly more of a common touch than the rather grand and austere Anderson, and his time as an MP in Hackney had coincided with the borough's notably energetic ARP activities. Before the war, he had been a member of the ARP Policy Committee, and he would have seen the papers relating to the problems of future air raids. Richie Calder was ecstatic at the appointment. In an open letter published in the Daily Herald, he wrote, "Dear Herbert Morrison, when I heard you had been appointed Home Secretary, I went home and slept soundly. I have seen men and women, these tough London workers of whom you and I are proud, whose homes have gone, but whose courage is unbroken by the Nazi bombers, goaded by neglect, and seething with resentment and furious reproach. They look to you. Much of the breakdown which has occurred in the last month could have been foreseen and avoided, or having arisen, could have been mastered by anyone who understood the human problem of the Londoners and the complications of local government. You have a task as great as your abilities. Go to it, Herbert. Improving the shelters was only part of Morrison's task. There were many other pressing administrative problems that needed urgent attention, but he made shelters a priority, though some changes were already in hand, with local authorities empowered to provide bunks, sanitation, drinking water and first aid, and to enrol voluntary shelter marshals, while a paid ARP warden would be assigned to each occupied tube station. In the afternoon of the 3rd of October 1940, the new minister went to Buckingham Palace to kiss hands with the King and receive his seals of office. That done, Morrison set off to inspect shelters in South London, starting at Southwark Tube Station, where a raid was in progress, and ack-ack guns were firing constantly as he and the inevitable retinue of journalists toured the non-facilities and spoke to shelterers. The next day it was the East End, where, accompanied by Admiral Sir Edward Evans in full dress uniform and wearing his medals and white gloves, Evans had been second in command to Captain Scott on his Antarctic expedition in 1910, but was always known as Evans of the Broke after the ship he had commanded in the First World War. One of the 2 regional commissioners for London, he headed straight for the notorious Tilbury shelter. After a quick tour of the wartime Hades, Morrison ordered structural improvements that would cost £5,000. "What does money matter?" he exclaimed. "There are thousands of lives involved. Get it done at once." He had called in on the unfinished Bethnal Green tube station on the way, and on hearing that at least 4,000 slept there nightly, declared it an official deep shelter, 60 feet below the street. Morrison immediately appointed the diminutive Labour MP Red Ellen Wilkinson, so named for her ginger hair and her radical politics, which included leading hunger marches from her shipbuilding constituency, Jarrow, to London in 1936, and who may have been Morrison's mistress at one time, as one of his 3 parliamentary secretaries, and gave her direct responsibility for shelters. The appointment of this dumpy, energetic little woman as Morrison's liaison between the shelters and his Whitehall desk pleased another critical journalist, Hilda Marchant, of the Daily Express, who was now described as one of the newspaper's 2 commissioners for the East End. "I met Wilkinson several times in the shelters and Whitehall and liked her. She is direct and decisive, a busy, vigorous woman who has impressed the men she works with, and she has got her practical hands firmly on the subject." Harold Nicholson, currently ensconced at the Ministry of Information, would also become a fan of Wilkinson's realism. "She said to me, 'You deal with ideas, and one can never see how an idea works out. I deal in water closets, and one can always see whether it works or not. I do so like the little Spitfire. I should so like to see her and Florence Horsburgh at the Ministry of Health, made cabinet ministers." Wilkinson turned out not only to have nerves of fire and steel as she toured shelters all over Britain during the first months of the Blitz, but a personal empathy with the shelterers. She had been bombed out of her flat in Guildford Street, not far from King's Cross, in October 1940. Every day, a straggling queue could be seen outside most underground stations from mid-morning, with people clutching their cushions, blankets and other nighttime necessities, waiting for the gates to open for them at 4 p.m. The government, concerned that this could have a serious impact on war production as well as the regular life of the capital, was anxious that the concession, as it saw it, to use the tube as shelters should be regarded as that, and not as a right. The underground should not be depicted as a destination of choice, and the Home Office issued memos to newspaper editors requesting them to be circumspect in their coverage of people sheltering there. Articles such as one in the Sunday Dispatch on the 22nd of September, which reported that by 6 p.m. there seemed no vacant space from St. Paul's to Notting Hill, from Hampstead to Leicester Square. Types varied much from the trousered, lipsticked Kensington girls to the cockneys of Camden Town, but all were alike in their uncomplaining, patient cheerfulness. Could only fuel the overwhelming desire for platform space that the government feared. Representing the underground as a sanctuary only for those unable to deal with the raids in any other way might limit the numbers. The Ministries of Transport and Home Security issued a joint appeal to the good sense of the public, and particularly to able-bodied men, to refrain from using tube stations as air raid shelters, except in cases of urgent necessity. Though presumably an air raid was an urgent necessity. The notion of it being unmanly to use the tube was reiterated by notices on the platforms urging, "Trains must run and get people to their work and homes. Space at the tube stations is limited. Women and children and the infirm need it most. Leave it to them." The Daily Express reported that on the night of the 28th to the 29th of September 1940, 20 unattached young men were directed by police and station staff at South Kensington to find somewhere else to shelter. But men, some of whom might have been troops on leave, needed safety and sleep too. "I am 29, and though I am not in the army yet, I am just as much in the front line as any soldier in this country," complained a 29-year-old working man. "It really is unreasonable to abuse chaps who are waiting to be called up." Grudging recognition may have been forthcoming, but since there was so little official enthusiasm for tube sheltering, improvements lagged. On the 24th of September, it was announced that 1 million bunks would be fitted in London's shelters, so that, whatever type of shelter is used, whether private or public, the aim is now that all the people of London shall have a definite space allocated in which they can sleep at night. When the large basements, street and trench shelters are fitted with bunks, they will look something like American sleeping cars. Families will be allocated a specific space, with 2 or 3-tiered bunks and sanitation, and encouraged to think of it as their own property and make it as comfortable as possible. However, no bunks are to be fitted into the underground stations, although the use of the stations for night shelters has been recognised, and they are now being used under police supervision. There were reports that police supervision included quizzing would-be tube shelterers and turning them away if they were considered to have other options, even if they were mothers with babies or small children in tow. But on the 4th of October 1940, after a 3-hour tour of underground stations, Admiral Evans announced that he intended to introduce a system of ticketing so that regular users could be allocated a space, which would obviate the need for hours of queuing and also wipe out the thriving black market operated by droppers. These racketeers would persuade a sympathetic tube worker to let them in ahead of the patient queue waiting until 4 p.m. on account of their supposed poor health, and would then bag the best pitches by placing bits of bedding on them and charge unfortunate shelterers the exorbitant sum of 2 shillings and 6pence for them, at a time when the average wage was around £3 a week. Evans also promised that bunks would be provided, and that the problem of sanitation has been solved in most cases, though this was disputable, since sanitation usually meant a few overflowing chemical toilets or people using the rail lines as a public convenience. The first of the 3-tier metal bunks were installed at Lambeth North Station on the 25th of November 1940. By early March 1941, 7,600 had been erected in 76 stations. Most of them were allocated to regular shelterers, though 10% were to be left free for those caught out in a raid. There were still, however, people who had to sit up all night, as they did in some public shelters. Latecomers had to cram in wherever they could, in corridors or the booking hall or on escalators, switched off. The 2 platforms at Holland Park Station would be almost full by 5 p.m. By 7 p.m, the only space left was at the bottom of the emergency stairs. That same spring, local councils were authorised to provide waterborne sanitation in place of the easily knocked-over chemical toilets, and that reduced the stench a bit. At Old Street Station, Shoreditch Council provided a laundry and disinfecting service for bedding, free of charge to the tubites. Washing facilities, other than the occasional small hand basin, were not provided. People either had to go home to spruce up before a day's work or use a nearby public bath, though many of those had been taken over by the Civil Defence Services, often to be used as mortuaries. We didn't have bathrooms and facilities like that in our houses. We were used to going to the public baths, and when they were taken over, you just had to go home, and if the water was still on, you'd just have a quick wash and off to work. But if the water was off, then you had to get it from a standpipe in a jug. It was very hard to wash your hair or anything like that. Personal hygiene rather went out of the window, but you just got used to it. In West Ham, Lever Brothers equipped a van named Lifebuoy Boys after one of its soaps that toured the shelters, offering people a chance to have a shower as they came out. Local authorities, private caterers and voluntary organisations such as the WVS and the Salvation Army organised platform canteens in larger stations where shelterers could buy tea and buns and sometimes hot soup, pies or sausage rolls, and cigarette vending machines were installed in some stations. The LPTB equipped 6 tube trains to carry buns, cakes, biscuits, chocolate and urns of tea and cocoa around the network, served by staff wearing red armbands bearing the letters TR, Tube Refreshments. Robert Boothby, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Food, who had been astonished by seeing at least 700 people disgorging from one tube station at the end of the night to begin what could only be a long trek home, commandeered coffee stalls and vans and had the position to sell tea, cocoa and soup to shelterers as they emerged blinking into the light of early morning. It was better after that, concedes Irene Mosley. The bunks weren't comfortable by any means, but it was better than sleeping on the platform. Things became a bit more organised. A lady used to come round with biscuits and buns, and down one end of the platform were portable toilets. It wasn't perfect by any means, but it was an improvement. And the best thing was that you were entitled to be there, and that made you feel a lot better. It gave you a sense of belonging, really. A week after the start of the Blitz, the King's physician, Lord Horder, had been appointed to head a committee to look into shelter conditions both above and below ground. Father John Grozer, the turbulent priest of Stepney, was one of the members, as were the elegant Rose Henrique, wife of Basil Henrique, warden of a Jewish settlement in the East End, and Alderman Charlie Key, MP for Bromley and Bow, who was soon to play a key role in the defence of London. The committee reported informally within 4 days, and more formally at the end of September, though MPs complained that there was no full written record of its findings that they could consult. This, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, Florence Horsburgh, intimated was because it was highly undesirable that the enemy might find out what dreadful conditions Londoners were suffering as a result of its attacks. Horder's recommendations to reduce overcrowding and various other measures were largely followed, but slowly. They included providing a first aid post with a nurse in 86 shelters, the appointment of shelter marshals in the larger ones, prohibiting smoking in public shelters unless a separate section for smokers could be provided, the issue of masks to guard against infection, improved sanitation and lots of scrubbing with disinfectant and using blow torches on crevices to kill bugs, and regular inspections by medical officers of health and their staffs to make sure all was as it should be. The greatest fear must have been of a diphtheria, measles or whooping cough epidemic, but fortunately this never happened. The main health hazards were impetigo, lice and scabies. Most shelters were soon regularly sprayed with sodium hypochlorite or paraffin to try to deal with this, and any wooden bunks were replaced by metal ones, as wood was hospitable to lice. Hilda Marchant, in her unofficial role as East End Commissioner, was all for people being required to pass through a health ministry hut at the entrance to every shelter, with disinfectant liberally used, and any unfit person being weeded out and sent to hospital, while bunks would be disinfected daily too, and bedding inspected and carted off to be fumigated if necessary. Bedding was a touchy subject, since obviously it was likely to harbour bedbugs and worse. The Ministry of Home Security advised that it should be aired daily so it keeps sweet and fresh. The Swiss Cottager, a news sheet produced by and for those who sheltered at that particular Bakerloo line station, urged shelterers to Please stop the evil habit of shaking out blankets, mattresses, etc. over the track each morning. The spreading of dust and germs over people, many of whom suffer from coughs and colds and shelter throat, is little more than criminal. One of the gravest dangers we face is the spread of infection. Take your bedding home and do the shaking in your own backyard. While shelterers were being warned that coughs and sneezes spread diseases and that they should always use a handkerchief, the chemist, Sidney Chave, who had been drafted into the Emergency Public Health Laboratory Service, set up primarily to protect the health of the civilian population under the stresses of war, at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, was trying to produce a simple snuff which could be widely distributed to prevent the spread of diseases among the people who crowd into the underground each night. In December, a mosquito prevention squad started work, since in the warm, damp atmosphere these were a constant irritation, and experiments started with disinfectant sprays incorporated into ventilation systems in case an epidemic did take hold. Getting people to and from work was regarded as a wartime priority, and police patrolled the tube stations to ensure that no one took up residence before the official entry time of 4 p.m. There were 2 white lines painted on the platform. Until 7:30 p.m, shelterers were obliged to stay behind the first one, 8 feet back from the platform edge, so passengers could get on and off the trains. After that, they could spread out to the second line, 4 feet from the edge of the platform, and also occupy corridors and stairways. Although most people were sympathetic to the plight of the tube troglodytes, some found it a terrible hindrance. It is practically an impossibility to get anywhere quickly these days. Behind those white lines, a great deal went on between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m, when most adult shelterers retired for the night. Some entertainment was generated by the shelterers themselves. Sedentary pleasures such as reading, writing letters, knitting, playing cards or board games, gossiping, playing the mouth organ or wind-up gramophone, having a communal sing-song or dancing. Parties, quizzes and play readings were organised to pass the long air raid hours. Bermondsey held a weekly discussion group at which the topics included travel, unemployment, and should women have equal pay for equal work. The introduction of bunks was rather regretted by some, since it reduced the space available, but gramophones fitted with loudspeakers, donated by the American Committee for Air Raid Relief to 5 of the largest shelters, could make an evening spent in them seem more like a concert. Collections were taken for first aid equipment or towards a Christmas party, or presents for the children at Christmas. Some shelters produce monthly news sheets, including Holborn, Belsize Park, Goodge Street and the Oval, as well as the Swiss Cottager. There was also the Subway Companion, which was short-lived in its ambition to be distributed to all tube stations being used as shelters. Greetings to our nightly companions, our temporary cave dwellers, our sleeping companions, somnambulists, snorers, chatterers, and all who inhabit the Swiss Cottage station from dusk till dawn, ran the Swiss Cottager's first instalment. Each issue offered information and advice. A committee of shelter marshals has been formed. It hopes to act as a bridge between you and the London Passenger Transport Board, and also do what it can for each and every person using this station at night. If you have any suggestion or complaint, if you think something should be installed, provided or remedied, please let us know, and we shall do our best to meet your wishes. To guard against colds and infection, a face mask can be made with a few inches of surgical gauze, or even butter muslin. Sprinkle it with a little oil of eucalyptus and tie over the face with a strip of tape at bedtime. We understand the government intends to do something about face masks. Unfortunately, intentions are a poor medicine and instructions a useless preventative. Exhortations. There is still far too much litter in the station at the all clear. It is the prime duty of each and every one to leave the station in a clean and decent condition. Dustbins are provided in the station for refuse. Do not bring camp beds into the station. 3 camp beds occupy as much space as 4 blankets or a single mattress, so the available space is reduced by 1/4. You might be that 4th person turned away for lack of room. Don't expect home comforts or plenty of elbow room. Suffer a little inconvenience to make room for the next person. Vibration due to heavy gunfire or other causes will be much less felt if you do not lie with your head against the wall. Please do not contribute to any unauthorised collection. Members of the committee may be recognised by their carrying a yellow armlet with the letter C in black. It is your duty to report anyone spitting to a member of the committee or a warden. Jokes. Our morning paper tells us that 1 person in every 8 snores. This station seems full of 8th persons. Government-issue earplugs were supplied at stations, proof against the noise of ack-ack guns, perhaps, but maybe not snorers. Aldwych Station, on a branch of the Piccadilly line, was closed at the end of September and converted into an underground shelter. It had been reckoned that it would be able to accommodate 7,500, but although this was over-optimistic, once the walls had been painted, the rails removed and the track covered over with sleepers, and 200 bunks and lighting installed, some 2,000 people were able to shelter in the tunnel that ran from Aldwych to Holborn. The space was extended in the spring of 1941, taking over part of the tunnel where the Elgin marbles and other treasures from the British Museum were being stored. Westminster Council donated 2,000 books from the borough's libraries for the shelterers' use. Educational lectures were arranged to pass the time. The left-wing Unity Theatre put on the lighter sketches in its repertoire, and ENSA, the Entertainment's National Service Association, or Every Night Something Awful, depending on your point of view, imported entertainers such as George Formby, as well as Shakespearean plays and a projector for films underground. A local vicar conducted a regular service at the Aldwych shelter, and a play centre was provided for small children at Elephant and Castle, with a qualified teacher to provide handicraft lessons. Such diversions spread to other shelters during that long winter underground. Soon 52 stations had a library, and at the request of the Mayor of Bermondsey, one of the most bombed boroughs in London, the LCC sent instructors to the shelters to teach drama, dressmaking, handicrafts and first aid, while children were provided with paper and paints and produced violent masterpieces in which Spitfires bring down Heinkels amid sheets of flame. But there was one thing that no one could provide: any guarantee of safety. On the 7th of October 1940, 7 shelterers were killed and 33 injured at Trafalgar Square station when an explosion caused the concrete and steel casing over an escalator to collapse, bringing down an avalanche of wet earth. The next day, 19 were killed and 52 injured, most of them refugees from Belgium, at Bounds Green station in the northern suburbs, when a house next to the station was hit by a bomb and toppled over, causing a tunnel to collapse and bury the victims in masonry and debris. On the 14th of October, a heavy bomb fell on Balham High Road in South London, just above a point where underground tunnels intersected. It caused a 60-foot crater to open, and immediately a double-decker bus fell into it. Below ground, a deluge of ballast and sludge, dislodged by the explosion, engulfed the platforms where 600 people were sleeping, and gas from fractured pipes seeped in. 68 were killed, including the station master, the ticket office clerk, and 2 porters. Many drowned, as water and sewage from burst mains poured in, soon reaching a depth of 3 feet. The toll would have been even higher had not 2 LPTB staff wrenched open the floodgates. 7 million gallons of water and sewage had to be pumped out before salvage work could begin. For weeks afterwards, those sheltering in nearby stations along the Northern Line were aware of a ghost train that slipped quietly along the track around midnight, clearing the debris of the Balham disaster, a tragic cargo that included shoes, bits of clothing, handbags, toys, and other heart-stopping possessions. At 8:01, in the evening of the 11th of January 1941, a bomb fell on the booking hall of Bank Station in the city, and a massive explosion tore through the station. It blew a massive 200-foot crater in the road, which was so large that a bridge had to be built over it to get traffic flowing again. Many passers-by were killed, but in attending to them, the rescue services did not realise at first that there was an even greater carnage underground. The blast from the bomb travelled through the various underground passages and in particular forced its way with extreme violence down the escalator, killing those sleeping at the foot of it at the time, and killing and injuring others sheltering on the platform opposite the entrances, while some people were hurled into the path of an incoming train. A total of 111 people were killed at Bank, including 53 shelterers and 4 underground staff. An inquiry into the disaster opened on the 10th of February 1941. It is difficult to convince people that even when they are 60 or 70 feet underground, they are not safe, remarked the chair. It had been alleged that inadequate sanitation was a key factor, as there were only a few chemical toilets in the station, and since these were soon overflowing, many declined to use them and were queuing to use the conveniences in the booking hall when the bomb fell. The inquiry found that in fact no deaths and only a few minor injuries could be attributed to this. There was no first aid post on the platform, and there was no emergency lighting. There had been other recent incidents in the area, notably on the 29th of December 1940, so roads were closed and access to the station was difficult, while fallen debris cut off access to the central line. Both the central and northern lines passed through Bank, meaning that it had taken doctors and stretcher parties more than an hour to reach it. While the injured waited for the medical services to arrive, a Hungarian refugee doctor, Dr. Z.A. Leitner, who had himself been injured in the blast, gave more than 40 morphia injections as he ministered to the injured single-handed in the gloom and choking dust. At the inquiry, the hero doctor paid tribute to those he had helped. "I should like to make a remark. You English people cannot appreciate the discipline of your own people. I want to tell you, I have not found one hysterical shouting patient. I think this very important, that you should not take such things as given, because it does not happen in other countries. If Hitler could have been there for 5 minutes with me, he would have finished the war. He would have realized that he has got to take every Englishman and twist him by the neck. Otherwise, he cannot win this war." Chapter 5. Front Line. The warden. For some time before the Blitz, he was regarded by most of his charges with anything from cool indifference to active suspicion, as a nosy Parker. But it's saviour of his country when the guns begin to shoot. Front Line, 1940-41, the official story of the Civil Defence of Britain, 1942. I detect in myself a certain area of claustrophobia. I do not mind being blown up. What I dread is being buried under huge piles of masonry and hearing the water drip slowly, smelling gas creeping towards me, and hearing the faint cries of colleagues condemned to a slow and ungainly death. Harold Nicholson's diary for the 24th of September 1940. There is no public record of the labours of the interdepartmental committees, of the boards of inquiry, of the Treasury Minute, of the final Cabinet Minute, which settled upon the word incident as the designation of what takes place when a bomb falls on a street, wrote John Strachey. Yet how important it was to select such a word. So when the time came, Whitehall had a word for it. Incident cannot be held to convey very graphically the consequences of a bomb. Just the contrary. The word is wonderfully colourless, dry, and remote. It touches nothing which it does not minimise, and this, it may be supposed, was what recommended it conclusively to the authorities. It formed an important part of their policy of reassurance, for while anyone might be frightened of a bomb, who could be frightened of an incident? Strachey, the son of the owner and editor of The Spectator, was an old Etonian, highly intelligent, and with a checkered political past. In February 1931, he and his fellow Labour MP, Oswald Mosley, had resigned from the Parliamentary Labour Party, when Mosley's expansionist plans to end unemployment were rejected. But by July, repelled by Mosley's growing fascism, Strachey had left Mosley's new party. The following year, his application to join the Communist Party of Great Britain was rejected, probably because he was regarded as an unreliable intellectual. But he called himself a communist and wrote as one throughout the 30s. His extremely influential and best-selling book, The Theory and Practice of Socialism, for Victor Gollancz's Left Book Club, of which he was one of the founders, was published in 1936. By April 1940, disillusioned by the Nazi-Soviet pact, Strachey broke with the CP, and on the eve of the Blitz, he signed up as an ARP warden, an experience he would lightly fictionize in his book Post-D, published while the Blitz was still raging. It is a detached, controlled, probing account, infused with what W.H. Auden called the surgeon's view of pain, and the New Statesman thought it so good that it killed anything else in range. In his ARP role, Strachey attended many incidents. Ford, his alter ego in the novel, had got into this ARP business by doing a few nighttime watches at the suggestion of his formidable Chelsea landlady, herself an ARP warden. At first, he took part in watches and patrols on the next night and on subsequent nights. At first, his equipment consisted in a borrowed tin hat, the one real necessity, but gradually other pieces of equipment came his way: a badge, an armlet, a borrowed torch. At a certain point in this development, he was duly enrolled. Later, it was suggested that he should become a full-time paid warden, wages £3 5 a week for men, £2 for women. This involved being on duty every night but one a week, and being available for duty in the event of a raid, on call for sirens, all day. At that period, raiding was continuous every night, and there were usually 3 or more raids each day. Hence, full-time wardens could not do anything else. As Ford had several other activities which he was loath to abandon, he decided to become an unpaid warden, on duty 4 nights out of 5, but not on duty during the day. After enrolment, he was duly provided with uniform and full equipment. In his borough, this consisted of a suit of overalls, a webbing belt carrying on it a message pad, and a couple of bandages for first aid purposes, a torch hung round his neck by a strap, a steel helmet, a civilian duty gas mask. He had taken this decision largely because the main trouble of being a pure civilian during a prolonged air bombardment is that, as such, one's only duty is to seek and to maintain one's own and one's companions' safety, and this is inevitably demoralizing. The instant that an individual is given even the simplest objective function and becomes a member of an organized and uniformed, this is notoriously important, group, the whole burden of deciding whether or not on any particular occasion to seek his or her safety is automatically removed. While one is functionless, one is continually irritated by such questions as, "Isn't it really very silly to stay upstairs or to go out in this degree of blitz?" The instant the individual has become a warden, ambulance driver, member of the auxiliary fire service, rescue and demolition squads, or stretcher bearer, this question is, 9 times out of 10, settled for him or her. The enrolment of tens of thousands of men and women in the various civil defence services would have been fully justified for psychological reasons alone, even if, as was by no means the case, their functions had been objectively useless. The motivation of Barbara Nixon, who was married to the distinguished communist Cambridge economist Maurice Dobb, was much the same, when in May 1940 she became a voluntary part-time warden. "I wanted an active job. I particularly wanted to avoid being in the position of many women in the First World War, of urging other people to do the work they wouldn't think of doing themselves. At that time, the ATS seemed to be mainly a matter of cooking and cleaning, for neither of which was I either competent or inclined. I found that the AFS entailed mainly switchroom work for women, and first aid posts seemed to me to be too reminiscent of Job waiting patiently for troubles to be brought to him. The government had made its first appeal for ARP wardens in January 1937. In some places, fully worked-out civil defence schemes, including the recruitment of ARP wardens, were put in place within months. In others, virtually nothing happened, either through inefficiency, a distaste for warmongering, or because there was no clarification about who would foot the bill. Herbert Morrison himself had been the spokesman for the Local Authorities Association in demanding that the government should pay 90%, if not the whole cost, of these measures. On the 1st of January 1938, the ARP Act came into force, compelling local authorities to set up ARP schemes, including recruiting wardens and expanding their fire services by forming and equipping the AFS. The Act committed the government to contribute between 60 and 75% of the money to pay for these services. But recruitment was sluggish. A radio appeal for 1 million men and women ARP volunteers in March 1938 largely fell on deaf ears. The Munich crisis in September changed everything. Suddenly war seemed a threatening reality, and by the following March, over 1 million people had volunteered. This still fell short of what was needed, and training in things such as gas detection and treatment, blackout regulation enforcement, first aid, and various other air raid practices was slow to be provided, as was equipment. The Warden's Service attracted most volunteers, but during the phony war there had been an alarming falling away of personnel, which was not helped by the government's ban on recruitment, as disheartened citizens either transferred to the local defence volunteers after it was set up in May 1940, or drifted away, wondering what their wartime role actually was, other than often being roundly abused and called a little Hitler when they tried to reinforce blackout regulations. The Blitz would decisively show them. The ARP was a locally embedded service. It was essential that wardens knew their area well, so that when there was a raid, they knew how many people lived in a particular house, whether any had been evacuated or might be away, were infirm or had small children, whether there was an Anderson shelter in the garden, or if the occupants regularly used a public shelter. All this detailed knowledge of local residents and their habits would be invaluable in ascertaining where people were likely to be when a bomb fell, so that ambulance services could be directed efficiently and rescue parties shown where there might be survivors buried in the rubble. Districts varied in the ratio of wardens they could muster, but in general, in large towns and cities, the norm was 10 wardens' posts to the square mile. The posts might be located in a shop or hall or basement, or even sometimes in a warden's front room. There would be a post warden, and usually a deputy, and the area would be divided into sectors, each covering a few streets with around 500 residents. There would be between 3 and 6 wardens for each sector, reporting to a senior warden. Some posts might have had sub-posts too. In the country, the posts would have to cover a much larger area, maybe encompassing several villages, and the wardens would have to assume more all-round responsibilities and competencies, as the support services would take longer to arrive. In Fulham, in south-west London, then a largely working-class district, some 200 volunteers had enrolled by April 1939. The majority of them were middle-aged, and 1 in 6 was a woman. Single women were more likely to join, since they generally had more time on their hands than married women with homes to run. In Fulham, the volunteers came from a wide range of occupations, from the manual to the professional to the artistic, including a number of retired, mainly middle-class men. This was not surprising, since the National Service Handbook issued in January 1939, that is, before the call for LDV, Home Guard volunteers, had made it clear that ARP was the only job in civil defence open to older men. Some of the recruits were too old to fight. Others had been turned down on medical grounds or were in reserved occupations, while others were waiting to be called up. When asked why they had enrolled, most replied in terms of wanting to do my bit, though some had come under pressure from employers and friends, and one 26-year-old middle-class woman supposed that she must have been drunk. It was New Year, after all. Almost all would come to feel disillusionment with poor organisation, lack of relevant training, hanging around with nothing much to do, and not having a clue what to do in case of an emergency. Frederick Bodley and his wife Kath had enrolled as ARP wardens at Stoneleigh in Surrey within a fortnight of the outbreak of war in September 1939, and persuaded their neighbour Joan to do so too. Around 90% of ARP wardens were part-timers who would come on duty at the end of a working day. The Bodleys' first post had been in a private house, but it was soon moved to a smallish concrete building which was very comfortable, for we have a radio, shove-halfpenny board, playing cards and an electric kettle. The heating is supplied by 2 electric radiators. There was also a foot-wide bench that served as a bed, though this was soon considerably widened and made very comfortable with the addition of a horsehair seat, while layers of newspaper were spread over another couple of benches so that games of dominoes could be played. The post to which Barbara Nixon was first attached was in the basement of an old house. It was equipped with a camp bed and chairs, tea-making facilities, and a dartboard to help wardens while away the time between patrolling the streets and responding to an alert. She was issued with a tin hat, a whistle and a respirator, and taken on a tour of the 17 public shelters in the area. Her fellow wardens were railway workers, post office sorters, lawyers, newspapermen, garage hands, to a few of no definable profession. When in December 1940 she decided to become a full-time warden, after overcoming considerable town hall resistance to the appointment of married women, paid the magnificent sum of £2 5 a week, Nixon was transferred to a post in the north of Finsbury, where the raids had been heavier. Nothing was left. The heart of the largest city in the world was a wilderness. Here and there, desultory trails of smoke curled up. The pigeons had deserted it. No gulls circled over it. The only inhabitants were occasional scurrying rats. The silence was almost tangible, literally a dead silence in which there was no life. It was difficult to believe that this was London. Her companions were the toughest set of wardens in the borough. It was unwise to ask what people had done before the war because, owing to the fact that racetracks, boxing rings and similar chancy means of livelihood closed down at the outbreak of war, there was a considerable percentage of bookies' touts and even more parasitic professions in the CD, civil defence services, together with a collection of workers in light industry, intellectuals, opera singers, street traders, dog fanciers, etc. In the early days, the control rooms were crowded with chorus girls. There was also an ex-burglar, a trade unionist, and 2 men who hoped that joining the ARP would defer their call-up papers. The post warden was an ex-electrician. And all except Nixon had been to the local school, though at different times, and they knew the family history of nearly everybody in the neighbourhood. This urban community was as tight-knit as any Cotswold village. From October 1939 until September 1940, the Bodleys received training in anti-gas procedures, learning how to use a stirrup pump to put out incendiary bombs, took part in smoke drills, in which they learned how to enter a burning building on their stomachs with their mouths as near the floor as possible, fire drill and putting out an incendiary bomb that was already blazing, and had mock exercises to teach them how to deal with an incident, complete with bodies with labels attached, detailing their imaginary injuries. They listened to a series of lectures on the correct way to load a stretcher, make a splint, bandage limbs, disinfect a gas mask, and encourage the public to use theirs. Nixon received some rudimentary instruction too, though it was on the job that her real training began. The Home Office recognised that training can never be finished, and she became aware of the multitudinous things a warden needed to know, from the names of the residents in each house and which shelter they used, hydrants, cul-de-sacs, danger points in the area, to the whereabouts of the old and the infirm who would need help in getting to the shelter, telephone numbers and the addresses of rest centres, etc. Full-time wardens had 1 day off a week, and part-time wardens were expected to turn up 3 nights a week. But in the Blitz, most put in many more nights. When the yellow alert, bombers within 22 minutes flying time, was received in the warden's post, They would stop their games of cards or darts, or wake up from a snooze, don a tin hat, and set off with a fellow warden to patrol their sector. When the red alert was received, indicating that planes were 12 minutes flying time away, the public sirens, the wailing whinnies or willies or moaning minnies, would sound, and people would start hurrying to their shelters, encouraged by the wardens, who would be ticking off the names of the residents in their area as they arrived. Then back they went to hurry and chivvy the laggards and see that those who chose to stay in their houses were all right. They carried children, old people, bundles of blankets, and the odd personal possessions which some eccentrics insisted on taking with them to the shelters. The ARP warden's role was partly to look out for bombs falling, incendiaries alight or other incidents, acting as the eyes and ears of the control centre in the field, as the Ministry of Home Security's account of the Blitz put it, and partly to be the chartered good neighbour of the Blitz, giving reassurance that there was someone out there in the dark streets, lit suddenly with blinding flashes of whitish-green incandescent light as chandeliers of incendiaries fell, made violent by the drone of the bombers. "Where are you? Where are you?" the novelist Graham Greene imagined them saying. The sickly, familiar swish of bombs falling with a thud, the crash of falling shrapnel and masonry, the deafening rat-a-tat of the AA guns, which rose and fell in intensity, each sounding subtly different. John Strachey called one near his Chelsea post the tennis racket, for the staccato yet plangent wang, 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 not unlike a sharp exchange of volleying at the net, it made. For the journalist MEA, Mia Allen, some of the AA guns on Hampstead Heath just crashed. Others sounded as if 50 people in the upstairs flat were playing tig around a billiard table. Others as if 50 equally noisy children had collected tin trays and were banging them with hammers. 8 out of every 10 heavy bombs dropped by German planes on Britain during the Second World War were high-explosive HE bombs, Sprengbomber Cylindrisch, SC general-purpose bombs, though tens of thousands of incendiary bombs fell during the Blitz. The bombs were of various weights, ranging from 112 pounds, the bomb most generally dropped during the Blitz, though by the beginning of 1941 heavier bombs were being used, to the 2,400-pound Hermanns, named after the portly Goering commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, the 4,000-pound Satan, which could produce a crater large enough to accommodate 2 double-decker buses, and the largest bomb ever dropped on Britain, the 5,500-pound Max, both names self-explanatory. The bomb's thin metal casing was filled with amatol, TNT, ammonium nitrate, and sometimes aluminium powder, and there was an electrical fuse in its side to detonate and ignite the explosive material, forming a ball of expanding, blazing gas, while sharp shards of metal casing flew out with deadly penetrative power. Around 10% of HE bombs did not explode on impact. By the end of September 1940, there were 3,759 UXBs, unexploded bombs, in London. Sometimes this was because they had a faulty mechanism, but as the Blitz went on, it could be because a variety of sophisticated time delay mechanisms had replaced the simple impact fuse. This was to ensure that the bombs would cause maximum havoc in the area where they fell, with premises evacuated and roads closed until they could be defused in situ or moved and exploded in a safe bomb graveyard such as Hackney Marshes, White City or Richmond Park. London and Birmingham in particular suffered major inconvenience from UXBs. Before the Blitz, it had been imagined that bomb disposal could be left to civil defence workers, with ARP wardens throwing UXBs into baskets or onto handcarts and getting rid of them, and in the early days this did indeed happen. But it was technical, skillful, and often life-threateningly dangerous work. So bomb disposal parties were formed of Royal Engineers, an officer and a number of sappers, initially working with hammers and chisels, though more refined tools were later developed to extract the fuse. Sometimes a UXB might embed itself a few feet in the ground, or fall into a static water tank, dotted around as reserve water supplies for firemen, or a gasometer, but many penetrated deep below the surface and were difficult to get at. The diffuser's survival depended on staying one step ahead of German technology, since as soon as they learned how one time delay mechanism worked, it would be replaced by another. By the end of 1940, 123 officers and men of the bomb disposal squads had been killed, and 67 wounded. The deaths did not cease with the end of the war, as UXBs continued to be uncovered. By 1947, 490 had been killed in the battle to extract those great, torpid iron pigs from their holes and render them harmless. Another hazard of the Blitz was the so-called landmine or parachute bomb. In fact, these were magnetic sea mines that had probably demonstrated their usefulness as land missiles when they were accidentally dropped on coastal towns. They were impossible to target accurately and floated to Earth, supported by green or khaki-coloured artificial silk parachutes, causing widespread damage. Landmine bombs proved particularly effective in smashing through modern pre-stressed concrete buildings. Incendiary bombs were small, but they could be deadly too, starting fierce fires where they fell, unless they were extinguished immediately with sand or water. The most commonly used, thermite magnesium incendiaries, were about 18 inches long and only weighed around 2 pounds each, so thousands could be carried by a single plane. Some would be dropped singly, others packed tight into a canister which would burst above the ground, scattering its contents over a wide area. When ignited by a small impact fuse, the magnesium alloy would burn for 10 minutes at a temperature that would melt steel, and metal particles would be thrown as far as 50 feet. There were also oil bombs, roughly the size and shape of a dustbin, and packed with oil and other explosive materials, which again would burn furiously over a wide area. Like HE bombs, the simple impact fuse in incendiaries was progressively replaced by delay mechanism fuses, which by 1942 had increased to 6 minutes, while the bombs became heavier so that they could penetrate straight through the roofs of buildings to the floors below, rather than smouldering among the tiles and rafters. For months, the shortage of wardens had meant that his wife Kath had been Frederick Bodley's ARP partner, which had worried him as they trudged the streets, he with a balaclava and she with a woolen scarf under their tin hats, dodging shrapnel and falling masonry, looking in on all the public shelters in their sector to see that everything was all right, and to offer reassurance and a running report on the night's activities. When a bomb fell while they were on patrol, the nearest wardens would hurry across to assess the situation and what help was needed. In those days, before mobile phones or pagers, one of them would then speed back to their post to ring the control centre to make a report, and also the fire services if there was a fire, before returning to the incident. If the phone lines had been cut in the blast, a dispatch rider would be sent off on what could be a dangerous journey, with information and requests for help from the other services. I go into a house, decide who's alive and who's dead, tot up the number of victims and what is necessary in the way of fire services, ambulances, demolition, etc., wrote an ARP warden in Kent, who thought that women are better as wardens than men in most cases. They can see in a moment who is in a house because they know what to look for. If the kettle is on the stove, they know that the occupants are probably downstairs and have not gone to bed. If there is a cot, they know that there is a baby about somewhere. The wardens would deal with as much as they could without summoning help, putting out incendiaries with sand or a stirrup pump before a fire took hold, administering first aid to anyone with minor injuries, directing people whose homes had been made uninhabitable to the nearest rest centre, making notes of the incident. It was the responsibility of the control centre to act on reports from its eyes and ears in the field, decide how the incident should be dealt with and what civil defence services dispatched. In theory, the police were in charge of all bomb incidents, though after complaints from various London boroughs, including Hackney and Finsbury, the recruiting and training of ARP wardens was left to the local authorities, and any constable trying to assert his authority was likely to be rebuffed by the warden in charge, who felt he or she knew the procedures, the area and the people. An ARP incident officer would direct the services at an incident and tell the firefighters, who would have arrived with pumps appropriate to the estimated size of the blaze at the ready, if there were any dangerous substances stored nearby. The Heavy Rescue Squad, the Ragged Trouser Brigade as they were called, wearing overalls, tin hats with the letter R stencilled on them, thick gloves to protect against glass, stout rubber boots, not waders like firemen wore, although they were often thigh-deep in water and sewage, would use jacks, blocks and tackles, and sometimes, later in the Blitz, oxyacetylene cutting equipment to try to lift masonry out of the way so they could get to the victims. First, they would cut off the supplies of water, electricity and gas. Gas masks offered no protection against domestic gas, since it all too often happened that people survived the collapse of their homes only to be gassed or drowned before they could be rescued. What the rescue squad really needed were cranes, ideally on the back of their lorries, to lift the heavy beams and lumps of rubble, but there was a shortage of these, so it was a matter of crowbars and hands, and there was always the danger of a building collapsing. If it was thought that a building had been occupied, a first aid party would arrive, known as stretcher parties in London, identified by the letters SP on their helmets. They would treat minor injuries on the spot and carefully lift the more badly injured onto a stretcher, or anything that would serve as a stretcher if there wasn't one available, a door or plank perhaps. Casualties were labelled at the incident using an indelible pencil and a luggage label, or lipstick scrawled on the victim's forehead, in extremis, X for internal injury, T for tourniquet applied, etc. If the injuries were not critical, the patient would be taken to a first aid post for assessment, rather than overwhelming the hospitals with cases that did not require operations or bed nursing. These posts were staffed round the clock by a doctor and nurse ready to clean wounds, stitch up cuts, remove splinters of glass or metal, and strap up fractured limbs. If the injuries were more serious, the patient will be loaded into an ambulance, usually with M for morphia, added to the litany on the luggage label or forehead. This might be a regular peacetime one, camouflaged with dark grey paint, or it might be any half-suitable vehicle, such as a baker's or greengrocer's van, many of which led a double life during the Blitz, delivering goods during the day, if they could get the petrol, lent for transporting the injured at night, or even a taxi or private car adapted with a roof rack on top to carry a stretcher. Finally, the mortuary vans would arrive to take away the bodies laid out on the ground, with a makeshift shroud of a torn curtain, blood-soaked sheet or bit of sacking to provide some semblance of dignity in death. Again, these vehicles were usually requisitioned peacetime ones, and sometimes great anguish could be caused to relatives when they realised that their loved ones were being taken away in an ill-disguised dust cart or butcher's van. As well as bodies, the vans would collect the dreadful jigsaw of Blitz death, legs, arms, indefinable lumps of flesh, collected in baskets to be taken to the mortuary, where attempts were made to assemble sufficient parts to represent a body that could be placed in a coffin for the family to bury and to mourn. Some of the mortuaries had been blitzed. Those that remained were overcrowded, wrote the Mayor of Stepney, Frank Lewey. Every effort had to be made to identify bits of ashy intestines, hands, legs, limbless and headless trunks. One such trunk, which was never identified, was clad in burned corsets, which were stuffed with 950 £1 notes. It was a terrible task, wrote Francis Faviol, who had studied art at the Slade and was thought therefore to have a good grasp of anatomy. The stench was the worst thing about it. That, and having to realise that these frightful pieces of flesh had once been living, breathing people. If one was too lavish in making one body almost whole, then another would have sad gaps. There were always odd members which did not seem to fit, and there were always too many legs. When Neville Chamberlain had first approached Stella, Marchioness of Reading, about organising a women's voluntary service, WVS, he had envisaged it as a way of attracting more women to sign up as ARP wardens. But by the time of the Blitz, the WVS, which had started as a small group of women whose names Lady Reading had taken from her address book and would grow to over 1 million during the course of the war, had become an essential auxiliary service in its own right. In their bottle green and beetroot uniform, with sensible felt hats squashed on their heads, the ladies of the WVS were as welcome a sight at an incident as the ARP warden in his or her tin hat was in a public shelter. They would drive up in a mobile canteen to serve tea and buns to parched and weary rescue workers. They very quickly learned ingenious ways of making tea when the water pipes had been severed and there was no gas or electricity to be had. They would pore over lists of local residents with the wardens to make sure everyone was accounted for, take shaken and confused bombies, as those who had been bombed out of their homes were known, to a rest centre, and lend a hand in any other way they could. Later in the Blitz, the WVS set up information points, IPs, at each major incident and took upon themselves the grim task of breaking the devastating news to those whose homes and workplaces had been destroyed, and accompanying the shocked and grieving to hospitals or mortuaries to try to find or identify their loved ones. Explained as a series of procedures, even diagrammatically as the Ministry of Home Security's front line did, dealing with an incident sounds very organised, a smooth operation, tasks allocated, command chains clear. But of course it wasn't. There was often chaos and confusion in those unrelentingly grim and dangerous nights. In theory, the warden reported an incident from his post telephone. The heavy rescue service did the digging and releasing, the stretcher party put the victim on a stretcher, the ambulance loaded and conveyed that stretcher to the hospital. At practice exercises, this arrangement worked excellently, but in an actual raid, when it was generally pitch dark, when there were incidents in all directions, when the telephones often broke down, there were frequently a waste both of personnel and time. Barbara Nixon felt that while she had been taught a lot about gas, which kind smelt of geraniums, which of mustard, 3 ways of dealing with an incendiary device, and about the blast from high explosives, there were a lot of important things, such as what exactly were the responsibilities of an ARP warden in a raid, how an incident should be controlled, what the rules were in public shelters, that no one seemed too sure about, or failed to pass on. No amount of training can teach you everything, she concluded, but there should be sufficient to ensure that you know what you ought to do in an emergency. An incident hardly ever goes according to the book, but if you have a thorough knowledge of what you're supposed to do, you are much quicker at thinking of something else that you can do. My own case is typical of many. I was extremely anxious to be as helpful as possible, but I had hardly any idea of what, officially, I was supposed to do. Even if a civil defence worker, as ARP workers came to be called by the spring of 1941, in recognition of their wide competencies, had been buffed to a peak of efficiency by training sessions, lectures, and increasingly realistic mock incidents, the reality could prove uniquely challenging. As they attended to an incident, raids would continue, with bombs falling all around. The workers would be deafened by the crump of falling missiles, at risk from bomb blast, falling shrapnel, and the ever-present danger that the masonry they were trying to excavate would crash down and bury them as well as the victims they were trying to release. Acrid smoke would swirl around and brick dust clog their throats and lungs. The smell of an incident was unmistakable, indescribable. It is more than a smell, really. It is an acute irritation of the nasal passages from the powdered rubble of dissolved houses. It is a raw, brutal smell. It was the smell of violent death itself. It was as if death was a toad that had come and squatted down at the bottom of the bomb craters of London. It was often very dark, with rescuers stumbling blindly around trying to discern what had happened. When an alert was on, no lights were allowed. The incident officer might have a small, shaded blue light to mark his position as he tried to coordinate the other services, the rescue squads, stretcher parties, ambulance men and AFS units. Some controllers might allow a shaded torch, but others would not, in the mistaken belief that among all the flashes from bombs and flares, German planes flying 25,000 feet up would be able to see the feeble glow from a torch bulb and unload their deadly cargo straight onto it. Moreover, the streetscape would often have been dramatically changed by a bomb explosion, houses jostled into each other, familiar landmarks gone, with only piles of rubble where they had once stood. It was confusing, anxious work, exhausting, taxing work, and it could be profoundly disturbing too. John Strachey, Ford, watched with grim fascination as the heavy rescue squad worked after an incident on the Chelsea embankment where 5 houses had been destroyed, leaving a crater with 2 mounds on either side of it, one 15 feet high, the other 25. They had evidently been at work for some hours, apparently moving the debris with their hands. When the baskets were filled, they took them to other parts of the mound and emptied them. It looked aimless. Ford climbed on the debris to see what they were at. As soon as he got onto the mound, he found that it was made up of an extraordinary texture. The rescue squad was sinking a small shaft vertically downwards through the mound of brick and plaster rubble, more or less shattered lengths of floor joists and beams, pieces of broken furniture, rugs, carpets, linoleum, curtains, pieces of crockery, often unbroken, all made into a homogeneous, tight-pressed pudding. They worked in much the same way as archaeologists open up the debris of millennia, but this was the debris of seconds. They seemed to him to be working in an incredibly primitive and inefficient way, with their bare hands and without any tools even, let alone any mechanical appliances. One of them began to let himself down into the shaft, which was encumbered by ragged ends of floorboards and beams. He got to the bottom and then wormed his body round till he was lying in a knot with his head down by a crack where some tattered rubble was held up an inch or so by a joist end. The rescue men stood still, and one of them called down to be quiet. The rescue man down the shaft put his mouth to the crack and said, "Are you there, chum?" Everybody kept really still. The rescue man at the top said, "Can't you hear him any more, Smith?" Smith said, "Yes, but he's getting very faint." Ford had not realised before that there were people alive under them in the mound. He could now see that their apparently primitive method of work with their hands was in fact the only way. They began to smell gas. Not poison gas, but ordinary domestic gas. As the shaft progressively opened up the mound, the shattered pipes of the house permeated it with gas. "Nobody must strike a match," said Frank, but the rescueman went on smoking just the same. Every now and then Ford was called over to take charge of some bit of personal property that had been unearthed, several pots and pans, a china dish unchipped, even 2 ration books, and a lady's handbag undamaged, full of its owner's makeup. When he collected a small heap of these, he took them over the road to where a small dump of miscellaneous and trivial possessions had been established. A man, a boy in his teens, and a girl who was crying a little stood in the doorway. As Ford put down his handful of dust-encrusted possessions, the man said, "Don't matter about those. What I want is you to get my boy." Ford didn't say anything. "Is there any hope for him?" "I don't know," Ford said, shaking his head. "Is there a boy under there?" he said to one of the rescuemen. "Lad of about 15, we're told. Some say there's 2, some say there's 3 of them," he replied. So the painstaking excavation went on, filling basket after basket. The shaft was about 10 feet deep now. The atmosphere of the group working round it began to change. Everyone began peering at the bottom of the shaft. There seemed nothing new there, except one more greyish-yellow joint, which ended in a curious grooved knob. After looking at it for some time, Ford saw that it was a rubber-coated fist and an arm bare to the elbow. It seemed far too big for a boy of 15. The rescuemen filled more baskets with rubble. they uncovered a large, untorn and apparently new, though intensely grimy blanket. "How are they lying?" asked a smallish man in brown +4s, with no uniform nor badge, who the rescueman called Sir. "Directly at the bottom here, sir," said Frank. "Well, get them out then. What are you waiting for?" said the man in the +4s sharply. But the rescuemen did not want to pull the blanket off at once. They moved about, collected their saws, took off their gloves, wiped their faces. Then Smith came back from the canteen and got down the shaft again and pulled off the blanket. Ford could not instantly see anything underneath it, except a good deal of white and red, and a good deal of white and blue material. Then he realised these were the pyjamas of two bodies, lying face down on top of each other, or rather with their arms and legs intermingled, both with each other and with the network of boards, joists, bits of bedsteads, and the omnipresent rubble. The bodies had been driven, whether by the blast itself or by the falling debris, not only into the material of the houses, but into each other. They were locked in a reluctant intercourse. There was no blood or gross mutilation, but the bodies had become part of the debris. They had become one constituent of many constituents of the mound. They had been crushed and pressed into the decomposed raw material of the 5 houses that had been bombed. Like the clay of the London subsoil, their clay had lost its individual existence and become an indissoluble part of its environment. Leonard Whitlock was an ambulance driver in Southwark, South London. A huge bomb had fallen on Guinness's buildings, a block of flats in Page's Wharf. I was supposed to stay in the lorry, but I went in, and there was a woman sitting by the fire with a little baby. She was looking at it. I said, "Come on, lady, you can come out now, it's more or less clear." But she was dead. They were both dead. The shock. Just like that. And her husband, he was embedded in the wall. The blast had pushed him right into the wall. And when they pulled him out, all his flesh and his clothes were left on the wall. Stanley Rothwell, an artist's model, joined Lambeth ARP service in South East London. A motley crew we were, from all walks of life. Stage actors, jugglers, acrobats, a musician and one-time lion tamer, necromancers, wrestlers, boxers, shop assistants, scholars, old lags, barrow boys, etc., all thrown together by the misdeeds, miscalculations of power-greedy statesmen of this imperfect, chaotic world of ours. One night, Rothwell's team was called out to Thorne Road, South Lambeth, where 3 Anderson shelters had been hit. There seemed to be only minor injuries in the first 2, but the third had been blown out of the ground. I looked up at the wall of the house. As I lifted my torch, which I had been shielding and keeping trained on the ground because of enemy observation from above, I could see what looked like treacle sliding down the wall. I realised what it was, and seeing that nothing could be done in the darkness, I took my squad back to the depot to report what I had seen and to prepare to come back at daybreak with shrouds and the death wagon to do the unsavoury job of picking up the bits and pieces. This macabre business was to be my lot for the rest of the war. During training, I had instructed my men to treat the dead with reverence and respect, but I did not think we would have to shovel them up. Now this job had to be done with a stiff yard broom, a garden rake and a shovel. We had to throw buckets of water up the wall to wash it down. The only tangible things were a man's hand with a bent ring on a finger, a woman's foot in a shoe on a windowsill. In one corner of the garden was a bundle of something held together with a leather strap. As I disturbed it, it fell to pieces, steaming. It was part of a torso. The stench was something awful, and it clung to my nostrils for some time after. In fact, I never lost that smell until some time after the war was over. We gathered about 6 bags of bits and pieces. One pathetic little bundle, shapeless now, tied with bits of lace and ribbon, had been a baby. As we loaded the death wagon, 2 dogs came along, sniffing in the dust and rubble. I threw a clod of earth at them to chase them off. It takes more than blind courage to face this task and handle those gruesome bundles. It takes guts of an unusual order, or else one has a callous nature that cares for nothing. If you are sensitive, you carry the scars for the rest of your life. My old soldiers, seasoned campaigners in battle, worked with tears streaming down their faces. Jock Weir crossed himself and dropped onto his knees to pray. Many times I had to go to excuse myself, to go along and vomit after these gruesome jobs. The next 9 or 10 weeks was a continuous nightmare. The enemy visited us every night. Casualties got heavier. We were saturated with blood and dirt and stinking sweat. Our uniforms were now stiffened with clotted blood. We were impregnated with the acrid fumes of cordite and explosives and old brick dust. The only sleep I had been able to snatch was an occasional nap between raids in a chair in the depot, on the alert ready for the next call-out, gas mask at the ready and tin helmet ready to be snatched at and put on. This is a side of warfare that is unglorious, that someone has to face, a side that is rarely mentioned, a side of war that gets no medals, a side of war that if the bemedalled glory boys who wield the power, if they had to face it, would change their tunes. But in fact, there were medals for this unglorious side of war. 4 of Rothwell's colleagues went to Buckingham Palace to be decorated by the King for the work they did after Morley College was hit in October 1940. Young children were staying there, waiting to be evacuated the next morning. They had a direct hit and many were killed. Directly opposite was a working men's hostel, which also received a direct hit in the same raid. The whole building collapsed, sandwiching them between the floors. It was difficult to get to them. The rescuers had to cut through bed mattresses and move girders and work upwards from underneath, blood dripping on them as they worked, while doctors stood by to administer morphia. It was one of the worst incidents to date. The casualty list was heavy. But in other incidents, and on other occasions of great heroism, many an heroic deed passed unnoticed. Many a hero went and remains unsung. But some were sung. On the 23rd of September 1940, George VI, speaking from Buckingham Palace, which was by then bearing honourable scars of the Blitz, announced that, in order that they should be worthily and promptly recognised, I have decided to create at once a new mark of honour for men and women in all walks of civilian life. For valour on the home front, as there were medals for those on the battlefront. The George Cross, named for England's patron saint as well as its king, was intended to be the civilian equivalent of the Victoria Cross, which was awarded for acts of the greatest heroism or for the most conspicuous courage in circumstances of extreme danger. Though during the Blitz, so many soldiers were involved in hazardous work, such as defusing unexploded bombs, that of the first 100 recipients of the George Cross, 76 were military personnel. Another award was announced, the George Medal, which Churchill intended should be handed out to civil defence workers in their thousands, though to his chagrin, this didn't happen. By the end of 1940, only 71 had been awarded, but this rapidly increased to 535 by the end of 1941. However, Rothwell was right. Thousands of grimy, exhausted, courageous men and women did remain unberibboned and largely unsung. Chapter 6. The Test of War. I have no wish, though I have been accused of having one, to make political capital out of our national misfortunes. But on the other hand, it is impossible to win a war without facing hard facts. And these are that our ruling and official classes proved themselves incapable of dealing adequately with the world as it was before the war, and when the war came, they showed precisely the same lack of energy, courage and insight. But when the crisis came, and it began to be realised that this was the people's war and not you doing it for us, it was as if vast new springs of courage, energy, power had suddenly been tapped. J.B. Priestley, Daily Herald, the 3rd of September 1940. For many of the poor, it had been a disaster comparable with the loss of life. For many of the wives, their homes had been their life's work. All their energy, all their attention for more than 30 years had gone into polishing, patching and scrubbing. They went without luxuries to get the furniture, They spent years paying for it, and now that furniture, which was almost part of them, is a pile of splinters. The face of one woman was purple with crying, and the tears streamed down her cheeks, but she made no noise. Barbara Nixon, Raiders Overhead, a diary of the London Blitz, 1943. Although 6,945 people had been killed and 10,615 injured as a result of enemy action by air raids on the home front in September 1940, and a further 6,334 lost their lives and 8,695 were injured the following month, the carnage was on nothing like the scale that had been feared and planned for. Thankfully, most of the rows of waxed cardboard or papier-mâché coffins stacked up in requisitioned swimming pools and public baths had not been called for. But what this meant was that provision for the living was grossly inadequate, since little thought had been given to those who might not lose their lives, but would lose their homes and all their possessions. Rest centres were not equipped to offer much more than a cup of tea and a slice of bread, or possibly a bully beef sandwich, and maybe a chair to sit on. And those who went to them were supposed to move on within 24 hours, just like tramps in the casual ward of a workhouse. Yet with nowhere else to go in the early days of the Blitz, people were having to stay for days on end in desperately overcrowded halls. During September and October 1940, some 40,000 houses were destroyed or badly damaged each week. By the end of May 1941, 2.25 million people had been made homeless, and almost two-thirds of these lived in London. In effect, 1 person in every 6 in London was without a home. And with the loss of a home went the loss of the means of sustenance. No food, no cooking facilities, only the clothes the victims stood up in, and these would often be filthy, soot and brick dust stained, wet and torn, and smelling of cordite and charred wood. And often the places that suffered the most in the Blitz were working class areas clustered around docks and factories, where people had little money or resources, or opportunity to leave. Kingsley Martin, the editor of the New Statesman and Nation, admittedly a left-wing journal, primed to criticise the government's lack of foresight whenever possible, went to the East End at the beginning of October 1940. He spoke to a number of people who, after a raid, had wandered about for 13 hours, having lost every possession in the world except what they stood up in, and were directed to a series of addresses which involved as much as 8 miles walking before they were cared for. I suggest that they should be treated as casualties, that some of the idle ambulances and casualty staff should be used to aid them. One of the crying needs in all such cases is for some person who knows what facilities exist for relief, food, clothing, evacuation, etc., to be stationed in each area and to have the duty of looking after these people at once and giving them the information they need. Martin suggested that what underlay this paucity of provision and forethought was the assumption that if people were bombed out, they could just go around the corner and put up at a hotel or to the country to stay with friends. Neither of these options was remotely realistic in places such as Canning Town or East Ham. The responsibility for those bombed out of their homes was given to the Poor Law authorities. Although that term, with its connotations of charity in the workhouse, had been officially changed in 1929, it was still how most of those who had dealings with its public face thought of it. Public Assistance Committees, PACs, those bodies to which those without work in the hungry 30s had had to apply when their unemployment benefit entitlement ran out, and which had administered the hated means test to ascertain how much benefit an unemployed man might receive, had been given the task of providing financial assistance, cash aid, in wartime. This had initially been envisaged as being required by those who were temporarily unemployed as a result of bomb damage to factories or other places of work, and general wartime industrial dislocation and distress, and by women who had evacuated with their children and were in need of help since they were temporarily separated from their husbands. But by 1935, it had begun to dawn on the government that in the event of war there would be other calls on the public purse, such as rehousing, feeding and clothing the victims of air raids. A report by the Air Raid Precautions Department, established in April that year as part of the Home Office, suggested that for every house razed to the ground, as many as 100 might suffer damage, and that if all went well with the provision of shelter, even people in bombed-out houses might easily escape with their lives, though the lack of detailed research into the effects of bombs made this prediction rather uncertain. The poor law principles of less eligibility, making sure that the poor were not more comfortable in the workhouse than in the harsh world outside, and of ensuring that the indigent did not become a charge on the parish, dogged planning for the needs of victims of the Blitz. As in the case of all wartime exigencies, the government proposed and expected local authorities to dispose, but did not provide the money for them to do so. It was, the Treasury insisted, the responsibility of local authorities to relieve the destitute, and in wartime this would mean those who were in need as the result of war. This led to a tragically ridiculous situation, whereby local authorities were supposed to provide for their own ratepayers, but if air raid victims abandoned their bombed homes and fled a few streets away to the next borough, they would be classed as evacuees, and central government would take responsibility for them. Unsurprisingly, local authorities were not happy with this arrangement. They would have to find money from the rates, and in poor boroughs this was onerous, and work out how many blankets, how much furniture, crockery and other necessities their own native population might need, and how many refugees might consume. They would also have to seek government sanction to spend money on would-be refugees or evacuees, if they could be distinguished, and make fiddly bookkeeping calculations to see who should foot the bill for each cup or blanket. In further evidence, if it were needed, of a poor law mentality permeating high places, the LCC was refused permission to buy blankets on the grounds that they would tempt people to stay in rest centres for longer than strictly necessary. The council was, however, grudgingly permitted to spend £4,000 for other equipment, with some conditions attached, while the Scottish Department of Health was allowed to spend just £1,000 on equipment for rest centres. This persistence of localism, the system by which a borough had certain responsibilities for the welfare of its citizens, but not for those from other boroughs, had generated an excessive amount of bureaucracy and time-consuming accountancy since the outbreak of war. There had been endless disputes about which authority should pay for the travel expenses of those evacuated from danger to safe areas, their sick care, vermin control, school milk, the burying of the dead, and myriad other expenses. Was it the receiving authority or the dispatching authority? And during the Blitz, this question of responsibility only grew more acute as a second wave of evacuees left the bombed cities for the country, and thousands who lost their homes in one part of a city sought sanctuary in another. The ebb and flow of people moving from one authority to another in 1940 totals 7,693,467, and in 1941 it was 6,736,338, which brought almost unimaginable administrative consequences. Although in theory local authorities had the power to provide billets for those who no longer had a home, they were not allowed to do so in advance of the property being required. When the Blitz came, no such arrangements had been made, and schemes for repairing houses that could be made habitable were completely knotted up in red tape and form-filling. 3 weeks after the start of the Blitz, around 25,000 people were still crammed into rest centres in the London area. Many of them had been there for days, fed on bread and margarine, biscuits and tea, and just possibly soup, soon known as Blitz broth, if a tin opener had been provided. None had in Bethnal Green. The bommies would be caked with dust and dirt, and maybe had blood-matted hair. A forgotten feature of the Blitz is how filthy people got in those nights of falling masonry, swirling debris and soot. But there were likely to be only a few bowls that could be used for washing, and no soap, flannels or towels. A social worker in East London in those early days was shocked by the unforgettable picture of dim figures in dejected heaps on unwashed floors in total darkness, harassed, bustling, but determinedly cheerful helpers distributing eternal corned beef sandwiches and tea, the London Council panacea for hunger, shock, misery and illness. Dishevelled, half-dressed people wandering between bombed houses and the rest centres, salvaging bits and pieces or trying to keep in touch with a scattered family. A clergyman appeared and wandered about aimlessly, and someone played the piano. The rest centres were usually in schools, which were empty since their pupils had, again in theory, been evacuated, or if there was no suitable school in the area, a church hall or some similar place. Local authorities had only been permitted to spend £20 converting premises into rest centres, so it is hardly surprising that they were dreary, uncomfortable, inhospitable places, and most had had no structural work done on them to make them safer from raids. So in effect, the government's policy of dispersal was breached by its non-policy of rehousing, and thousands who had already lost their homes or were time-bombed, moved out because of a UXB, spent days in vulnerable, overcrowded, ill-equipped rest centres. If they could find them, that is, for local authorities seemed almost coy in revealing where their rest centres were, and often shelter marshals hadn't been told either. One of the exceptions was Hackney, which claimed that it had been fully prepared for war at the time of the Munich crisis, and where Dr. Richard T. was the far-sighted ARP controller. The borough was plastered with notices directing residents to the nearest rest centres as soon as the raids started. A family bombed out of its home had immediate needs: shelter, food, maybe money, most likely clothing, and certainly information. Later would come the question of housing, either the possibility of making their damaged home habitable or finding somewhere else to live. The emergency rest shelters were overcrowded. Food was inadequate. The small reserves of clothes that had accumulated were soon dispersed, and information was hard to come by. Notices did go up in some places, but they were usually written in officialese with words such as incapacitated and household effects, baffling to those with low rates of literacy who were already tired, confused and distressed. And unlike ARP notices, they were rarely translated into Yiddish, the only language of many in the East End who needed to read them. The harassed workers at rest centres were often unable to answer such pressing questions as where victims could get clothing, apply for emergency cash grants if they had no money, replace their ration books, without which they couldn't buy food, and identity cards, and claim for their lost possessions. How could they get their house repaired? Or if that wasn't possible, were they eligible for rehousing? And if so, how would they go about finding somewhere to live? In late September 1940, Mass Observation compiled a report on conditions in the East End. They followed the misfortunes of the emblematic Smith family, who had been bombed out of their Anderson shelter, though, as MO admitted, a typical family would have been much more likely to have been sheltering in a public shelter or the Tube. When they come out, they ask the air raid warden what they should do. He advises them to go to the nearest rest centre, organised by the Public Assistance Board of the LCC, probably in a local school. There they find a much overworked poor law officer who has already been on duty for 18 hours and is not going off for another 6. He sees that they are provided with food, blankets, and if necessary, some extra clothing. If they have a definite address to go to in the country or elsewhere in London, he can provide them with money for fares. If not, they must wait until a billet can be found for them. Sometime during the day, an officer of the Assistance Board comes round to register claims for advances on compensation for clothing or furniture destroyed. For this, it is necessary to have obtained Form VOW from the Town Hall and sent it to the district valuer, but as the supply of these forms was very limited, this formality was often waived. If any member of the family was insured under the Unemployment Insurance Acts and had been put out of work by the failure of the gas supply, he would go round to the labour exchange, but as likely as not be unable to sign on because the exchange kept on shutting during air raid warnings. If any member of the family had been seriously wounded, an application would have to be made to the Assistance Board for an injury allowance, and the possibility of a further application to the Ministry of Pensions for a disablement pension kept in mind. After a day or two, if they were lucky, an offer of a billet in another part of London would arrive. An official at County Hall would ring up the rest centre and say, "I have arranged billets for 250 people in Clapton or Westminster or Wandsworth or wherever it might be. How many have you got that want to go there?" Then, assuming that Clapton or Westminster or Wandsworth had not got a bad name in that particular rest centre for lousy or dangerous billets, they would go. When they had got into their billets and been issued with a billeting certificate, they would, if they were in need of money, go along to the nearest employment exchange and get an emergency allowance. Another family might want to evacuate, yet be unable to because their house was not completely ruined and they had no address to go to, or might have an address to go to, but be unable to get there because of an aged or infirm parent. Yet another family might decide to go off into the blue to Oxford in the hope, usually unfounded, of finding billets there. Thus, people had to trail round a depressing number of agencies to try to get their lives together again to some degree. Half a dozen different overlapping government departments were involved in dealing with what was essentially one problem, the homeless family. And on the ground, the response of the agencies could leave much to be desired. For example, while the Ministry of Food could advise local authorities on setting up communal feeding schemes, it had no powers to compel them to do so or to fund them. People were unable to get any money from the Assistance Board until they had an address. Delays were lengthy, and application forms ran out. Few EastEnders had any idea that they might be eligible for an allowance from the Ministry of Pensions if they had been disabled in a raid. Labour exchanges let the public down badly, being closed more often than they were open. There was considerable confusion about who was and who was not eligible for help with evacuation. In sum, the authorities were charged with being ill-prepared to deal with the physical effects of the raids and to have almost entirely neglected the psychological ones, and most officials were inflexible and extremely poor at communicating essential information. Various powerful individuals and charitable organisations had moved into this maelstrom of paralysis and confusion, which the official historian of the Home Front called the crisis of London. The Quaker Society of Friends sent workers and supplies to the East End. The Canadian Red Cross provided 50,000 blankets, 100,000 items of warm clothing, and 50,000 tins of food, which were distributed by the Charity Organisation Society to shelters and rest centres in the East End. The American Red Cross sent over bundles of clothing. The WVS, a kind of maid-of-all-work to established authorities, did excellent auxiliary work in supplying warm clothing, bringing in mobile canteens, helping evacuate those who wanted to leave, and organising round-the-clock additional staffing for rest centres, as did local social workers. Individuals did their notable bit too. The indomitable Mrs. B was a market trader who sold beetroots by day, but by night effectively took charge of the Ritchie Street Rest Centre in Islington, finding bedding, milk powder, and mysterious soporific powders for the dozens of babies and small children who huddle there nightly with their mothers. The churches did what they could to help, setting up rest centres of their own. 200 people were cared for in a Roman Catholic school off the Commercial Road, and a convent in nearby Artillery Lane had been turned into a rest centre. And the Catholic, Anglican and Methodist churches all worked to arrange the evacuation of homeless people or those who wanted to get away but failed to meet the requirements of official schemes, round clothing depots, and generally tried to alleviate conditions in the shelters and rest centres. In the East End, clergymen were frequently recognised figures of authority, respected by those whose children they had baptised and whose dead they had buried, and those who never went inside a church or did not share their religious persuasion. Having lived among the poor, such priests were acutely aware of the people's needs and were more than a match for any petty official. It was said that in the early days of the Blitz, Father John Grosser was the real government of Stepney. In the 1930s, Father Grosser, who described himself as a socialist of a very advanced type, though I belonged to no political party, had come to Stepney after being unable to find a parish following his support for the general strike in 1926. He had been offered a living of Christ Church, Watney Street, off the Commercial Road, a derelict building that was scheduled for demolition, but he built up the congregation to such an extent that the church was reprieved. He was an active anti-fascist in the days when Oswald Mosley and his British Union of Fascists was trying to mobilise anti-Semitism in the East End, and he took on the presidency of the Stepney Tenants' Defence League, which, in an area of appalling housing, had many bitter battles with slum landlords. When the Blitz came, Grosser took decisive action. Told that no blankets could be issued in a school where people were sheltering, he simply forced the locks on cupboards and handed them around. He broke into food stores to get provisions and lit a bonfire in his vicarage drive to cook meals. Throughout the next 9 months, the tall, angular priest could be seen marching round his parish, his cassock flying out behind him and wearing a kerchief rather than a dog collar. He organised a mobile canteen staffed by conchies, conscientious objectors, to be parked outside the Watney Street shelter every night, and teams of helpers, including the film director Paul Rother, would wheel bath chairs around the railway arches where people sheltered with large enamel jugs of cocoa made by Mrs. Grosser, which they sold for 2p a cup. Grosser helped the ARP services dig for the injured at incidents, and like his fellow priests, every night he would tour the district, offering help, support and reassurance to his parishioners and praying with the injured and the dying. From September until December 1940, he pestered Whitehall until doors were put up on some railway arches and sanitation, bunks and feeding facilities installed. He organised play centres for the children there, youth clubs, discussion groups, play readings and Saturday night dances to a wind-up gramophone, all to keep up the morale of those under nightly attack. The Reverend Lex Miller was a Presbyterian clergyman who worked ceaselessly to help the Blitz homeless in the East End, and the Reverend William Peyton was another tireless worker and inspiring agitator for better conditions for his West Ham flock. Before the Blitz was over, he abandoned his pulpit and took over the job as ARP controller for his beleaguered borough. Dr. Jimmy Mallon, warden of Toynbee Hall and a former governor of the BBC, was another leader's leader, a man they all turn to get things done when the normal channels are clogged with red tape. Indeed, they often expected him to work miracles. He sometimes almost did, personally accepting a donation of 1,000 beds from a furniture manufacturer for rest centres when the local authorities considered it would be too difficult to organise. Toynbee Hall also housed a Citizens' Advice Bureau, among the first in the country, which offered advice to all affected by the raids, and the nearby Bernard Barron settlement, started in memory of Jewish soldiers who fought for Britain in the First World War, and run by Basil and Rose Henrique, together with the Jewish Youth Club, organised communal feeding and a clothing depot. Though Clement Attlee was one of the MPs for Stepney, his seat was Limehouse, he was also leader of the Labour Party and a member of Churchill's War Cabinet, so was naturally a very distant figure. But he had been helpful when direct appeals were made to him for assistance, as was the member for Whitechapel, Jimmy Hall, as well as being a forceful voice in the Commons, with his demands for better shelter facilities for his constituents. Hall was often to be found out on the beat at night with Father Grosser, looking after their welfare. Gradually, the machinery of government was unclogged of its peacetime entanglements and geared to a wartime tempo, where it is more important to get things done than to worry about who ought to pay for them. For the cause of much of the red tape is to make sure that the treasury of the ex-county council or Y borough council does not pay more than what it considers is its fair share of the costs. Lord Walton, the Minister of Food, decreed that since so many ration books had been lost in the raids and shops where people had been registered had been bombed, rationing would be suspended in badly affected areas, and the LCC was authorised to provide blankets, camp beds and, almost the most important thing, hot meals. Since after a raid in October, 20% of Londoners were without gas, or their gas pressure was too low to cook by, and water supplies could be cut off for days at a time, the problem of feeding was not confined to those in rest centres. The initial solution was mobile kitchens, provided first by voluntary organisations such as the WVS, the Salvation Army, or the YMCA, and finally by the Ministry of Food, with the LCC being permitted to deliver hot food and drinks to rest centres. But providing sustenance for a blitzed population would be a long-term problem, and it wasn't just civilians affected by bombing who needed hot meals, but civil defence workers on long shifts and those who could not get home for a midday meal, as had been their custom because of transport difficulties. The answer was communal feeding facilities. Though the writer and broadcaster J.B. Priestley didn't like the term, it sounded, he thought, as if people were expected to trough it together as well as to rough it together. Flora Solomon, Chief Welfare Officer at Marks & Spencer, had, with the support of Simon Marks, started a communal feeding centre on a housing estate in Kilburn before the Blitz, providing hot, reasonably priced meals for anyone who needed them. This was to be the model for the Londoners' Meal Service, organised for the LCC largely by Valentine Bell, the retired head of Battersea Polytechnic, using army field kitchens he had collected from Aldershot. By Christmas 1940, there were 104 such centres, sometimes called citizens' kitchens, serving meals at the rate of 10,000 a day, as well as nearly 200 SOS mobile canteens run by the LCC and various voluntary organisations, and a food convoy consisting of 2 lorries containing cooking facilities and cooks, a water trailer, 3 mobile canteens, and 2 vans with stores ready to be dispatched anywhere in the capital that they were needed, accompanied by 4 dispatch riders. Blitz meals would become standard fare in air-raided towns and cities, though common-sense variations were permitted if stocks allowed. The menu would consist of a thick vegetable soup, with the addition of meat if it was available, plus a cup of tea for adults and milk for children, and the meals were served throughout the day in most places, and around the clock, where blackout permits and circumstances require. They were free only to those in need, and the caterers were reimbursed by the Ministry of Food. Housing the victims of air raids was a more difficult and more sensitive problem. As rest centres gradually ceased to be administered like the casual wards of workhouses, their numbers expanded. By May 1941, there were 780 in London, with room for around 105,000 people. Their funding became more generous, or rather more realistic, their facilities more comfortable, and their staff more humane. But they could only ever be a staging post on the way to rehabilitating the homeless. Henry Willing, the MP for Croydon, was appointed one of the 2 Special Commissioners for London on the 26th of September 1940, charged with coordinating services for the homeless. The other commissioner was Sir Warren Fisher, former head of the Home Civil Service, whose responsibilities were the clearance of debris and the repair of roads and utilities. Willing declared that his first intention was to empty the rest centres in order that they could assume their proper function as casualty clearing stations on the battleground that was now the home front. But where were the occupants to go? By late October 1940, there were supposed to be almost 25,000 requisitioned properties available for homeless people all over London, and over 12,000 billets outside the capital. Yet in that time, only 7,000 people had been rehoused from the 101 boroughs covered by the London Civil Defence region. Requisitioning empty properties and evacuating the homeless was bogged down in a morass of confusion and crossed lines of responsibility between the LCC and the boroughs. Moreover, relocating human beings is not a simple matter of moving pieces around a board. It takes understanding, tact, and time, all things in short supply in those chaotic weeks. Many people refuse to move. Rachel Reckitt reported that in Stepney, people are still living in houses which were the only one left standing in the street. Some refuse to leave even if they are alone in the building. The elderly, in particular, attached to their homes, devastated by the loss of their possessions, afraid that they would not be able to draw their pensions if they moved away from the post office where they did so every week, often insisted on staying where they had always lived. Others needed to remain in the area since it was where their work was, and travel was expensive. Many women refused to leave if their husband stayed, seeing it as their duty to stay to look after him, or, bruised by the experience of evacuation at the start of the war, refused to let their children go. In a world of loss and desperate uncertainty, people clung to the communities they had always known, reluctant to move to strange areas, even if it was only up west, where they knew no one, where things in the shops were dearer, where they entirely logically reckoned they might not be any safer anyway. The East End people now refuse to be sent to the West End, especially anywhere near Buckingham Palace, noted Harold Nicholson. Although the transfer of people from one part of London to another was never successful, and by November was done only as a last resort, some did take advantage of the opportunity. A week after Black Saturday, the Ministry of Health had asked 13 London boroughs, including Westminster, Kensington, Chelsea and Hampstead, to requisition as many empty properties as they could and prepare them for families to live in. And apparently, several thousand East Enders did traverse the capital to set up home, a few boroughs distant. MEA Allen reported on East End families ensconced in grand Belgravia addresses, knitting wool squares for a baby's quilt in Lord Linlithgow's drawing room in Chesham Place. They looked rather lost, like commercial travellers who had missed their train, doing crossword puzzles in the hotel lounge. They said they were very happy. 50 homeless Jewish people had been accommodated at the surprising invitation of Lord Redesdale, father of the pro-fascist Unity Mitford, close friend of Hitler, and Diana, the interned wife of Oswald Mosley, at his large house in Retland Gate. Trekking, picking up what you could carry and trudging out of the city, the age-old image of refugees in war-torn countries, poignantly vivid in the Exode in France, clogging the roads as German troops advanced earlier that summer, would happen all over Britain after a particularly heavy raid. In early September 1940, Londoners streamed from the East End to Epping Forest. Others set off west or north, walking, cadging lifts, sleeping in ditches or haystacks on the way, ending up in Reading or Oxford, where hundreds lived for several weeks in appallingly squalid conditions in the majestic cinema, bedding down between the aisles or in the orchestra pit, since Oxford, which had a large number of official evacuees, refused to billet those who had turned up on the off-chance. The reception the refugees received varied. Some thought of them as sponges, while others urged that people should make allowance for them. They've had a bad time. You've got to take that into account. Windsor would not accept Jews or children. Baldock in Hertfordshire was reputed to be very unwelcoming, and word got around among those fleeing London that it was to be avoided. Much depended on the organisation in the town. Basingstoke was reported to have a very energetic WVS organiser who dispensed with red tape in finding billets. But in other places, there were many stories of refugees going along the streets, knocking on doors, in an unsuccessful attempt to find someone to take them in. The people of Stevenage in Hertfordshire, however, showed zeal in coming forward to offer billets to those who had managed to find their way to the town. Local authorities did have the power to compel those with the space to take in evacuees, but billeting officers were, on the whole, loath to force evacuees on those who resisted, though in Hatfield, Action was taken against a couple who lived alone in a £2,000 house, yet refused to accept bombed-out or just frightened lodgers. When the raids began, there was no help for those who wanted to leave London, other than assisted private schemes by which mothers who found their own accommodation could obtain travel vouchers, while those who took them in would receive a small allowance. The Mayor of Stepney, Frank Louis, arranged transport for women and babies by commandeering council dust carts and cleansing lorries and piling the evacuees onto them. But he and his staff were far too busy to keep records of the evacuees. It was all we could do to get them out of London fast enough. We did not know where they had gone or who had gone there, except that 150 had gone to Ealing, 230 to Richmond, and so on. Then, of course, we began to be besieged by relatives who had no idea where their dear ones had vanished to, and we could not tell them. We could not even tell them if they were evacuated or buried under the local rubble by some bomb explosion. I recall vividly a very old Jewish woman who came to me in tears. "There is my Solly," she kept saying, hardly above a whisper. "My only one, my boy. I have not anyone else. Sir, only my Solly. You will find him, won't you?" I did my best. I found he had gone to Glasgow. I wrote to the Mayor of Glasgow. Search was made. Solly was never found. Was he perhaps an unidentified victim in a Glasgow raid? We shall never know. The problem remained that despite these mass, muddled, undocumented exports and arrangements with other boroughs, many of those who did want to leave had nowhere to go. Rachel Reckitt, working at Toynbee Hall in Whitechapel, was kept busy all day with mothers and children waiting to evacuate, but nothing can be done unless they have friends to go to. Lots are wandering, homeless, towards the city this morning with suitcases, all they had saved. There was one terribly pathetic girl of 19 with a baby of 2 weeks and another of 17 months, a soldier's wife, absolutely exhausted. We tried every institution in London and couldn't get her in anywhere. She collapsed in the end, and I got her into a convent rest shelter for the night. The MP's wife promises to fetch her tomorrow and get her away by hook or by crook. She only came out of hospital on Saturday. The arrangements are hopelessly inadequate. I can't imagine what the authorities have been doing, as they must have foreseen all this. Naturally, I came across the people, most whose homes have gone, but the fact that 3 out of 4 Toynbee maids and cleaners have lost their homes shows the percentage. The warden of the settlement, Dr. Mallon, agreed that Reckitt could have up to £30 to use for travel expenses of intending evacuees who have an address to go to but don't come under any scheme. So I have got 1 or 2 off this way today. Generally, when they ask to be evacuated, I ask, "Has your house been demolished yet?" And if it hasn't, I have to tell them to wait until it has, as then we can do something. So later, they come in with broad grins to announce that now it has been blown up and they can get away. The only help available was from similar voluntary agencies, which would somehow, though they had no official powers, whistle up accommodation, equip it with basic necessities, and provide travel vouchers. The scheme to get children out of London was speeded up, and for the first time, the introduction of compulsion was very seriously canvassed. Yet only 20,500 of the 520,000 children in London left the city in September, including 2,000 under 5s sent by the Waifs and Strays Society to houses in the country, leased and equipped partly by donations from the American Junior Red Cross. By December, the number had dropped to 760 unaccompanied children. Anxious about a growing chorus of criticism in the press, and fearing that the thousands of Londoners squatting in rest centres, shelters, and other unsuitable places wouldn't be prepared to take it for much longer, the government announced that funds would be available for mothers who wish to evacuate with their children from certain East End boroughs. Yet despite an escalating campaign to get the children away, and Willink's initiative in providing hostels for men whose families had left but who needed to remain in London themselves, the response was poor. So poor that from applicants swamping the reception areas, it was possible to extend the offer to the whole of London. Despite a concerted propaganda effort, only 2,600 useless mouths had left London by the end of September, and each month fewer and fewer left. And some, despite the air raids, were flooding back. Traditionally, thousands of EastEnders took an op-in holiday each September, enjoying a dose of open air while working picking hops on Kentish farms. So when the raids started, such hoppers were out of London, and there was pressure that they should be encouraged to stay away. Negotiations dragged on, and finally Kent's local authorities agreed to billet those hop pickers who wanted to stay, though in many cases the father was obliged to return, since he was likely to be either in the forces or in a reserved occupation employed on war production. The solution wasn't just finding an empty house. People needed furniture, cooking equipment, bedding, clothing, and money too. Again, the voluntary organisations stepped in the first instance. The Lord Mayor's Air Raid Relief Fund, which by the end of the war stood at nearly £5 million, paid for the WVS to provide warm clothing and bedding. It had made £1,000 available to the Mayor of Stepney for relief work. With no questions asked, he gives it to everyone who applies, chits to his friends' shops to allow them to buy up to a specified amount with no receipts asked for and no inquiry as to the genuineness of the applicant. This is a complete contrast to the local officials who make it so tiresome and difficult for anyone to get a penny that they usually give up trying. There seems to be no happy medium, bemoaned Rachel Reckitt. When Henry Willink was appointed as Commissioner, he made clear where responsibilities lay. Local authorities were tasked with resettling homeless people in fresh accommodation. Social workers and housing officers were detailed to help in the process, and those who dealt with the public were reminded what traumas they had been through and encouraged to lose their hungry 30s inquisitorial and punitive rigidity and to be as helpful and flexible as they could. Welfare advisors were appointed at rest shelters to give advice and information, and staff from the assistance boards went into the shelters and rest centres, rather than expecting the bombees to trail round half a dozen offices, to tell people what they were entitled to, handing out hardship money there and then, if necessary. The Ministry of Information printed 50,000 leaflets that were distributed to all Blitz towns in January 1941, giving such essential information as, you can get drinking water at, drink only boiled water and milk. Rest centres are at, transport for, will leave at. For help and information, go to. The Assistance Board also kitted out a number of vehicles as mobile information centres, complete with loudspeakers, that could be sent to an incident to broadcast important information. By late October 1940, various one-stop shops had extended the work of the Citizens' Advice Bureaus, and by the end of the Blitz, where there had been none at all in September, there were 78 information centres and 21 administrative centres, pulling together a range of services and information that unfortunate air raid victims had to trudge miles on fruitless quests to obtain previously. But the work of the CABs was still essential in dealing with a wide variety of problems, such as the effects of wartime legislation, compassionate leave for members of the forces, making sure that servicemen overseas knew what had happened to their families, people's pension entitlements, and a myriad other things. From 200 CABs, just after the outbreak of war, by 1942 there were over 1,000 dotted all over the country, housed in village halls, schools, cafes, anywhere there was room for a table and a telephone. Most people had no wish to leave their local areas. They wanted their homes repaired and to be able to move back in as soon as possible. But materials were short, labour was short, and it was often many weeks before anything was done, during which the condition of the property deteriorated further, with rain pouring in. At one time, 6,000 roof tilers were required in London alone, more than existed in the whole country. Priority had been given to getting utilities fixed, roads cleared, and railways running. But, with winter fast approaching, the need to make houses weatherproof became more urgent. As usual, Stepney suffered more than most. By the 11th of November 1940, about 40% of its houses had been damaged. Many of these were so shoddily built that they were not worth repairing, and there was no billeting or rehousing officer in the borough. The War Office was persuaded to second 5,000 men of the Pioneer Corps, most with some experience of the building trade, while more building workers were included on the register of reserved occupations, and 3,000 sappers were drafted to help repair public utilities. Squads of these men would be ready to move anywhere in the country where heavy raids had made their services necessary. Repairs could be little more than rudimentary, costing on average £8 or £9 per house, tacking on roofing felt, stretching tarpaulins, boarding up windows with opaque material, but these could at least make buildings just about habitable. Insurance companies had made it clear before hostilities broke out that their policies did not include war damage. The government made equally clear its intention to give compensation for such damage at the end of the war, but not before. Money would only be paid to reimburse actual physical losses and the essential repair of damage, not contingent ones, such as loss of trade. The amount would be calculated as the cost of reasonably reinstating the property to its former condition in line with building costs in March 1939. Although the processing of claims was speeding up during the Blitz, many people had to wait until years after 1945 to get payment. The responsibility of repairing the property fell on the owner or the landlord, who would foot the bill and reclaim the costs after the war, although the council would carry out the work if there was a housing shortage or the owner or the landlord was unwilling or unable to do so. If a badly damaged house was rented from a private landlord, and at the start of the war around 60% of the residential property in Britain was rented from private landlords, the tenant could decline to pay rent, but if he or she wanted to hold on to the lease, they had to do the repairs or have them done as soon as possible, though they would not have to pay rent until the property was habitable again. A landlord who refused to release the tenant from his or her lease had to complete the repairs as soon as possible. If only part of the house was habitable, the rent was to be adjusted accordingly, the amount to be decided by the courts if necessary. If the house was being bought on a mortgage, there was no legal obligation on the building society to make good the damage, but it was hoped that it would behave like a responsible landlord and do so. The mortgagee was not, however, released from the liability to pay the mortgage. If the property was beyond repair and he or she had nowhere to live or carry on their business, an £800 grant could be claimed, part of which was intended to be used to pay off the mortgage. Local authorities were empowered to requisition halls, warehouses or garages to store furniture salvaged from people's bombed-out houses, so they could claim it when they had somewhere to put it. This had been a matter of some difficulty. The big problem is what to do with the furniture that might be salvaged from bombed houses, if anyone would do it. The owners have to watch it rapidly deteriorate in bad weather, worried Rachel Rackett. There simply weren't enough removal vans to transport all the furniture that needed moving, and people were reluctant to leave it in their uninhabitable homes for fear of looting. Some unscrupulous firms were profiting from the shortfall by hiking up their prices to levels most East Enders could not contemplate. Now local authorities started to provide or rent their own removal vans. If a householder needed to put furniture into storage, grants were available to cover that cost, but nothing could be paid out on furniture that had deteriorated as the result of being left in a bombed-out property. Claims could be made for lost possessions, cars, clothes, jewellery, ornaments and such like, valued at market or repair value at the date of damage. This would not be paid until after the war, but for those with an annual income of less than £400, it was possible to get an advance. More than that, and it was considered that you had a sufficient financial cushion not to need state help. Thus, slowly and falteringly, the gross deficiencies of the early days of the Blitz, honestly and disarmingly admitted by the Minister of Health, Malcolm MacDonald, son of Ramsay, were largely rectified. It was hardly surprising that many local authorities had seemed paralysed by the magnitude of the problems they faced in those first days. As Richie Calder put it crisply, to leave local officials to deal with the situation was like leaving the mayor of Dunkirk to evacuate the British Expeditionary Force. At the outbreak of war, another layer of administration had been inserted between Whitehall and the local authorities. Britain had been divided into civil defence regions, each with an unelected regional commissioner. These miniature governments were intended to be capable of acting autonomously, taking full control of their regions should communication links with Whitehall be severed as a result of an invasion, bombardment, or some other act of war. The then Home Secretary, Sir John Anderson, was quick to assure local authorities that this was a wartime measure only. The regional government structure would be disbanded as soon as peace came. Exceptionally, the London region had 2 regional commissioners working under the senior commissioner, Captain Ewan Wallace, until January 1941, and after his resignation on health grounds, Sir Ernest Gowers was promoted to the post. A senior civil servant, Gowers concentrated on indoors administration, while the more charismatic Admiral Sir Edward Evans concentrated on being outdoors, and particularly in liaising with the local authorities in the region. Sir Harold Scott was Chief Administrative Officer of No. 5, London, Civil Defence Region, which comprised approximately 720 square miles of the Metropolitan Police District. Operating out of his HQ in the steel-framed Geographical Survey and Museum in South Kensington, Scott divided the region into 9 groups, each containing a number of boroughs, and each under a group control officer. This imposed reorganisation was not entirely popular. After October 1940, Evans, and on occasion Gowers, started to hold regular meetings with the town clerk of each borough, who was usually also the ARP controller, though many declined to attend. On the 23rd of October, only 16 town clerks, out of 95 borough councils in the region, turned up. Group number 3, which comprised the City of London, Holborn, Finsbury and the East End, with its HQ in a dingy Weights and Measures office behind Shoreditch Parish Church, was to be the hardest hit and most tautly stretched of all the groups. It was also the most disputatious, and, in at least 2 cases, the most disastrously incompetent. In Stepney, one of the worst-hit East End boroughs in the first days of the Blitz and thereafter, the ARP controller was not the town clerk, but the leader of the council, Councillor M.H. Morrie Davis, an appointment that was contrary to government advice that a council official, rather than an elected representative, should take the post. He incurred the anger of both the government and the regional commissioners, as stories of the appalling state of the Tilbury shelter in particular, and other shelters and rest centres in Stepney, were splashed across the press, usually in reports by Richie Calder. Though some Stepney residents thought Davis was a great guy, to others he was a swine. The opinion of one local man was trenchant. "Davis is responsible for all this," he said, gesturing to the devastated streets. "Davis. Bloody lot of matchboxes he gives us. There ain't a shelter in the whole fucking place. There ain't one. Matchboxes, that's what he gives us. Blow on them and they'll go to pieces. That blasted Davis, I'd like to lay my hands on him." Winston Churchill insisted that Davis must be superseded, that is, sacked, and he was succeeded as ARP controller by E. Arnold James, the town clerk. But James, perpetually torn between the instructions from the Ministry of Home Security and the views and policies of the council, which it was his job to serve, fared no better, and after 2 months in the job, he resigned, in anticipation of being dismissed. In this war within the war, the Minister of Home Security, Herbert Morrison, acted decisively, parachuting in someone from outside the borough as ARP controller. Eric Adams, town clerk of Islington, was a civil dictator, the Times charged. Predictably, the skirmishes continued, but within 6 months, operating out of the People's Palace Theatre on the Mile End Road, since Stepney's council offices at Wapping, adjacent to the docks, had been destroyed on the first night of the Blitz, Adam had improved the situation sufficiently for him to be able to go back to Islington with an OBE. However, Morrison refused to return the control of Stepney Civil Defence to the borough until almost the end of the war, by which time Davis was in prison for an unrelated offence, travelling on the tube without a ticket and some shady dealings over a false identity card, and James had been removed from his post over a scandal about surcharging while he had been town clerk of Finsbury at the time of the proposals to build deep shelters. West Ham's was a sorry saga too. Silvertown, Canning Town, and the docks had been battered by bombs. Shops were boarded up. The borough's 35 cinemas reduced to 2 by the end of 1940. Pubs, formerly so numerous, reduced to rubble. Drab terraced houses destroyed or exposed to the elements as if a giant tin opener had wrenched them open, showing the peeling paint and faded wallpaper within. It was a fractured and desolated place. Now the territory largely of the old and of scavenging cats and vermin, it was badly served by those with a duty to care. Although West Ham could boast Britain's first independent Labour MP, Keir Hardie, elected in 1892, by 1939 its local politics were in a parlous state. There were 64 councillors. At the outbreak of war, 57 of these were Labour. The opposition totalled only 7. And the councillors were getting on a bit. Most were around 60 and had lost their vigour and drive, while many of the younger, more energetic, better educated men of the borough worked for the local authority and were therefore debarred from seeking election. And in wartime, the challenges were, to say the least, quite novel and could not be carried out by reference to precedents. In West Ham, the profoundly taxing problems of providing air raid shelters, coordinating ARP activities, clothing and feeding the bombees, and housing the homeless, proved beyond the council's capabilities. The situation had not been helped by the government prevaricating so long before laying the responsibilities of civil defence provision on a deprived borough. It was also exacerbated by the fact that West Ham had a strong pacifist tradition, and the council was therefore reluctant to undertake activities and spend ratepayers' money in ways that could be regarded as provocatively warmongering before hostilities started. In addition, West Ham was still repaying £4,400 a year on a Goshen loan extended to boroughs after the First World War to undertake projects intended to relieve unemployment in their area. Pleas by local MPs to have this remitted had fallen on deaf ears in Whitehall. West Ham would get through 4 ARP controllers in quick succession. Despite the scale of its problems, the borough councillors objected to interference in their household by Whitehall and thought it would be humiliating for the mayor-elect to be subservient to the ARP controller. A compromise had to be reached, whereby the deputy town clerk was appointed controller and the mayor chairman of the emergency committee. But in March 1941, after a few relatively quiet weeks, during which the controller had gone off to visit his daughter, who had been evacuated to the country, there was a very heavy raid on West Ham. The controller's absence, and the general fiasco that ensued, led to Herbert Morrison threatening to take responsibility for civil defence away from West Ham and put it in the hands of the regional commissioner. In the event, and with the unfortunate example of Stepney fresh in everyone's minds, this was averted, and instead a greatly respected local Presbyterian minister, the Reverend W.W.I. Peyton, a friend of Richie Calder and known throughout the area as the Governor, was appointed ARP controller, despite his youth and relative inexperience as a councillor. Things improved, but as the regional commissioner reported to Morrison in August, the task of getting an efficient machine set up in West Ham seems almost hopeless, and we may ask for the supersession of the council, though again they didn't. When Southampton was bombed at the end of November 1940, the ARP controller and town clerk was found to be entirely unsuited to coping with emergencies. The mayor was adjudged a poor creature, and the chief constable went sick after the second night of bombing. A group of RAF officers temporarily assumed control of the city's civil defence until Robert Bernays, MP for Bristol North and a deputy regional commissioner, was appointed by the commissioners of the southern region to take charge. Liverpool, too, had its problems, as did Plymouth and Coventry, whose town clerk was considered a joke and non-entity, and no one takes any notice of him, by the regional commissioner. Although the regional commissioners were always presented as a wartime expedient that would fade away when democratic politics were reasserted after the war, the not infrequent chaos, the crossed lines, the lack of administrative competence, and the general second-ratedness of some local politicians did cause many people to wonder if one of the lessons of the war might be that politics needed radical restructuring. Enthusiasm for a greater role for the state and more central control had been a recurring theme of the left throughout the 30s. National public works initiatives had seemed the answer to intractably high rates of unemployment, and nationalisation had been proposed as a solution to the inefficiencies, underinvestment, and poor labour relations in industries such as coal mining and the railways. As it was increasingly clear that the network of panel doctors, local and voluntary hospitals, was not answering the needs of the sick, there had been considerable debate as to the degree to which voluntary hospitals could be conscripted into the war effort during the Blitz, and how they would be compensated. Blueprints had been produced and schemes canvassed for a state-funded National Health Service. Now it seemed that the war in general, and the Blitz in particular, had thrown these deficiencies into sharp relief and provided a compelling need, a possible model and rather unusual laboratory conditions for testing a new way of governing Britain. For Richie Calder, the lesson of London, by this he meant the way the capital had dealt with the social consequences of the Blitz, urgently needed to be learned by those in authority in the rest of the country. His idea, endlessly plugged, was for a welfare board for London, embracing the whole local authority system and coordinating the work of the various ministries, and presumably extended throughout the country. This would not be a simple matter, nor would the fanciful call of Tom Harrison of mass observation for a ministry of the everyday, a special branch of the government to deal with the whole human problem, a wide-awake unit composed of ordinary people to foresee the difficulties caused by the human factor. There was a long way to go. The War Office, which might have been expected to have some idea of how to deal with bomb damage efficiently, was reported to have been unable to organise clearing up the shattered glass from its own corridors for a fortnight after the windows had been blown out by a bomb blast. When the borough engineer of Stockton-on-Tees suggested that it might be useful to organise a party for his colleagues from other northern towns to come to London to see how the capital was managing, the Minister of Home Security brusquely rejected the idea. But for Calder, the lesson was bigger than picking up some useful tips. After all, an epoch had come crashing down in the angry brown dust of crumbling property. The ruins of the Victorian townhouses in the West End and of the slums of the East End were apocalyptic. They were symbolic of the catastrophic end of an age. Profound administrative lessons have been taught by London's experience. Drastic reorganisation of local government is necessary, not only in terms of war needs, but of peacetime reconstruction. It has been shown that the present system of artificially defined boroughs is just as inadequate to the needs of the day as the vestries, parish units, were at the end of the last century. The campaigning journalist Calder would doubtless have been less than enthusiastic about keeping in post the unelected regional commissioners such as Lord Geddes for the South East, or Lord Dudley in the Midlands, regarded by William Mabane at the Ministry of Home Security as the least successful regional commissioner, and the financier Lord Harlech the best, according to Mabane, in their wartime form. At the start of the war, such commissioners tended to be country worthies, landowners and gentry, ex-military men, and Indian civil servants who had proved their administrative competence in the Empire, though Geddes had been a professor of anatomy, director of recruiting at the War Office in the First World War, and an MP. Later in the war, Herbert Morrison appointed several Labour men as deputy commissioners, including William Asprey, a trade unionist and chairman of the Sheffield Emergency Committee throughout the Blitz, who took up the post in the southern region in September 1942 and went on to fulfil a similar administrative role in the British zone in Germany after the war. Rather Calder sought structural democratic change, wanting to retain the regional councils, set up regional welfare boards, and consolidate communal feeding arrangements as the first step towards a sensible food economy and post-war nutritional service. And since evacuation had taken city dwellers into the countryside, they would act like Trojan horses invading the strongholds of Toryism to bring about this essentially socialist state. Barbara Nixon had absorbed the lesson of Finsbury and come up with similar conclusions. She had applauded the idea of local control in principle, but in practice had realised that it depended on a cadre of competent local leaders, which she had not found, and this lack had led to overlapping responsibilities, territorial standoffs, confusingly different ways of doing things in different boroughs, unproductive conflict between the boroughs and the LCC, and insufficient democracy on the ground, since far too many people think that democracy means the maximum of non-interference by the state in their affairs, instead of the maximum interest and interference by them in state affairs. William Robson, in 1930 founder with Leonard Woolf of the journal Political Quarterly, and a long-standing advocate of local government reform, seized the wartime moment, and in February 1941 wrote an article for Picture Post, a pithier version of one he had contributed to his own journal under the byline Regionalita, reminding readers that regional government has been demanded by every competent expert and innumerable royal commissions and committees. Unfortunately, vested municipal interests resolutely set their faces against any far-reaching reform. The regional commissioners are an experiment of the highest interest and importance. When peace comes, we must ensure that the regional commissioners are replaced by directly elected regional councils above a tier of local councils. But the notion of such reform was aborted even before the war was over. By 1943, various committees had, in effect, concluded that while regional bodies were absolutely justified in wartime, there was not a sufficient case for adopting any similar system as a permanent administrative organisation in time of peace. And in 1945, as the various civil defence functions were wound up and personnel discharged, the newly elected Labour government accepted the recommendations of the White Paper on local government reform and congratulated local authorities on their wartime work. And, while recognising that the discrepancy in size between some metropolitan boroughs was problematic, stated that it could see no case for prolonging the life of a wartime expediency. In the case of local government, the status quo was, and pretty much remains, the option. But there were other lessons learned in the laboratory that was the Blitz that would be tested, and in some cases put into practice in the post-war years. Chapter 7. Guernicard. Well, workers, it is hard luck on Coventry, and of course it's hard luck on the workers, and we're going to tell you something that you may have cause to remember. It's this. Coventry is the first place to be attacked in this way, outside of London and Liverpool, but we are bloody sure it's not going to be the last. Most people thought it wouldn't be too easy to smash up one of the biggest production bases in the country, but it was. There has never been such a bombardment before, either in this country or anywhere else in the world, relative to the size of the town, and the main question now is what's next on the list. A broadcast at 9:10 p.m. on Saturday the 16th of November 1940 by Workers' Challenge, a black radio station broadcasting from Nazi Germany, but purportedly ran by dissident British workers. The raids on London, that had been continuous throughout September and October 1940, seemed to have begun to tail off. The night of the 3rd to the 4th of November was the first since the Blitz had begun on the 7th of September that the alert had not sounded. But on Friday, the 15th of November, Anthony Heap's diary recorded, "Terrific raid on Coventry last night. Cathedral among buildings destroyed. Not a particularly attractive town architecturally, but important commercially. It wasn't Coventry's first attack. Besides the IRA bombs that had ripped through the city in the summer of 1939, killing 5 people and injuring many more, it had suffered intermittent raids since August 1940. In September, 16 people had been killed in a raid. A few days later, the Standard Motor Works at Canley had been badly damaged and several people injured. The Rex cinema was hit, and in mid-October, several elderly residents and the matron had been killed when Ford's Hospital, an old people's home, was bombed. By the 14th of November, 448 people had been killed or seriously injured in Coventry as a result of enemy action. Moreover, every time it looked as if the bombers were making for nearby Birmingham, the sirens would sound in Coventry too. Anthony Heap may have considered Coventry to have few redeeming architectural features, but the city could trace its origins back 3 centuries before Leofric, the Saxon Earl of Mercia, established a Benedictine monastery there in 1043, and his wife Godiva, according to legend, rode naked on horseback, or maybe it was the horse that was naked, i.e. unsaddled, through the streets to free the town of Coventry from heavy bondage. A cloth town since the Middle Ages, and always an important commercial centre, Coventry had boasted some important Tudor buildings, including Ford's Hospital, founded in 1509, which had been so badly damaged by the Luftwaffe, and St Mary's Hall, formerly the Guildhall, a 15th century building that had served as the city's seat of government for a time. But most prized of all were the churches that gave Coventry its epithet, the City of 3 Spires. The 14th century Christ Church, Holy Trinity, and St Michael's, described as one of the largest and most beautiful of all those churches built in England 600 years ago, in the new style, Perpendicular, in which English builders had broken away from the lavish continental style to something peculiarly English in form. By the 1930s, cloth-making, and later ribbon-making, had largely given way to the manufacture of synthetic fabrics. Courtaulds had built a vast modern factory, and engineering. Known as the bicycle capital of the world, Coventry was tightly packed with small factories and workshops manufacturing machine tools and car parts, cheek by jowl with ancient buildings, shops and houses. This industrial modernism meant that the city had managed to escape the worst of the Depression and had benefited greatly from the government's rearmament programme. Its population had more than doubled since the start of the 20th century, and in 1940 it stood at nearly 250,000. Coventry was in the front line of Britain's battle for production. Many of the small workshops in the city had turned to making components vital to the war effort, such as the watchmaking firm Fred Lee, that by 1940 was producing industrial jewels for compass bearings instead of timepieces. 3/4 of all the gauges used in the nation's armaments were made in Coventry. Dunlop put aside most of its car and cycle tyre manufacture work to turn out tyres for aircraft and barrage balloons and anti-gas clothing, while GEC was producing VHF radio sets to be used in fighter defence, and Courtaulds was making up its synthetic fabrics, including nylon, into parachutes. Vickers Armstrong and Hawker Siddeley were turning out engines and frames for Blenheim light bombers, Avro Ansons and soon Stirlings and Lancasters too. The Rolls-Royce factory was stripping and reconditioning its engines, including the famous Merlin, to power Spitfire and Hurricane fighter planes. In addition, at the request of the Air Ministry, by 1940, Coventry was ringed by a belt of so-called shadow factories that could take over manufacture should the original ones be knocked out of action by a raid. It was front-line stuff, and it made the Midlands city a target in Germany's campaign to defeat Britain by crippling its capacity to wage war. Indeed, Coventry had been assigned as a key target in pre-war air defence exercises, second only to London. Against the dates, the 14th and 15th of November, on the calendar for 1940, was an empty circle, the symbol for a full moon. A hunter's or a poacher's moon, as it had been called in peacetime, now renamed a bomber's moon, something to be dreaded for the bright light that would make it easier for the German bombers to home in on their targets. The Air Ministry fully expected a heavy raid that night. But where? On the 11th of November, the codebreakers at Bletchley Park had revealed that the Luftwaffe was planning a major attack imminently and overheard boastings by a German prisoner of war, coupled with intelligence about the positioning of X-Gerät, the device that threw intersected beams over a target to guide German bombers, which then released their bombs, indicated that the attack was likely to be on the Midlands. Wolverhampton, Birmingham and Coventry were all in the frame for Moonlight Sonata, as the operation was codenamed. If it was clear which was the target, then as well as massing fighter planes above it and training the full panoply of AA guns, a brilliant device invented by Dr., later Professor R.V. Jones, could, by means of radio transmission, bend the beam guiding the bombers and throw the pilots off target. But that was only possible if the target had been definitively identified, which it hadn't. At 5 p.m. on the 14th of November, the crews of Kampfgruppe 100 were being briefed at their base near Saint-Nazaire on France's Atlantic coast. Our task is to repay the raid on Munich of the English during the night of the 8th of November, the anniversary of the 1923 beer hall push. They were told. We shall not repay it in the same manner by smashing up harmless dwelling houses, but we shall do it in such a way that those over there will be completely stunned. Even though the raid on Munich by the gentlemen of the Royal Air Force was a complete failure, neither the Führer nor our Commander-in-Chief, Reichsmarschall Goering, is willing to let even an attempt to carry out an attack on the capital of the Nazi movement go unpunished, and we have therefore received orders to destroy the industries of Coventry tonight. You know what this means, comrades. If we can paralyse the armaments centre tonight, we shall have dealt another heavy blow to Herr Churchill's war production. Tomorrow morning, the factories there must lie in smoke and ruins. We rest till 7:30, then we get ready for take-off. Comrades, good luck. At 7:07 p.m, on the day that the former Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain was cremated in London, and on which, at a service in Birmingham, his native city, the Bishop pointed out that while Chamberlain had not succeeded in his valiant efforts for peace, he had failed greatly. The air raid message Yellow, Raiders Approaching Your Area, was received at the ARP control room in Coventry's Council House. 3 minutes later, the signal changed to Air Raid Message Red, Raiders Overhead, and as the ululating, mournful notes of the siren hung in the dark, the first bombs began to fall. An incessant shower of incendiary bombs rained down, many suspended in the air like chandeliers before they lodged on rooftops or fell to the ground. The last bus leaving Coventry for Leamington nosed its way out of the city, its lights turned off. But they weren't needed. The glare from the burning incendiaries made it light enough for commuters to read their evening papers. Owen Owen, Coventry's department store, was soon ablaze, and within an hour there were already 240 fires plotted on the map in the central fire station. It became a pointless enterprise to stick in any more pins, as the whole of the city centre seemed alight. Then, following the incendiaries, high explosive bombs and landmines came crashing down. A 500-pound bomb went straight through the roof of Sir Alfred Herbert's works in Canal Lane, 2.5 miles from the city centre. The main Daimler factory was struck by 2 landmines, several HE bombs and dozens of incendiaries, and the Shadow factory was hit too. By 9:30, a halo of red flames could be clearly seen from Warwick, 7 miles away, and Birmingham, 18 miles to the west, and both sent convoys of fire engines and men clanging through the country lanes to help fight the conflagration, though many of the phone lines were down, and it was difficult to communicate directly with the Coventry authorities to find out exactly what was required. Herbert Morrison was on one of his first tours of the provinces as Minister of Home Security, and that night he was dining with the Regional Commissioner of the West Midlands, Lord Dudley, at Himley Hall, 30 miles away, as was Wing Commander John Hodsall, Inspector General of Civil Defence. As they were sitting down to a champagne supper, news came through of the attack. The party hurried outside and could see flames already lighting the clear sky over Coventry. The Daily Express journalist Hilda Marchant was in Birmingham the night they Guernica'd Coventry. She was sitting in a hotel lounge, drinking black coffee and talking to some Midlanders who felt aggrieved that though they too had been bombed, the newspapers took little notice. It was all London, London, London. That night the balance would be redressed. "Looks Coventry way," ventured a porter, as wave after wave of planes droned overhead. Winston Churchill had been apprised of the situation, and after dining excellently and in great comfort in the Borough, Down Street Underground Station, he spent an anxious night on the Air Ministry roof, watching the situation develop. The raid lasted for 11 hours. By 8:30 p.m, Coventry appeared to be ablaze from end to end. The smell of smoke and ceiling plaster was stifling. Fire engines and ambulances were screaming past. People were streaming out of the alleys and courts, panic-stricken, and it was obvious that that terribly crowded district was suffering. The Coventry and Warwickshire Hospital, near the ordnance factory, displayed a lighted red cross on its roof to indicate its status. But to no avail that night. A bomb crashed onto the men's ward. Dr. Harry Winter watched the whole wall of the building fall slowly outward and crash across the open ground where we'd been a few seconds before. We put patients on stretchers and blankets along the main floor corridors, which were already so crowded that I had to tread carefully from one end of the hospital to the other. Then the casualties started to come in from outside. We had made elaborate preparations about classifying the patients as they came in, but they began to arrive so fast that we didn't have time for detailed examinations. All we could do was divide them roughly into resuscitation cases and those requiring immediate surgery. The resuscitation cases were whisked into beds and given electric blankets and oxygen to help them recover from the shock of their wounds. The immediate surgery cases were divided among the 3 theatres. I suppose I did about 15 operations throughout the night. The other theatres handled about 40. We couldn't work very rapidly. The majority of cases were lacerations or injuries to limbs. The complication with bomb lacerations is that you get a small wound on the surface but extensive disruption underneath. Everything is pulped together. It's no good fixing the surface wound without doing a major cutting job on the inside. Every few minutes the theatre shook with the thud of a nearby bomb. About midnight the electric power went off, but I continued with the operations I was on by the light of 2 small bulbs run by our own emergency lighting system. Every few minutes the nurses and the anaesthetist threw themselves under the operating table as the bombs roared down. I didn't like to follow them, but every time one whisked uncomfortably close, I instinctively pulled the knife away and ducked sideways. Up on the top floor of the gynecological ward, we had 15 women who couldn't move. They stayed in their beds through it all without a complaint, although the bomb that smashed the staff quarters next door covered them in glass and plaster. In another wing, we had to leave a dozen fracture cases. All night long they lay on their backs, unable to move, hung up on frames, and watched the Jerry planes cruising about the firelit sky through a huge hole that had been blown out of the wall of their ward. A young woman recovering from an operation in the hospital was carried down a large curving staircase in my bed by soldiers to the basement. As they left me, a bomb screamed and I screamed with it. One soldier ran back, folded me in his arms and rocked me. Other patients then joined me, and all night the noise of screaming bombs was terrible. 20 high-explosive bombs fell on the hospital. 5 were direct hits, and all but around 100 of the 1,600 windows were blown out. In the morning, my father turned up looking haggard and afraid. Where my bed had stood in the ward was a large hole, so he thought the worst. My family had watched from the village where we lived, fearing for me, their eldest, helpless in the hell that was Coventry. My father helped to carry me out to a waiting ambulance, pulling the blanket over my face because he said it was cold, but really so that I should not see the rows of bodies lying there. It was much the same for a student nurse at Gulson Road Hospital. The beds began to fill up very quickly. The operating theatres began their tasks. Sometimes we would have to clear away thick dirt before seeing the patient. They seemed to have been dug out of the ground. We were using emergency supplies and hurricane lamps. The casualties then became a never-ending stream. We were very conscious of the very heavy bombing that was going on around us, but most of the nurses felt secure hearing the guns on the factory roof. And one time, 2 floors of the factory were on fire, but the men manning the gun never moved. We heard later that they had promised to protect their nurses at all costs. Everyone was working as a member of a team. Even the consultants, who were normally treated like little gods, became human. During the course of my training, I had always the fear of being left with the limb of a patient in my hand after amputation. The Blitz on Coventry changed all that for me. I didn't have the time to be squeamish. Thousands of patients passed through the hospital that night. If a patient died, he was just taken out of the bed and it was remade to take the next patient. All night, huddled in public shelters, frightened Coventarians would hear snatches of news from ARP wardens who poked their heads in. The Birmingham road's blocked, Woolworth's gone, the cathedral's on fire. A child, sheltering with her sister in their nightclothes, was driven from under the stairs when their house northwest of the city centre was hit. Running along the street to the public shelter, she found that, although it was November, the air was hot and acrid. It was brilliant moonlight, and with all the fires, it was as bright as day, and the sky was red. Just like blood, I remembered thinking. And then suddenly, I was deadly frightened, and so we ran down that road, which reminded me vividly of a film I'd seen, The Last Days of Pompeii, with the buildings on fire and dropping into the roads as we ran. It seemed we ran miles and miles until we got to the public shelter, which was crammed with people who were packed further in to make room for us. Children were crying and screaming, women were weeping, and everybody scared stiff. Just before midnight, a further wave of bombers swept across Coventry. They had no need of navigational aids now. The burning city was a beacon, their targets illuminated as clear as day. Since 8:47 p.m, all the telephones at the central fire station, except one private line to the control centre, had been out of order for outgoing calls, and only 2 incoming lines were working spasmodically. Any calls that did get through were used to transmit requests for additional help. Birmingham Fire Service signalled to London, "Fire situation at Coventry extremely serious, city alight." The canal bank had been breached by a bomb, and valuable water that could have helped to fight the fires flowed wastefully into the ground. Mobile water carriers, hose lorries and heavy pumps set off, the vehicles having to negotiate craters in the road as they approached the inferno that was Coventry. By 1 a.m, the windows in the operating theatre at the Coventry and Warwickshire Hospital had all been blown out, and Dr. Winter decided that since a bitter cold wind was blowing through the room, it was too cold to uncover the patients and too cold to operate, for I was shivering from head to foot. The windows of the second-floor theatre had also been blown out, so we were forced to move into the ground-floor theatre, where the windows were protected by a brick wall. We decided to take turns doing the operations, but since one theatre could not cope with a large number of cases, we could only take the more urgent ones. When I had a few minutes off between turns, I went along the corridor for a cigarette. It was an amazing scene, far worse than the descriptions I've heard of the front-line casualty clearing stations in the First World War. Patients were lying head to toe on every inch of space. The nurses were marvellous. With hurricane lamps and hand torches, they moved among the patients, comforting them and giving them little sips of water. Near the entrance lobby, I noticed the hospital superintendent. He was kneeling beside the patients lying on the floor, and as I passed along, I could hear a few words of their prayer. Although we have only 440 beds, we had 275 patients when the raid started, and I estimate that at least 300 more were admitted during the night. New patients were put on top of the beds, while the old patients sheltered underneath them. By 4 a.m, I couldn't keep a steady hand any longer. Then our emergency light failed, just as I was in the middle of an operation. We quickly rigged up an automatic headlamp to a battery set, and I finished the job. Bombs were still crashing down, and every few minutes hunks of earth and debris crashed against the brick wall outside the theatre. By this time, no one bothered to duck. Terrified people were leaving the city, most on foot, many in their nightclothes. An aircraftsman was told to take an aircraft transporter and run a shuttle service, taking as many people as he could on each trip to a hangar on the outskirts of Coventry. Other drivers did the same, and soon there were more than 1,000 people crammed into an empty hangar next to one housing 5 or 6 Wellington bombers. The white message, "All clear, raiders past" signal, did not reach Coventry until 6:16 a.m, and since the cables to the siren system had been severed in the raid, few people heard the eerie wail of a single siren echoing across the fields from outside the town, and did not emerge until they heard an ARP warden or a policeman yelling, "It's all over, you can come out now." In the drizzle and grey mist of that November morning, a truly terrible sight met their eyes. Hardly a building remained intact. It was impossible to see where the central streets had been. Fires were raging in all directions, and from time to time there was the crash of a fallen roof or wall. It was like an earthquake, reported a senior regional officer in a censored memo. The medieval and Tudor centre had suffered the worst in the raid, picturesque and fine for visitors, but the firemen cursed the wood-framed buildings. The rickety roofs and floors fell into the cobbled streets, blocking the way for the fire engines. A third of the city centre had been completely destroyed, mainly by fire, and at least another third would require extensive rebuilding, a Ministry of Home Security inspector who arrived in the city on the morning of Saturday the 16th of November reported. The 600-year-old cathedral was still smouldering, molten lead dripping from its roof. Coventry's would be the only cathedral in Britain destroyed during the war. It had no pillars or roof, just ruined aisles and piles of rubble, shattered cherubs and twinkling stained glass, and a crumpled heap of brocade identified the altar. But its 300-foot spire was still intact, pointing to the sky from whence its destruction had come. 1 in 12 of Coventry's houses and flats had been destroyed or rendered uninhabitable, and 2/3 of those remaining had been damaged. 35% of shops had been destroyed, from the large department store Owen to small corner shops. At a very rough estimate, the Ministry of Home Security inspector ventured that 2/3 of Coventry's factories had been destroyed or put out of commission, including the Daimler factory, which had been hit by 22 HE bombs, the Humber Hillman Works, the GEC factory, and Sir Alfred Herbert Limited's 40-acre factory site, all key participants in the battle for production. Bombs blocked every railway line out of the city, and the stations, many of which were damaged, had to be closed. Water mains had been fractured, and one of the city's 2 gas holders had gone up like a giant firework, depriving households and factories of gas. The city streets were impassable with debris and UXBs. Huge craters yawned everywhere. A pall of greasy smoke hung over the streets. Glass crunched underfoot. Bodies lay tossed at grotesque angles, severed limbs and torsos, an obscene and sickening sight. A woman watched soldiers in the street, picking up bits of arms and legs and putting them in potato sacks, as if they were working in a harvest field. "Coventry is a city of the dead," wrote one resident to her daughter in London. "We have no gas, electric light, and in most cases no water. We have no milk or bread at the moment. Mobile vans are going round the town with bread and water. Loudspeakers are going round telling the homeless where to meet to be taken out of the city. Next door have completely vanished, and the whole family buried underneath. Many landmines must have been used, as whole streets have vanished. There is nothing left of Broadgate. The cathedral is in ruins. Only the spire is left, and that doesn't look safe. The central library is gone. The market hall is gone. In fact, I think it would be easier to say what hasn't gone. The centre of the town is roped off. No one is allowed within half a mile of it. There are so many unexploded bombs about that they are talking of blasting the town because none of the buildings seem safe. One can't get near the council house for people waiting for death certificates, and there are many thousands buried underneath Market Hall, Owen, and the other shelters. None of the factories is working. Everyone seems bewildered. Well, Beryl, we are safe so far, and I don't see why we should be afraid now, for there is nothing left for them to bomb." A major raid was classified by both German and British authorities as one in which more than 100 tons of high-explosive bombs were dropped. 500 tons of high-explosive bombs and 30,000 incendiaries had fallen on Coventry that night. 568 people had been killed and 1,256 injured, many seriously. The dead included 9 police, reservists and messengers, and 11 ARP wardens, 1 a woman. The toll would have been even heavier had not earlier raids driven people to seek shelter outside the city. And shelter provision in Coventry had been generally quite good. Many of the factories had huge underground shelters, and there were 79 public shelters with room enough for 33,000 people. Most, though not all, had stood up well to the raids. Nevertheless, in a city with a population of 238,400, it was certain that almost everyone in Coventry would know someone who had been killed or grievously injured during the 11-hour attrition. The next morning, Hilda Marchant, sceptical of reports from the chambermaid, the waiter, the hall porter that the Coventry raid had been worse than anything before, set off from her Birmingham hotel to see for herself. Most cars were stopped and turned around, not allowed to enter the devastated city, but Marchant showed her press pass and was waved through the barrier, where she found a familiar sight, one I had seen in Spain and Finland. The people of Coventry were trekking out, not sure where they were going, what they would do, but just moving to try to get away from the sounds of the night. Lorries were packed with women and children sitting on suitcases and bedding. Others were on foot, pushing perambulators or handcarts. 5 miles outside the town, we had picked up the first thin smell of smoke, but as we went nearer, the air thickened and carried charred bits of wood in through the car window. It was a heavy, stifling smell that bit into your throat and lungs. As we came to the edge of the city, the air became as warm as a spring day. Though it was noon, the city was darkened by the black fog that darkened the sky and the thick banks of soot that were suspended over the streets. The people who walked the streets had grimy faces, and their eyes were reddened with the heat and smoke. They were walking slowly and without direction over the broken road and pavement. Most stayed in the city, even if it meant sitting among the rubble, boiling a battered kettle on a fire made of wood from the rafters, searching for lost possessions among the bricks, shattered wardrobes and smashed cupboards, huddled in a torn blanket or dusty best coat in a roofless kitchen, the shops and banks defiantly open. The staff of Barclays stood on bricks to avoid the pools of water around them, with no heating or light, and with all the windows out. But before they opened, they had to dig through the rubble to get to their strong rooms. Marks and Spencer opened, proudly proclaiming, "Messrs. Marks and Spencer of Smithford Street are playing their part in defying the activities of the Hun, but opening in Whitefriars Street." That day too, the papers were back on the streets, sometimes inaccurate, occasionally hiding or distorting the depressed mood of the city, but describing the full horror of the previous night. As loudspeaker vans toured Coventry, warning people to boil all water for fear of typhoid and urging them to be inoculated, exhausted civil defence workers continued to dig in the rubble for survivors, and medical staff stood by to give injections of morphia. Marchant climbed through the window frame of a house next to the Central Police Station in the worst bombed area. Stretching for about half a mile in front of the window was a bumpy, open plain, broken only by an occasional girder that poked through the ruins like an open rib. There was no form or tracing left in the earth of the streets and houses that had been there. The foundations had been smashed into the ground. There were no bedsteads or tables to identify a home, no chimney pots or tattered roofs to define the shape of a house, just a dead, dusty, petrified plain. That night the German High Command phrased it more sharply. "Our airmen use the technique of distraction which they have mastered. They have invented the word Coventrated, though I am a pedant and prefer the earlier version of Guernica'd, where the technique was first rehearsed in April 1937 during the Spanish Civil War." Herbert Morrison also arrived in Coventry the morning after the raid, accompanied by Lord Beaverbrook, who, as Minister for Aircraft Production, was concerned to see how badly factories had been damaged. Some 27 had been hit, and how quickly they could be back in production, and Ernest Brown, the Minister of Health. They had a very sticky encounter with the Mayor, J.A. Moseley, an ex-railwayman, who with his wife had been rescued from their garden shelter to find their house wrecked, the town clerk and the chairman of the city's council emergency committee, while the totally exhausted, unwashed and unshaven chief fire officer fell asleep halfway through the meeting. The local officials demanded to know why the Luftwaffe had been allowed to fly over the city hour after hour, unchecked by RAF fighter planes or anti-aircraft defences. Not that this was Morrison's responsibility. They also insisted that civil defence should be made compulsory and that men should be exempted from military service to serve on the home front. To emphasise Coventry's plight, the mayor offered the minister a glass of whisky, apologising for the fact that there was no water in the city to go with it. For his part, Morrison was concerned at what he thought was an air of defeatism in Coventry, and initially threatened to put the city under martial law. He dropped that idea and left the emergency committee in charge, but gave orders right and left to get things moving, arranging for the army to be brought in to help clear up. A few of the soldiers were armed, since there were fears that riots might break out. Morrison was reasonably satisfied that the regional structure had worked well, with assistance coming to Coventry's aid from outside the city, but he was disturbed by the fact that when fire brigades from elsewhere arrived at stricken cities in the Midlands and the North, their hoses often would not fit the local hydrants, while some procedures varied so much between different brigades that they literally had to have interpreters on duty to explain to the visiting fire service what were meant by the words of some orders, a potential disaster in a Blitz situation. It was not for the first time that Morrison had been made aware of these problems, but the Coventry Blitz rammed them home, and he would work on fundamental changes to the civil defence services over the following weeks and months, trying to negotiate the many minefields in the delicate relations between local autonomy and central direction and organisation at a time of national emergency. Beaverbrook confined his intervention to a metaphor-laden speech that irritated his listeners, who wanted reassurance and practical advice. What they got were high-flown references to the RAF having its roots deep in Coventry's aircraft industry, and the need for the city to rise from the ashes so that the tree would burgeon, putting forth fresh leaves and branches. However, despite the lack of power and water, the freezing conditions with windows blasted out and some buildings unstable, by December 1940, production had resumed in most of the damaged factories, if not at full output, and 80% of the workforce were back on the shop floor. Richie Calder, usually hot on the case of officials failing the people, was surprisingly upbeat after his visit to Coventry, reporting that the WVS had established rest centres at Kenilworth, and soon others opened in nearby towns. Florence Horsburgh at the Ministry of Health had sent an SOS to her ministry's inspectors all over England, and they converged on Coventry to help sort out its catastrophe. By midday on Saturday the 16th, all the casualties had been moved out of the city. 20,000 blankets were sent into the area, as were loaves by the 100,000s. The Ministry of Food organised emergency supplies for a city that was almost destitute of food, and rationing was suspended since so many people had lost their ration books, though shopkeepers instituted their own rough-and-ready system to make sure that stocks would go round. The most acute need was for water. Dozens of churns of milk arrived, brought by the cooperative dairies, and the WVS was even washing up in milk since the water pressure was so low. But soon water carts and flexible piping arrived. Soldiers cooked meals and staffed rest centres, and with experience of barrack room hygiene, advised people not to sleep with their heads close together, but top to toe to avoid the spread of infection. Calder was particularly impressed to witness men returning to their places of work to see if it was still standing, and to collect their pay, and women grubbing around in the debris to find bits of broken furniture with which to light a fire to cook their husband's dinner. Tom Harrison had been in Birmingham on the night of the raid. A mass observation team had been in Coventry for 6 weeks preparing a survey on war savings, and he drove straight over to Coventry the next morning. That evening, 3 MO investigators arrived to report on the situation. Their findings, which were not made public at the time, were rather different from those of Richie Calder. The investigators found an unprecedented dislocation and depression in Coventry on Friday. There were more open signs of hysteria, terror, neurosis observed in one evening than during the whole of the past 2 months together in all areas. Women were seen to cry, to scream, to tremble all over, to faint in the street, to attack a fireman, and so on. The overwhelmingly dominant feeling on Friday was the feeling of utter helplessness. The tremendous impact of the previous night had left people practically speechless in many cases, and it made them feel impotent. There was no role for the civilian. Ordinary people had no idea what they should do. On Friday night, there were several signs of suppressed panic as darkness approached. In 2 cases, people were seen fighting to get onto cars, which they thought would take them out into the country, though in fact, the drivers insisted, the cars were just going up the road to the garage. If there had been another attack on Friday night, the effect in terms of human behaviour would have been much more striking and terrible. As it was, a quiet night, followed by a fine morning, changed the atmosphere for the better. This was not due to official activities, which were centred almost entirely on the fires and debris. The investigators saw no signs of any official mobile canteens. There was no use of loudspeaker vans or information committee notices, special announcements or anything of that sort, though voluntary organisations did great work with individual families. However, it should be stressed that no sign whatever was found of anti-war feeling, and there are very few grumbles. People were full of admiration for the ARP and AFS services, and no one was blamed for the alleged running out of water at about 2 a.m. In sum, MO concluded that the same shortcomings applied in the provinces as they had in the capital. Plenty of forethought given to the material damage caused by an attack, casualties, dealing with fires, clearing up debris, but woefully little to the social and psychological effects, to how the homeless could be accommodated or their houses repaired. Although Churchill's private secretary, John Colville, wondered if the violent bombardment of Coventry was possibly the first movement of the sonata which may continue throughout the Moon period, The bombers did not return on the Friday night. Since the railway into Coventry was so disrupted, the king motored from Windsor, arriving on Saturday morning. He offered to bring his own sandwiches so that the royal visit would not strain Coventry's limited resources, but it wasn't necessary. Lord Dudley sent his butler over with a cold lunch from Himley Hall, which was eaten in the mayor's parlour in the company of Herbert Morrison, by the light of candles stuck in beer bottles on the table. Not very many Coventarians actually saw the king as he walked among the devastation. More saw the newsreel, but the monarch thought that they liked my coming to see them in their adversity, and Lord Dudley reported seeing people's faces light up when they recognised him. However, the formidable WVS organiser Pearl Hyde, then a councillor, later mayor, declined to meet him, saying she was too busy, too dirty, and wearing trousers. For his part, the king felt that Coventry was in a very sorry state. The old part and the centre of the town looks just like Ypres after the last war. The people were all dazed from the shock of it, he wrote to his mother, Queen Mary, in the pink of health herself, but getting bored in badminton. Harold Nicholson was amused by Morrison's almost sobbing reference to the king's visit when he made his report to the Civil Defence Cabinet Committee the following Wednesday. He spoke about the king as Goebbels might have spoken about Hitler. I admit that the king does his job well, but why should Morrison speak as if he were a phenomenon? How odd these Labour people are. There was a grim and tragic coda to the raid. After Coventry's swimming pool, originally requisitioned as a mortuary, had been damaged in an earlier raid, a corrugated iron-roofed building near the gasworks was designated to replace it. It had space for 500 bodies. Luggage labels would be tied to each corpse, with details of where it had been found, the identity, if known, and the number of the ambulance that had taken it to the mortuary, written in indelible pencil. But during the raid, the bomb that hit the gasometer had also taken off the roof of the mortuary, and when it rained heavily a couple of nights later, the writing on the labels was almost washed off, making it near to impossible to identify the bodies. Relatives often had great difficulty in doing so, particularly if the person was a victim of a bomb blast. As many as 4 people might claim the same body as that of their loved one. The solution decided on was to strip each body of all its clothing and possessions. The body was then taken in a coffin and the possessions into a sandbag. Both were given the same number, which was entered into a register. Relatives were then invited to identify clothing or jewellery rather than the body. The system worked well, and most bodies were identified, but it was gruesome work, which was done by the stretcher party personnel. A bottle of brandy was very useful. Since an unprecedented number of people had been killed on the same night in a relatively small area, the emergency committee decided that individual private funerals would simply prolong the agony, and that a mass funeral would be less painful. It would also fudge any remaining problems of identification, although this was a new departure for Blitz victims. Grieving relatives were persuaded that a communal burial would be a fitting tribute, and were encouraged to remember the dead as they had been in life. The council would bear the cost of the public funeral, but the grant of £7 7 payable for the private burial of an air raid victim would only be paid for those who had lived outside the city, and only then if they had been civil defence workers, children under 15, or had been gainfully employed, that is, not housewives or the elderly. The first civic funeral was held on Wednesday the 20th of November, though bodies were still being recovered from the ruins. 2 long trenches were dug by mechanical diggers, and the coffins, 2 deep, draped at intervals with Union Jacks, were laid in them under the cover of darkness. The seemingly endless line of mourners stretched far into the distance on that dreary, damp day, when 172 people were buried. The mass funeral of a further 250 was held the following Saturday. A few of the bereaved were in uniform. Some carried wreaths or benches of flowers. Some held children by the hand. The solemn, heartbreaking ceremony was conducted by the Bishop of Coventry, a Roman Catholic priest, and a nonconformist minister. Then the mourners file past the 2 long, narrow graves, dropping their flowers on top of a coffin. Any coffin, for no one could know in which of the plain oak caskets the remains of their father, mother, husband, wife, sibling or child lay. A Spitfire wheeled overhead below the grey scudding clouds as the Bishop of Coventry gave the address on the 20th of November. "Let us vow before God," he prayed, "to be better friends and neighbours in the future, because we have suffered this together and stood here today." Chapter 8. Britain can, probably, take it. We all refuse to face the fact that unless we can invent an antidote to night bombing, London will suffer very severely, and the spirit of our people may be broken. Already the communists are getting people in shelters to sign a peace petition to Churchill. One cannot expect the population of a great city to sit up all night in the shelters week after week without losing their spirit. The only solution I can see at present are reprisals, which we are both unwilling and unable to exert. If we are saved, we shall be saved by our optimism. Harold Nicholson's diary for the 24th of September, 1940. James Pope Hennessy is writing a book called History Under Fire, for which I am doing the photographs. Besides the vandalistic damage, we must show the tenacity and courage of the people, and we do not have to look far. Cecil Beaton's diary for the 12th of October, 1940. Bombing stiffens people's morale. It has the opposite effect from the one intended. It makes you hate the enemy. But you have a fatalistic attitude. My little daughter used to get worried about me because I'd sent her away to the country, and I'd take a map and I'd give her a pin and I'd say, "Now, drop that pin on the map and see if you can make it drop on my house." And of course she couldn't. And you have this feeling, like soldiers in battle, they think they'll be the ones that escape. Morale was high in the Blitz. I really don't know why it was so high. I think it was something to do with the fact that we were all working together for the same thing. We were all in it together. Jill Craigie, filmmaker. The destruction of Coventry's cathedral became a voiceless symbol of the insane, the fathomless barbarity which had been released on civilization, as St. Paul's Cathedral in London would later become an equally potent symbol of Britain's will to resist. John Piper, who would later be described by Kenneth Clark, the director of the National Gallery, who headed the War Artists Advisory Committee, WWII, as the ideal recorder of bomb damage, was sent to do just that in Coventry the morning after the raid. He was horrified by what he saw. Bodies still being pulled out of the rubble, charred fragments of wood in the air, a thin fog of smoke and steam like a concentration of the blighted November weather, with that strange new smell that this war had produced. Mixture of the smells of saturated burnt timber and brick dust, with the emanation from cellars and hidden places. He stood around, at a loss what to do, feeling it would be insensitive to pull out a pad and start sketching among the misery and desolation all around him. When he spotted the open door to a solicitor's office, he thankfully went inside, explained his mission, and a typist moved out of the way so he could sit in the window and draw what he saw. His work was hurried back to London by the poet John Betjeman, who was working for the Ministry of Information, and within a short time had been printed as a postcard. It was not an entirely accurate portrayal, as Piper had used a certain amount of artistic license, but it sold widely, becoming, for Britain, what Picasso's Guernica had been for Spain, though without the same depiction of tortured human suffering. Before the war, Piper, an artist of the Romantic school, had driven around the country painting ivy-clad ruins that had crumbled through the gradual effect of centuries of weather and neglect. Now his subjects were instant ruins. Other artists found similar wartime continuities. The aim of Kenneth Clark in persuading the MOI to set up WWII, there had been a similar scheme in the First World War, and Clark had also been much impressed by the work of the Canadian War Artists scheme, though of course I did not disclose it, was simply to keep artists at work on any pretext, and as far as possible, stop them from being killed. Determined that the art produced should show not just battlefields, but the experiences of civilians taking it on the home front too, Clark recruited a number of artists, several of whom were initially profoundly unsure about how to translate their peacetime art into the idiom of war. The Blitz provided the answer for Graham Sutherland, who transferred his feelings for the menacing forms of roots and trees to twisted girders and burnt-out bales of paper. For Henry Moore, who had fought in the First World War but found it hard to get my attitude to war clear and satisfactory even to myself, in the Second, the epiphany came one night in Belsize Park Underground Station, where he and his wife were caught for an hour during a raid. All around lay rows of reclining figures, similar to those he had been painting and sculpting for years. Even the holes out of which the trains were coming seemed to me like the holes in my sculptures. The WWII commissioned Moore to represent the group sense of communion in apprehension in a world peopled by figures at once monumental and ghostly, through the medium of pen and ink, watercolour, chalk and wax crayon. Clark rhapsodised about the results. The tube shelters gave Henry Moore a subject that humanised his classical feeling for the recumbent figure and led to a series of drawings which will, I am certain, always be considered the greatest works of art inspired by the war. Not all agreed. Keith Vaughan, a fellow painter and conscientious objector, anonymously reviewing some of Moore's shelter paintings in an exhibition of war artists' work early in 1943, found it tragic but understandable that so many Londoners confronted with these drawings feel baffled and insulted. Here is a whole new underground world from which they find themselves totally excluded, though the elements were so familiar. Vaughan felt that the subjects, turned into sculptural forms by Moore, may have found the shelter drawings of another war artist, Edward Adizzone, more empathetic. They depicted a steaming human throng. Here is the familiar moment, the bustling crowd, the burdened mothers with their endlessly tiresome children, the friendly voices, the smells, the chips, the newspaper, the easy-going, cheerful society which was certainly part of shelter life. Moore soon grew bored with working in the tube, when regimented bunks were installed and the occupants no longer appeared like a white grub race of troglodytes swathed in blankets, and turned his attention to depicting miners in their drive for coal production. None of John Piper's paintings of Coventry, ravaged by bombs, showed human figures. Some criticised them as being little but elaborate stage sets, the backdrops of tragedies that absented and nullified the suffering caused by such devastation. They moved towards abstraction and failed to involve us in the horror itself. Piper's biographer, Francis Spalding, defends him against the charges, while admitting that his chief concern was not the human ordeal endured during the night of the raid, but the architectural ordeal and the anguish associated with it. The paintings, she says, show that the ruined cathedral becomes a stage on which history has walked. They recreate a feeling of desolation and distraction. Moreover, she adds practically, the censors would certainly have vetoed material that showed the human suffering caused by the raid. The role of the censor during the Blitz was a particularly sensitive one. There were two objectives: to deny information to the enemy and to maintain the morale of the civilian population, and the former was sometimes used in justification of the latter. The Ministry of Information was not flying particularly high at the start of the Blitz. Discussed in principle since 1935, it was established, or rather re-established, since there had been a similar organisation at the end of the First World War, the day after war broke out, the 4th of September 1939. It was housed in the neo-brutalist London University Senate House in Bloomsbury, and reputedly employed 999 of Britain's most creative communicators. In fact, 954, 827 at HQ and 127 in the regional offices. John Betjeman and Harold Nicholson worked there, as did Graham Greene for a bit, the bell-lettrist Peter Quinnell, the urbane cartoonist Osbert Lancaster, the film producer Sidney Bernstein, P.L. Travers, the creator of Mary Poppins, and another writer, E. Arnott Robertson. Alongside assorted civil servants, lawyers and academics, also worked one Joan Hunter Dunn, a member of the catering staff of London University, which the MOI had taken over. Her healthy, sporty home counties looks greatly took the fancy of Betjeman, who immortalised her in the verse, Miss J. Hunter Dunn, Miss J. Hunter Dunn, furnished and burnished by Aldershot's son. I am weak from your loveliness, Joan Hunter Dunn. Disliked by the press, mistrusted by the public, ridiculed by Tommy Handley on the wireless, Itmar referred to it as the Ministry of Aggravation and Mysteries, while to others it was the Ministry of Disinformation. The MOI had got through 2 unsatisfactory ministers by May 1940. Hush, hush, chuckle who dares, another new minister's fallen downstairs, chanted the lower ranks. The second was Sir John Reith, former Director General of the BBC, and known by Churchill as Old Wuthering Heights. The MOI would not properly find its feet until Churchill's protégé, Brendan Bracken, took charge in July 1941. During the Blitz, Duff Cooper, who had resigned as First Lord of the Admiralty in disgust over the Munich Agreement, a socialite and bon viveur of considerable ability, was at the helm. Not terribly successfully either. Duds at the top, and all the good people are in the most subordinate positions, was the opinion of Harold Nicholson, who, as Cooper's deputy, was somewhat mid-stratum himself, until dismissed by Churchill in July 1941. The Blitz made the MOI's job more problematic, though in fact the ministry had lost its role as censor in October 1939, when a Press and Censorship Bureau was established under Sir Walter Monckton, who was directly responsible to the Minister of Home Security. In principle, the press was like any other citizen in wartime. Under Defence Regulation 3, it was prohibited from obtaining, recording, communicating to any other person or publishing information that might be useful to an enemy. In theory, this only affected the reporting of news. Comment was supposedly free. Every editor had been issued with defence notices, a document which listed subjects about which it was considered that no information should be published without advice from the censorship department. Throughout the war, this was supplemented by an endless stream of memoranda and letters to editors. 5,000 in all, one editor claimed. Editors were also sent background briefings that in effect told them the facts which they must not publish, so at least they knew what they were leaving out, and frequently proffered advice on how they might handle a particular subject in their pages. Of course, there were a lot of hard-to-call areas. An armaments factory might not be mentioned, but what if it had a football team? Could its matches not be reported? It might be all right to print a story about a little old lady rescuing her cat from her bombed-out house, but not that a vicar had done something similar in the ruins of his named church. But since Britain was a democracy and was fighting the war in defence of democracy against totalitarianism, censorship of the press was voluntary, in theory at least. Morrison summarily closed down the Communist Daily Worker in January 1941 and threatened similar action against the Daily Mirror in March 1942. It was up to newspaper editors to submit reports to the censor which might have security implications, and while these might be cut, delayed or banned altogether, they would not be rewritten by the MOI. On the whole, and perhaps rather surprisingly given his affiliation, the chief press censor, Rear Admiral George Thompson, was generally given to supporting Fleet Street and its provincial colleagues against the service chiefs when it came to the suppression of news, though reports of parliamentary debates in Hansard were frequently scored through by the censor's blue pencil. It had been one thing to minimise bad news from overseas, or about the continuing disastrous losses at sea. It was rather different when bombs were falling on Britain and people could see perfectly well what was happening in their locality. In such circumstances, downplaying or glossing over bad news and exaggerating good did not lead to feelings of reassurance and optimism, but rather to suspicion, distrust and scepticism. It had been left to Churchill to point out soberly after Dunkirk that wars are not won by evacuations. The British public had been shielded from reports of the dejected and demoralised troops who had limped back across the Channel, leaving behind almost all of their equipment and weapons, many of their fellow soldiers dead, seriously injured or taken prisoner, and a defeated and occupied France. As far as the British press was concerned, Dunkirk was all about brave glory boys who just couldn't wait to get another crack at Jerry and who were accorded a hero's welcome by wildly cheering crowds on their return. The following month, the press was apt to treat the Battle of Britain rather like an exciting cricket match, chalking up the score of downed German planes. Even the Air Ministry exaggerated RAF's successes and played down its losses. By 55%, it was calculated after the war. So when the Blitz came, the groove had already been etched for reporting that fire and rescue squads invariably arrived promptly on the scene, while shelterers and the bombed out were always cheerful and defiant, waving an angry fist at Hitler as they emerged and cheering the royal couple whenever they appeared on the scene, though Harold Nicholson noted that they had been booed in the East End on the 17th of September 1940. The MOI's publicity material had patronised and infantilised the population in the early months of the year. The most exasperating example was the well-known poster, "Your courage, your cheerfulness, your resolution will bring us victory," though the use of such made-up characters as Miss Leaky Mouth, Miss Teacup Whisper and Mr. Glumpot to warn against spreading defeatist rumours was almost equally infuriating. During the early days of the Blitz, this attitude persisted, despite wiser counsel that adults were capable of hearing some bad news without falling into a panic, and that it was a lack of information that induced anxiety and suspicion. Details kill the public distrust of vague announcements, as a former editor of the news chronicle, Tom Clark, himself now working for the MOI, put it. It was equally important to acknowledge that constant murderous air raids were frightening and depressing, and that people would be justified in losing confidence in their government if they felt that important information was being deliberately withheld from them, or that some official pronouncement was intended to jolly them out of their legitimate feelings, rather than recognising and respecting what hell they were going through. In December 1940, the MOI quietly dropped its slogan, "Britain can take it," after intelligence reports showed that the public resented the image of the wisecracking Cockney emerging from the ruins whistling "There'll always be an England," and were irritated by propaganda which represented their grim experience as a sort of particularly torrid rugby match. Almost a year after the Blitz ended, Brendan Bracken put the position bluntly. "This is a people's war, and the people must be told the news about the war, because without them and their spirit, we can't achieve victory." The delicate balance between maintaining security and upholding morale was played out over the questions of identifying where major air raids had taken place and how many casualties there had been. On the one hand, the Ministry of Information urged that news about air raid damage and the number of casualties should be released as quickly as possible. The public did not like being kept in the dark, and in the absence of authoritative information, often grossly exaggerated rumours spread rapidly and were hard to quash. On the other hand, the Air Ministry was opposed to such openness, arguing that any information about air raids would help the enemy assess their accuracy and effectiveness. Finally, in February 1940, it was agreed that regional information officers should be permitted to release lists of casualties sustained in their areas, displayed outside the town hall, but without addresses if they might provide evidence of where bombs had fallen, for example, on a vicarage, a solicitor's office, or a doctor's surgery. And it was recommended that an estimate of the number of casualties should be reported nationally as soon as this was clear. That idea was vetoed by the Cabinet in June 1940. Casualties were not to be counted, but to be described as slight, considerable, or heavy. There were further limitations. An indefinite ban was put on mentioning the names and locations of buildings essential to the war effort, aerodromes, dockyards, factories, etc., known as military objectives that had been hit. A list of these was kept by the technical censorship section, since it wasn't always obvious what factories were involved in war production. For example, one whiskey distillery was producing alcohol for war purposes. It was equally important that no names of military objectives that had not been hit should be mentioned, as that could be construed as an open invitation to have a go next time. Moreover, it was vital that the enemy should not know if power installations, main railway lines and such like had been damaged, and there was particular sensitivity about any references to water mains being put out of action, which might suggest that this had interfered with the firefighters' ability to tackle a conflagration. When this happened in Bristol, the censor immediately came down on the Bristol Evening News, and the information was removed from later editions of the paper. Identification of the precise area bombed should not be revealed, lest it help the Germans perfect their navigational techniques. As Rear Admiral Thompson explained, "To have told the enemy pilots they hit Madame Tussauds on the previous night might well have given them the information they required to bomb Baker Street Station on the following night. They might, for example, work out that pilot Johann Schmidt, who had been over that district of London, had let his bomb go 40 yards too much to the right, though this presumed a precision of aim that was rarely achieved." There were also strictures issued to local newspapers to stagger obituary notices, so that no one could work out from them if a particular street had been hit, and not to specify addresses or precise dates of death, just the month. Businesses that had been bombed and had moved to new premises could publicise the fact 10 days later or sooner if the advertisement was drafted with care, but without giving their former address. If clients of Messrs. John Smith have inquiries to make, will they please call at number 10 Church Street, was Rear Admiral Thompson's suggestion. He did, however, recognise that while it was a fairly good assumption that the premises of Messrs. John Smith had been hit, the address could easily be found by the enemy in a telephone directory or other book of reference. It wasn't a certainty. In any event, a certain amount of risk has to be taken to enable the economic life of the country to continue without interruption. The restrictions went further than this. Except for very large cities such as London or Liverpool, the name of a town that had been bombed was not given until 28 days later, and then the precise date of the raid would not be mentioned, though the attack on Coventry was an exception. The 8 o'clock BBC News Bulletin on the morning after the raid mentioned that enemy attacks were mainly directed against the Midlands, where a very heavy attack was made on one town in particular. It is feared that the casualties were heavy, although the 1 o'clock lunchtime news did not give the raid priority. The second item reported that the city of Coventry was heavily attacked last night, the scale of the raid being comparable with those of the largest night attacks on London. At 6 p.m, the raid was being described as very severe and particularly vicious, and that afternoon an emergency 4-page edition of the Coventry evening paper, the Midland Evening Telegraph, was on sale, proclaiming erroneously, "Coventry bombed, casualties 1,000. In this instance, the MOI decided that there was more morale-boosting potential in revealing the extent of the damage, thus giving the impression of the enemy as a brutal bully, which is where the Guernica analogy, though inaccurate, was very potent, and also that London was not the only city in the front line. The image of a ravaged but courageous Coventry sped around the world. Indeed, the MOI allowed photographs of bombed churches, schools and hospitals to be issued to the American press as evidence of German brutality. However, there were limits. Tom Harrison was invited to give a talk on the radio about his visit to Coventry with his MO team. It was a chillingly vivid description of people walking blankly round the city, looking at the mess. The commonest sound was the scraping of shovels and the shifting of rubble. I've been chasing air raids in this country ever since they began. Often I've heard awful stories of the damage and arrived to find them grossly exaggerated. But about Coventry, there hasn't been much exaggeration. In fact, the centre of the town reminded me more than anything of photos of Ypres in the last war. The matter was discussed by the War Cabinet. The Secretary of State for War considered it to have been a most depressing broadcast, which would have a deplorable effect on Warwickshire morale. Other ministers confirmed this view. Winston Churchill was more conciliatory, doubting if it had done much harm, but he did request that the procedures of the BBC should be considered. This resulted in a proposal at the end of the year that the Ministry of Information should appoint 2 advisers, one on foreign and one on home affairs, who would have the ear of the minister in the event of a dispute. As it happened, this implied threat to the BBC's independence did not materialise, since neither adviser ever interfered. The same month as the Coventry raid, Harold Nicholson complained on behalf of the Cabinet Home Policy Committee that there had been a report in the News Chronicle that over 100 schools had been hit in the London area. He wanted assurance that publication of statistics or catalogues of air raid damage would be strictly controlled in future. The MOI responded with some suggested vaguenesses. Northern Ireland was to be treated as a single area, but Scotland was to be divided into 13 areas, which included the Western Islands, the Highlands, North Central, South West, while England was to comprise the Bristol Channel, the Thames Estuary, the home counties, the Channel Coast, the North, etc. And great care must be taken to have an assurance that these places will not be further qualified by the press. For instance, it might be most dangerous to have uncensored reports of incidents, say, in the southern part of the home counties or near the north of the Lake District. Then one of the Air Ministry's own blew it. Air Marshal Sir Philip Joubert de la Ferté, the de la Ferté was usually ignored, in charge of the practical application of radar in the RAF, was recognised as the Air Ministry's official spokesman. At 1 p.m. on the 27th of November, during a broadcast on the BBC, he not only mentioned the Coventry raid, but went on to say that, since this raid, there have been several repeat performances, only 2 of which have approached the Coventry raid in effectiveness. On that Friday night, London got a pretty severe bombing, but no vital damage was done. On Saturday and Sunday, bad weather intervened, and the German effort was a complete failure. A relatively small number of their aircraft wandered round the south of England for some hours, and then jettisoned their bombs, mostly into open fields, and went home. On last Monday, it was Birmingham's turn. Almost as many aircraft as were directed against Coventry crossed our shores, but the result of the attack from the German point of view was not very good, and the effort seems to have been largely scattered. Since then, there has been a further heavy attack on Birmingham and 2 smaller raids on Southampton and Bristol. Morrison was icily furious, raising this as an example of grave inconsistency in policy, for which the press might have ample grounds for complaint. He requested a meeting. The MOI acknowledged that the broadcast had been in breach of the guidelines, but pointed out that the press was adopting the unsatisfactory and rather discreditable expedient of using German communiques to indicate more or less the actual sites of the attack. This raised the American correspondents to something like fury and was made the pretext for an attack on censorship, which, to say the least, is unfortunate, having regard to our present relations with the USA. None of this, of course, was felt to matter, so long as an important point of security was being safeguarded, and the censorship lent all its efforts to persuading editors and correspondents that it was essential to cooperate with the Air Minister's wishes in matters of this sort, even though, to the lay mind, they might seem absurd. Then, without any sort of preliminary warning, along comes Joubert. It seems plain that we cannot go on in this way if the public inside and outside this country are to retain any respect for the official attitude towards news. The MOI demanded that since the principle had been breached, the Air Ministry will recognise the necessity of naming or permitting the naming of large towns which have been subject to deliberate and concentrated attacks, even at night. Joubert admitted to a lapse and said he was very sorry that owing to pressure of work he had not submitted his talk to the Air Ministry's censorship staff, promising that in future he would always do so. The transgressions continued. Lady Astor was reported to have given an unfortunate interview to the Daily Herald after the bombing of Plymouth in April 1941, and the Evening Standard published a deleterious article on the same subject. On the 5th of May, a strictly confidential memo was issued to the editors of morning and evening newspapers. The Minister of Home Security asks editors to pay particular attention to the need for depriving the enemy of information about the effects of repeated nightly bombing raids of a particular town. Reports indicating marked disorganisation of civil defence, health or local government services, or large-scale evacuation, or great disturbance of any aspect of normal life in a town are a direct invitation to the enemy to renew and continue his attacks. If criticism of the government is thought necessary, let it be printed by all means, but in such a way as not to connect the grounds of criticism with a particular place or a particular series of raids. The Conservative MP, Leo Amery, put the other side of the problem. Birmingham had been badly bombed on the 19th of November 1940, with 53 workers killed at the BSA factory, and other areas had been devastated by landmines and HE bombs. There were further heavy raids on the city throughout November, in which at least 682 people were killed, 1,087 seriously injured, and over 2,000 houses demolished or rendered uninhabitable. On the 11th of December, Birmingham suffered another raid, this time lasting over 13 hours, in which 263 people were killed and 243 badly injured. Amery, who was the member for Birmingham Sparbrook, one of the worst affected areas in the city, had gone to take a look around for himself. He found that everything seems to have been done to resume work with the minimum of delay. Plant from the BSA factory was being dispersed to other factories. Something like 100 lorries a day were leaving with machinery and equipment. And the general manager told me that the spirit of the working men is excellent. I went into a good few small shops and found them everywhere cheery and with only one mind, and that was winning the war. Nor did I come across any complaints as to the inadequacy of anti-aircraft guns or fighters. There is, however, one matter which Birmingham has felt very deeply, and that is while Coventry and Bristol were mentioned by name, presumably in the Joubert broadcast, they were referred to simply as a West Midlands town. They don't mind how much they are knocked about, but they like their fellow countrymen to know it. They think it out of the question that the Germans should not know when they are over Birmingham, and I had it pointed out to me that the BSA works as such have been definitely located and attacked 3 times by the enemy, who obviously knew precisely the target he was going for. Hull would be another town that would suffer the neglect of anonymity in the spring of 1941, being referred to as a northern coastal town rather than by name. Aggrieved citizens felt that the singular nature of their suffering was not given due acknowledgement. They just became part of the aggregate of incidents. People in Bristol, Liverpool, even Ramsgate, felt that it was invariably the London Blitz that was given most attention by the media, with an occasional exception such as the high-profile raid on Coventry, while the rest of the nation took the usual back seat. This was clearly not good for morale. Civilian morale had been on the mind of the government since the mid-1930s, but the Blitz made the concern acute. How would the people of Britain react when they were subjected to severe raids night after night? Would morale crack? Panic set in? War production grind to a halt as hordes fled from the affected areas? Would there be a mass pressure to surrender, to sue for peace, from a nation that couldn't take it anymore? But what exactly was morale? The woolliest concept of the war, thought the people watcher Tom Harrison. And how could it be measured? It was a word frequently bandied around in MOI reports of the home front, but rarely defined, though Stephen Taylor, the Ministry's Director of Home Intelligence, came up with a useful suggestion. Ultimately, morale must be measured not by what a person thinks or says, but what he does and how he does it. From the official perspective, low morale would be indicated by panic, hysteria, grumbling about those in authority, scapegoating, refusing to leave shelters, absenteeism, apathy, while high morale was characterised by calmness, cheerfulness, cooperation, high productivity, volunteering. Collecting information on civilian morale could be a sensitive subject, since it carried more than a whiff of a totalitarian thought police force. The Ministry of Information had established a Department of Home Intelligence in September 1939, and Mary Adams, a BBC producer who had lost her job when the infant television service closed down at the outbreak of war, was appointed its director. The department was not universally welcomed in Whitehall. A number of politicians found the whole notion of intelligence gathering somewhat sinister, and were confident that MPs themselves would be perfectly adequate conduits and interpreters of the public mind in wartime. After the fall of France in June 1940, Home Intelligence was required to report daily on the state of morale in the country, and the reports were circulated within the MOI and to other ministries such as Home Security, Food, Labour, Supply, the War Office and the Air Ministry, a circulation list of around 100 in total. All the reports were, of course, highly confidential. 3 weeks after the start of the Blitz, the daily reports began to be collected into a weekly digest. Adams used a network of information-gathering sources for these reports. The most scientific and quantitative of these was the Wartime Social Survey, organised by the Professor of Commerce at the London School of Economics, Arnold Plant, under the auspices of the National Institute of Social and Economic Research, which also carried out surveys for a number of Whitehall departments. The Social Survey investigators acted as conventional market researchers, using questionnaires to interview members of the public and collating the information as statistical data. Its activities were kept secret, but in July 1940, the truffling journalist Richie Calder had uncovered the survey's existence. The Minister of Information, Duff Cooper, was obliged to defend the use of Cooper's snoopers, as the press dubbed the investigators, in the House of Commons from charges of throwing the shadow of the Gestapo over honest and loyal creatures. MOI's regional information officers, RIOs, throughout the country were expected to call in each day between noon and 2:30 p.m. to inform about morale in their region. They would have gathered their information partly by discussions with their own staff, partly by casual conversations initiated or overheard on the way to work, and partly by a hurried series of visits to public houses and other places where the public foregathered. The RIOs would also have garnered information from chief constables and passed them on to Home Intelligence, while various organisations and companies such as the London Passenger Transport Board, Citizens Advice Bureaus, W.H. Smith and the Brewers Society were also sent questionnaires regularly. The BBC's listener research surveys were scrutinised, and naturally political parties were asked for their impressions. In a rather more clandestine way, special branch reports were made available to Home Intelligence, and the postal censors submitted anything they thought bore on morale in the country. Then there was mass observation. Despite the obvious appropriateness of using an organisation that had been taking the nation's pulse since 1937, the MOI, regardless of its near obsession with wanting to measure civilian morale, was reluctant to employ MO, and certainly to be seen to do so. Initially it wondered about paying for its reports out of Secret Service funds, but Mary Adams was favourably inclined towards it, thinking that MO was more in touch with the people's real feelings than the more official channels ever would be, and was determined to employ the organisation to undertake surveys on a fairly regular basis. Although she recognised that its methods were hardly scientific, MO's practice was to eavesdrop on conversations in cafes, pubs, shops, the street, and its findings needed to be interpreted with care. She defended the organisation against the charge that its members were a bunch of dangerous pinkos. "What does one mean by subversive?" she queried. "The results of mass observation are, not unnaturally, critical of certain social happenings, and I do not think that criticism is subversive. The use to which criticisms may be put may lead to subversive actions, but it is our business to acquaint ourselves with criticisms and direct the attention of those in authority to the causes of discontent." Mass observation set the bar rather high. defining morale as not only the determination to carry on, but also the determination to carry on with the utmost energy, a determination based on the realisation of the facts of life, and with it a readiness for many minor and some major sacrifices, including, if necessary, the sacrifice of life itself. This would have been hard to quantify, but throughout the Blitz, MO was in the forefront of trying to do so. Undoubtedly, mass observations reports were less gung-ho than some others submitted to Home Intelligence. They noted depression and sometimes incidences of panic in the East End, Coventry, Liverpool, Manchester, Portsmouth and Southampton. Some in authority regarded their reports as in themselves deleterious to morale and suggested that MO had a vested interest in engendering a volatile situation, since, if all was calm and cheerful, there would be less need for close scrutiny and thus less work for MO. But, as Mary Adams insisted, morale should never be overplayed. A raid will have made many people frightened and far from heroic. They will resent a standard being set which they know to be impossible. MO reported that negative feelings, even panic, and an uncontrollable desire to get away were not irrational and usually passed within a few days, to be replaced by a re-emergence of stoicism and defiance. In any case, traumatised feelings should not be equated with defeatism. Indeed, it is striking that in all the Home Intelligence reports throughout the Blitz, the term defeatism occurs only twice. There was clearly a difference between people feeling frightened, violated, and angry with the authorities, and wanting to throw in the towel and bring an end to the bombing on any terms. The BBC played a particularly key role in the morale stakes. With 34 million listeners, the wireless was a vital source of wartime communication. But for some months, the corporation struggled to find its place in the war machine. The listener was clear what this was. The first and most obvious function of broadcasting is the dissemination of news, of pronouncements by our leaders, and of instructions to citizens on the many problems that can confront them. But the maintenance of morale is of the first importance. If a dose of light entertainment helps us to forget our troubles even momentarily, there is no need to begrudge ourselves that pleasure. Refreshment of this kind strengthens us to face the grimmer tasks. Yet at the start of the war, what the Home Service broadcast was regarded by most listeners as deeply unsatisfactory. And since the regional services had been closed down on the 1st of September 1939, and the Forces programme, transmitting largely music and light entertainment to lighten the boredom of the troops, did not begin until February 1940, that was all that was available. Hours of music, much of it provided by Sandy Macpherson at the BBC theatre organ, interspersed by war bulletins and leavened by the very occasional talk or children's hour, was all there was to listen to. 35% of listeners were reported to be fed up with the BBC by October 1939, while 10% had stopped listening altogether. Gradually things improved, and by the time the Blitz started, news, entertainment and music had found a more satisfactory balance. The catchphrases of the characters from Tommy Handley's Itmar, It's That Man Again, Mrs. Mops, Can I do you now, sir? This is Funth, the enemy agent with the feet of sauerkraut, Colonel Chinstrap, Ta-ta for now, or TTFN, After you, Claude, no, after you, Cecil, had entered the nation's lexicon, while the Brains Trust, with 5 men and sometimes a woman, such as Margarita Lasky, discussing philosophy, art and science, which started transmission in the middle of the Blitz on the 1st of January 1941, was a surprise hit, drawing 10 million listeners by 1944. Such entertaining, informative and uplifting programmes certainly fitted the BBC's remit as morale raiser, but news broadcasts remained problematic. Air Marshal Joubert notwithstanding, the BBC was subject to the same restraints as the press and came in for the same criticism for revealing too much or too little. And there were other sources of news about the progress of the war. A clutch of continental stations could be picked up on most British sets. The most popular programmes were those of Lord Haw-Haw, William Joyce, the former propaganda director of Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists, who had fled to Berlin on the eve of war, and his Germany Calling broadcast nightly from Radio Hamburg. 30% of adult Britons with radios were reported to listen to Lord Haw Haw regularly by January 1940, although his appeal had begun to wane by the time the Blitz started, and of the 16 million who tuned in to the BBC's main 9 o'clock news bulletin, 6 million turned over to Radio Hamburg afterwards. This was partly due to fascination at the unerring inside knowledge of Britain in wartime that Joyce seemed to possess, but also to the feeling that the BBC was too much under the thumb of government, that what it told the people was propaganda rather than an accurate account of the situation. At first, the BBC ignored its Nazi propaganda competition, but then it tried various strategies to counteract the appeal of Haw Haw, including moving the popular variety programme Bandwagon with Richard Stinker Murdoch and Arthur Askey into the same time slot. By the spring of 1940, the fight back had begun, with speakers pointing out that it was unpatriotic to listen to Haw Haw, and the introduction of a topical comment programme, Postscripts, after the 9 o'clock news on Sundays. At first featuring the barrister Norman Burkitt KC, then the blunt-speaking Yorkshire playwright and novelist J.B. Priestley, these broadcasts flattered listeners that there were debates to be had, even in wartime, and that they were sufficiently mature to understand them. In any case, by this time, Haw Haw had begun to seem less well-informed about British life and more contemptible than previously, though he could be chilling with his threats that "the Jews will get it tonight," or "the bombers will be over the Morris Works in Oxford," and his boasts that the Germans were pulverising British towns and cities. As ever, the only truly effective riposte to misinformation was full disclosure, but the BBC was caught in the same security versus morale conundrum as any other channel of information dissemination. Even more so, in fact, since 90% of British homes had a radio, though wartime shortages and the fact that about a third of all households had no mains electricity supply and therefore relied on hard-to-get batteries probably meant that at least 10% of these sets were out of order. The main news bulletin at 9 o'clock every evening was a fixed feature of most people's wartime lives, with the family gathering round the solid Bakelite set in the lounge. The BBC was regarded as twice as authoritative as any other medium when it came to relaying important information, which gave it an added responsibility. Moreover, it was deeply embedded in the Blitz, as the fading of the radio was usually an early sign of an impending attack, since programmes went off air during raids. One live interview programme, Standing on the Corner, with Michael Standing, was renamed Standing in the Shelter in November 1940, with radio lines installed in some public shelters in London. As well as reporting on raids, the BBC experienced one on the 15th of October, when a £500 bomb fell on Broadcasting House in Portland Place. The crash could be heard by listeners, but after a brief pause, Bruce Belfridge kept calm and carried on reading the news. On the night of the 8th to the 9th of December, a landmine exploded in Portland Place, killing a policeman, injuring several BBC staff, and putting Broadcasting House temporarily out of action. On the whole, the BBC did not go in for what Mary Adams called overplaying morale, though there were unfortunate exceptions. A report in February 1941 on the high spirits of bombed-out families in Swansea was one, as was a cringe-makingly upbeat documentary, They Went to It, broadcast on the 24th of November 1940, presumably as a corrective to, or penance for, Harrison's most depressing broadcast. Sometimes it seemed the BBC could never get it right. If, at the behest of the MOI, it failed to mention a raid, or suggested that it had been light, when in fact it had been heavy, it would be accused by those involved of belittling their suffering. If, on the other hand, a raid on a rural area was reported, the BBC was likely to be accused of needlessly scaring parents whose children had been evacuated. Even though the MOI had tactfully shelved "Britain can take it" as slogan for its own people, it proved an invaluable export. On the 3rd of September 1939, the day Britain declared war on Germany, the US President, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, had broadcast one of his fireside chats to his countrymen and women. When peace has been broken anywhere in the world, the peace of countries everywhere is in danger, he said, but concluded, I have said, not once but many times, that as long as it remains within my power to prevent it, there will be no blackout of peace in the US. America would remain neutral, would refuse to get involved in another of Europe's civil wars. Isolationist feeling was strong in Congress and the country. A poll in 1939 showed that 67% of the population believed that the USA should maintain its neutrality. Only 12% were prepared to give aid to Britain while remaining neutral, and a mere 2% were in favour of declaring war on Germany. While Britain needed US aid, including materiel, heavy bombers in particular, it was still in debt to the United States from the First World War and had no way of paying for it. On the 29th of December, 1940, Roosevelt announced a new policy of aid to Britain, which would come to be known as Lend-Lease. The production of ships, tanks, and other war supplies would be accelerated, and these would be lent rather than sold to Britain. If your neighbour's house is on fire, you lend him your hose, and you don't ask for money. What you want is your hose back when the fire has been put out, the President explained in another homely fireside chat. But despite Harold Nicholson's welcome that this was the decisive act of the war, what Britain needed, as the Times put it, was not to be thrown a line as it battled to save our drowning civilization, but for America to wade in, at least up to her waist. In fact, America was doing a great deal more than holding the towel. Roosevelt had promised that the country would be the great arsenal of democracy and had compromised its neutral status to a remarkable degree. But he had to exercise great caution in moving towards actual war, for which his country had no appetite. America would be generous with materiel and comforts. The American Red Cross supplied immense amounts of clothing, bedding and food throughout the Blitz, as did other organisations and individuals. But there remained the unresolved question of war debts. There was a perception that Britain was an imperial power, fighting to maintain its empire. And there was a suspicion, fostered by the outgoing ambassador to London, Joseph Kennedy, that Britain would collapse under the Nazi onslaught. Even Roosevelt only reckoned Britain's chance of victory as 1 in 3 in the summer of 1940, and that all the resources America poured into the fight would be lost or appropriated by the Germans. But the lesson Britain had learned by 1940 was that the war could not be won without US participation. The radio broadcasts and newspaper reports of American correspondents such as Ed Murrow, Quentin Reynolds, Dorothy Thompson, Eric Sevareid, Vincent Sheehan and Ben Robertson became another weapon in Britain's arsenal, convincing the folks back home that the country had shaken off her old imperial ways and was fighting a people's war, that she was suffering greatly, but that her people were proving brave and resilient and would win through. A new Britain had been forged at Dunkirk, according to Dorothy Thompson, or as Ed Murrow more bluntly put it, Britain is still ruled by class, but the country would hang together. Roger Eckersley, the BBC's chief censor, was anxious to give the American journalists all the help they needed, since their reports constituted the finest form of propaganda of which we can avail ourselves. He wanted them to be given unrestricted access to downed German planes and scenes of air raid damage, believing that their reports had the unique potential to impinge on the American consciousness what air raids really mean. Herbert Morrison agreed to allow accredited US correspondents to visit all sites of bomb damage, except those of military significance. What the American journalists really wanted to do was to chill the spines of the listeners back home by broadcasting eyewitness accounts of air raids in progress. Finally, after much shilly-shallying, permission was granted for an unscripted broadcast. On the 21st of September 1940, Ed Murrow stepped out onto the roof of Broadcasting House with his microphone. Although on that particular night the raiders were not overhead for long, the ack-ack fire sounded dramatic enough for the US press to report, "Murrow ducks bombs in London," next morning. When Buckingham Palace was hit on the 13th of September, the US press were invited round so they could report that the King stands with his people in the front line. They were also taken to Coventry on the morning after the raid. Murrow's tin hat was dented by shrapnel as he was dodging in doorways, and the London offices of CBS were bombed out in October. On the whole, what was relayed to the American public was an uncritical portrait of Britain's united and steadfast defiance, what would become the foundation of the post-war myth of the Blitz, though James Reston drew the attention of New York Times readers to the plight of London's Blitz homeless. British commentators joined in. J.B. Priestley broadcast regularly to the US, though he avoided the most lurid descriptions of the hell that was London, and the society photographer Cecil Beaton was commissioned by the MOI to take pictures of the home front and later of the war overseas. His poignant picture of a small child injured in the Blitz appeared on the front cover of Life magazine on the 23rd of September 1940 and was reproduced on a pro-intervention poster issued by the Committee to Defend America by Aiding the Allies, which had been set up in May 1940. On the 20th of October 1940, the filmmaker Humphrey Jennings, one of the original founders of mass observation, wrote from the Adelphi Hotel, Liverpool, to his wife, Cicely, in America. "We have begun work on film reporting of the Blitz, and are now up to our eyes in it. First pick, London can take it, specially for you in the States. Some of the damage in London is pretty heartbreaking, but what an effect it has had on the people. What warmth, what courage, what determination. People sternly encouraging each other by explaining that when you hear a bomb whistle, it means it has missed you. People in the north singing in public shelters. One man went to mow a meadow. WVS girls serving hot drinks to firefighters during raids, explaining that they really are terribly afraid all the time. People going back to London for a night or two to remind themselves what it's like. Everybody absolutely determined, secretly delighted with the privilege of holding up Hitler, certain of beating him, a certainty which no amount of bombing can weaken, only strengthen. A kind of slow-burning white heat of hatred for the Jerrys, and a glowing warmth of red flame of love and comradeship for each other, which cannot be defeated, which has ceased to think of anything else but attack." With its maker possessed of such a fiercely beating, patriotic heart, it was hardly surprising that Jennings' 10-minute film, made under the auspices of the MOI Film Division, was perfect propaganda for the British cause, and a success in the States, as he wrote to his wife in November. Warner Brothers distributed London Can Take It, which was subsequently edited for the home market and tactfully retitled Britain Can Take It, donating all profits to the British War Relief Fund. It played in 8 New York cinemas simultaneously and had soon been watched by an estimated 60 million Americans. The commentary, by the booming-voiced American journalist Quentin Reynolds, was recorded in the bar of the Savoy Hotel, which Reynolds was reluctant to leave, as was another short propaganda film also made by Jennings, Christmas and a Fire. This was filmed largely among the tube shelterers, and closed with a lump-in-the-throat-inducing shot of scrub-faced choir boys praising the Prince of Peace, with Reynolds growling an implicit indictment of American foreign policy. "There is no reason for America to feel sorry for England this Christmas, 1940. England doesn't feel sorry for herself. Destiny gave her the torch of liberty to hold, and she has not dropped it. She is thankful that when the test came, she had the high courage to meet it, and today England stands unbeaten, unconquered, unafraid. You burned the city of London in our houses, and we felt the flames that burned it," wrote the poet and assistant director of the US Office of War Information, Archibald MacLeish, to Ed Murrow. "You laid the dead of London at our doors, and we knew the dead were our dead, were all men's dead, were mankind's dead, and ours." In October 1940, The British ambassador to Washington, Lord Lothian, noted an almost miraculous change of opinion in the United States after it had become clear that the country was effectively resisting the German attack, and by December, 60% of those polled were now prepared to risk war. But it wasn't harrowing reports and images of the Blitz, nor the sterling resolve of the British people under German fire that brought America into the war on the Allied side. It was the bombing of the US naval base at Pearl Harbor by the Japanese on the 7th of December, 1941. Chapter 9. The Fear of Fear. The whole atmosphere of modern war is likely to revive those unreasonable fears that the human race has inherited from its remotest ancestors. Gas masks that make us look like strange animals, underground shelters, rumours and suspicions, enemies overhead and unseen, wailing sirens, screaming air bombs and vast explosions in the night. Small wonder, then, that we are afraid, lest in the face of real danger our first impulse should be to behave like little children. We are afraid of being afraid. Edward Glover, chairman of the British Psychoanalytical Society, writing in 1940. It wasn't the raids themselves that frightened me. It was death. Am I going to be blown to pieces? Am I going to die in agony? Different things like that go through your mind. If I'd been killed outright, I wouldn't know nothing about it. You always got that fear. A lot of people said to me, "You must be a brave man." No one's brave. People just have different ways of looking at the world. Thomas Tapfield. A month after the start of the Blitz, George Springett, a writer and conscientious objector, went into his local chemist's shop in Bromley in Kent, on the outskirts of London, and asked the manager, "How's trade these days?" "Oh, fair," the manager replied, "but people aren't taking anything like the amount of medicine they did before the war, especially nerve tonics and the like. Now, there are customers of mine who in peacetime had a bottle of tonic every few weeks. You'd think that in these strained times they would want 3 times the amount of nerve mixtures. Never believe it, they don't. These nervous people positively revel in the raids." Like this Kentish chemist, the government had anticipated that the war would result in serious problems with the nation's nervy types. A committee of psychiatrists from London teaching hospitals and clinics was set up in 1938 to consider the possibility of widespread civilian panic and an epidemic of shell shock similar to that observed during the war of 1914 to 1918. In addition, the government was advised by a psychiatrist and a neurologist, both of whom had worked with the army in the First World War, and who, as a result, tended to regard the civilian population as an army division strung out in battle formation. The recommendations to the Ministry of Health were sombre. The experts reckoned that psychiatric casualties were likely to exceed physical ones by 3 to 1. On the basis of the government's estimate of those likely to be killed or wounded, this meant that there would be 3 to 4 million cases of acute panic, hysteria, and other neurotic conditions in the first 6 months of the war, a terrifying prospect of bedlam incarnate. To deal with this, it was proposed that treatment centres would have to be set up in the suburbs. The outpatient departments of hospitals on the outskirts of towns and cities would be required to work around the clock, and mobile teams of psychiatrists and child guidance experts should be on hand to go wherever required at speed. The committee considered that the civilian population, which was not trained in military discipline and organisation and did not normally live with the possibility of facing violent and imminent death, was likely to be infected with an impotent fretfulness and to be unable to function. But, the ministry was warned, there were not enough trained psychiatrists in London to deal with more than a few teaspoonfuls of the casualties that would doubtless occur. The prediction was terrifying. Not enough psychiatrists, insufficient police, and an understrength army, the top brass of which would be most reluctant to allow their men to undertake panic control of the civilian population when there was a war to be fought. The Ministry of Health did not set up such an elaborate system as the psychiatrists recommended, but as a precaution, the major London psychiatric hospitals were cleared as much as was possible by restricting admissions, accelerating discharges, and transferring either the patients, or in many cases the entire organisation, out of London and other vulnerable cities. Since studies from the First World War indicated that the further a shell-shocked soldier was evacuated from the trenches before treatment, the less likely he was to recover, specialist hospitals, termed neurosis centres, to treat the expected epidemic of psychiatric casualties, were set up within easy proximity of London and other cities. For example, the staff of the Maudsley Psychiatric Hospital in South London relocated either to Belmont Hospital in Sutton or to the converted premises of Mill Hill Public School in Barnet, both on the outskirts of London. The patients sent to either would be away from the danger zone, but still within hearing distance of bombs and gunfire, in the hope that this acclimatisation would wean them back to their normal lives as soon as possible. In the event, all this proved largely unnecessary. The Blitz, when it did come, fell far short of the dimensions anticipated, and it was soon apparent that waves of war neurosis, both acute and chronic, were merely figments of the psychologist's own imagination, wrote Edward Glover, a follower of Freud and collaborator of Ernest Jones. As director of the British Psychoanalytical Society, Glover had offered advice to the government, but had been rejected without ceremony. The wards of the neurosis centres remained empty, and in 1941 were turned over to military purposes, while a war emergency clinic, set up at 96 Gloucester Place in London by Glover and other psychoanalysts to treat traumatised air raid victims, closed, since it had no patients. Although there was an increase in the number of neurotic patients seen in the 216 psychiatric clinics in England and Wales between 1938 and 1941, Dr. C.P. Blacker, who was invited by the Minister of Health to do a stock-taking of psychiatric facilities and usage in wartime Britain, concluded that this was due, in large part or entirely, to a growing use of the country's psychiatric services by general practitioners, and might have occurred in the absence of war. There are no grounds for supposing that the war has caused an increase in the more serious forms of mental disorder requiring admission to hospital. Moreover, Blacker concluded, cases of neurosis attributed by psychiatrists to air raids are astonishingly few. About one new case in 30 seen at outpatients clinics in 1940, 1941 and 1942 was a psychiatric air raid casualty. Over a third of these patients had previously suffered from some psychiatric disability. A survey of the number of psychological disorders presenting to a Willesden GP's practice in North London from September 1940 to May 1941, compared with the equivalent figures for 1937, as well as to GPs and psychiatric outpatient departments in Merseyside, which experienced heavy raids in 1941, found only an insignificant increase. Another survey, based on war pension data gathered in Bristol and London, came to the same conclusion. After intensive raids, there is a slight increase in the total amount of neurotic illness in the area affected, occurring chiefly in those who have been neurotically ill before. And Edward Glover admitted that only one case referred to his clinic could be classified as war neurosis. Those who suffered traumatic experiences in the Blitz, but were generally in robust mental health, appeared to recover quickly without significant psychiatric intervention. Glover described the case of Mrs. A., an elderly woman who had customarily sat on the settee in the lounge with her husband during a raid, but one night, feeling tired, had retired to bed, leaving her husband on the settee. That evening, a bomb fell on their flat, pinning Mrs. A. to her bed under piles of debris. She managed to struggle free, calling to her husband. He had been killed, but she did not know that he was dead. Neighbours proved unwelcoming, so she was taken in her nightdress, wrapped in an ARP blanket, but without her dentures, which had been lost in the debris, to a first aid post. There she was given an aspirin and told she must be quiet or she would wake other patients, and that she would probably hear news of her husband in the morning. Predictably, she spent a sleepless night, and by morning was becoming very agitated. She was then taken to a rest centre, but kept in isolation because she was agitated. 15 hours after the incident, she was finally told that her husband was dead, which she had obviously suspected must be the case. By this time, she was in emotional distress, crying, shaking, talking incessantly, and bemoaning the fact that she had left her husband's side and not been killed with him. Dr. Glover went to see her, let her talk, tried to keep her warm and comfortable, and eventually a doctor arrived and administered a large dose of bromide. All that day she was agitated and was found wandering round the ruins of her flat. She questioned Dr. Glover in great detail about his life, as if she must, at all costs, escape from her own difficult life and lead mine instead. When a raid started the following night, she panicked, imagining herself back in her bed and about to be buried again. Glover stayed with her, and eventually she fell asleep. But when she woke in the morning, her appearance had completely changed. She looked refreshed and years younger. She spoke with confidence and was prepared to face whatever was before her. She was prepared, if necessary, to identify her husband's body. This was not allowed by the authorities, as he was not in a condition to be seen by her. A relative came to collect Mrs. A, who was appreciative of the kindness shown to her, though not as much as might have been hoped initially, and in a fit condition to tackle the future. A few weeks later, Dr. Glover received a letter from her, saying she was making plans to come back to London from the country and intended to undertake some war work, probably helping in a mobile canteen. Glover compared the case of Mrs. A case of transitory shock, with that of a wartime neurotic whose wife had been killed in a raid. He remained in a state of agitated depression long afterwards, was unable to work, had no powers of concentration. His memory was grossly disturbed and his social reactions completely changed. He lived a solitary life and could not bear contact with his former associates. He brought his small son back from evacuation in the country, but was unable to care for him. This unfortunate man, Glover discovered, had marked anxiety and an obsessional disposition. Moreover, his psychosexual history was not entirely satisfactory. Such differences could be observed in people who had suffered exactly the same experience. A husband and wife were dug out after an incident in which another couple had been killed. Both were injured, though not seriously. The wife remained in a state of acute anxiety, refusing to undress and go to bed, even though she had been evacuated to the country, whereas the husband insisted on staying in London and carrying on with his job as normal, despite his injuries. Again, investigation revealed that while the husband had shown no sign of a neurotic disposition, the wife's past history indicated that from childhood she had shown many signs of a neurotic character, a fact confirmed by questioning the husband as to their domestic life. The wildly exaggerated pre-Blitz predictions had been based on the casual assumption that there could be little to distinguish the life of civilians living under air raid conditions from that of soldiers living under front-line conditions, such as existed in the Great War. But in fact, they were different in a number of ways. There were some similarities on the home front to a battlefront during the first days of continuous bombardment of London's East End, in Coventry, and later on Merseyside, Clydebank, and in Plymouth, and this is where signs of panic and hysteria were noted, though they were generally short-lived. The writer Celia Fremlin, who worked as an ARP warden and also for MO, recalled an East End shelter. At the beginning, when nobody was used to it, the women got absolutely hysterical. They were screaming and saying, "I can't stand it, I'm going to die, I can't stand it." And there would usually be one who was saying, calm down, calm down." Sometimes the women would be really hysterical, crying and falling on the floor. I only once saw it as bad as that in a shelter. The next time I went there, 4 nights later, they were all much calmer. They'd bought stools to sit on, and there was even a bit of community singing. Because once you've been through 3 nights of bombing, you can't help feeling safe the 4th time. So the only real panic I saw was then. In general, raids were not relentlessly continuous, and even in London, which was blitzed continuously for 57 nights, the bombs fell all over the capital. So while some boroughs, notably Holborn, Stepney and the City of London, were attacked with the largest number of bombs, There were nights when no bombs fell on them, even as other parts of London were being blitzed, and there were some streets in those boroughs that were not hit. The same was true of other places that suffered grievously: Merseyside, Glasgow, Coventry, Swansea, Plymouth, Hull. Melita Schmiedenberg, the psychoanalyst daughter of Melanie Klein, to whose views she was implacably opposed, who worked with Edward Glover, Donald Winnicott, John Bowlby and others, monitoring reactions to the war among their own patients, noted how intensely parochial people became in wartime. Life took on a more medieval colouring. At dusk, some of the big streets looked almost like a village street. At night they were dark and deserted. One became district, even street-conscious. What happened in one's own street was of vital importance, while other districts seemed very remote. They were, of course, actually further off, owing to the disturbances of traffic. Schmiedeberg recalled a conversation with her greengrocer in late September 1940, during which she confessed that she was only really interested in whether a UXB near her house had been exploded, whereas the greengrocer was only interested in one a street away because it lay behind his shop. This localism was reinforced by the fact that large numbers of people had left London either because they had been bombed out or because they had opted to evacuate. Those left behind for economic or other reasons felt a sense of siege, but also of pride, of sticking it out, of taking it, and this engendered a sense of community. Neighbours became more important. Everybody needed one another's help or comfort, and since so many had left London, those who remained felt they had more in common. Many neighbours spoke to each other for the first time in their lives, often having made each other's acquaintance in the small hours of the morning. Communities were formed in shelters, which gradually took on the atmosphere of a club or a mostly dry pub, and there were people who would look back on the Blitz less as a period of fear than with a certain sense of loss for the camaraderie engendered by those extraordinary times. Londoners in particular felt that their experience was unique. This, of course, infuriated people in provincial cities, which were suffering acutely too, though not for anything like such a prolonged period as the capital, and could find letters from friends or relatives in the country telling of a bomb that had fallen on the village green and shattered 5 panes of glass in a nearby house. Hilarious. Unlike soldiers in battle, for civilians, ordinary life in familiar surroundings went on in the intervals between raids. Lord Walton, the Minister of Food, remarked with some truth that egg rationing produced more emotion than the Blitz, and probably as many letters to the press. Melita Schmiedeberg was amazed to find that in the midst of the worst period of the Blitz, the usual preparations for spring continued in the London parks, and one would have a lengthy correspondence with one's laundry over a lost handkerchief, seriously conducted by both sides. It would not occur to either party, if either the laundry or one's own house were hit, more would be lost than the handkerchief. The investment in normality became crucial. Schmiedeberg noticed that her patients, including some from the badly bombed East End, would make a considerable effort to keep their appointments, despite acute travel problems, since making a subsequent appointment suggested confidence that both analyst and patient would still be there next week. While soldiers could benefit from shell shock in that they would be invalided away from the source of danger, civilians gained nothing from such a breakdown, particularly as hospitals had the reputation of being particular targets for bombers. Shops often served as local beacons of survival, making a point of staying open even when their windows were blasted out and their roofs sagging, with defiant slogans such as "more open than usual." Defiance was an important component of wartime morale. There were surprisingly few calls for retaliation on Germany. Most people declined to adopt Churchill's nomenclature of the Hun, instead usually referring to the Germans as the less threatening Jerries, and jokes were of a belittling kind. "I see the decorators boys were over again last night," people might say, a reference to Hitler's supposed past as a painter-decorator. Or a bus conductor would apologise to his passengers for the endless detours during a raid, explaining, "There's a nasty old man in the sky dropping stones." People would decline to move from a bombed area, arguing, "Why should I oblige Hitler and leave?" The wartime equivalent of today's politicians, "We must not let the terrorists win." When there was no raid, they might joke, "Jerry's caught short tonight," and so on. People would tend to exaggerate their bomb stories, claiming greater damage or greater proximity to an incident than was in fact the case, with what appeared to be pride rather than fear. They would indulge in jaunty behaviour, inclined to pop in and out in order to keep an eye on the progress of an attack, rather like passengers in a liner taking a turn on deck to inspect the weather. Though this could suggest a defence through defiance, a psychoanalyst, Dr. George Franklin, noted other examples of what might be termed jaunty behaviour, occasioned by heightened anxiety and the bravado required to mask it. Apparently, normal people drank more alcohol. Sexual desire, especially in women, was much intensified during the Blitz. A number of men complained to me about their wives making excessive demands, and I know of very many who were unfaithful to their husbands. This phenomenon was explored by Margarita Lasky, writing under a pseudonym in her wartime novel, To Bed with Grand Music. The doughty Blitz spirit should not be exaggerated, however. I have met many conscientious citizens who are afraid of being afraid, wrote a psychiatrist in the Daily Herald in early October 1940. I tell them it is natural to feel fear in air raids and human to show fear. And it is honest to admit it. What your country has a right to ask of you is that you conquer fear to such a degree that you don't cause panic in others. Courage consists in admitting fear and controlling it for the sense of duty and to strengthen others. Those people who stayed in heavily bombed areas did develop a degree of fatalism after their initial moments of fear. Otherwise they could hardly have stayed, adopting comforting mantras about a bomb having your name on it, and if it did, you were doomed. If it didn't, you'd be all right. There was nothing you could do either way. The majority of people were never directly affected by a bomb, and while they would undoubtedly have seen much bomb damage if they lived in or visited London, Liverpool, Glasgow, or other target cities, they were unlikely to see many gruesome sights, dead bodies or parts of bodies. That did not apply to civil defence workers, ARP wardens, stretcher bearers, members of the heavy rescue squads, ambulance drivers, volunteers such as the WWII. But their work gave them some protection. They had a role, something necessary and important to do in a raid, rather than just sit there listening and waiting. They were working with other people in the same position and could talk about their experiences afterwards with mates who had had similar ones. They had a uniform, and in wartime a uniform felt right, and an authority that they might well not have had in peacetime. And having to be brave, many found, actually made them brave. But there undoubtedly was fear, evidenced by the numbers who left London and other cities, who trekked into the countryside after heavy raids without any clear destination. It was entirely rational to be afraid. Bombs and shrapnel were lethal. People were vulnerable, and ultimately, as Stanley Baldwin had said back in 1932, the bomber will always get through and kill men, women and children with shrapnel, by bomb blast, or by being buried by falling masonry, or drowned or gassed as a result of fractured pipes. Terrible deaths, and in 1940 to 1941 there were 43,685 of them. Yet, as Dr. Glover insisted, by the end of the Blitz, the mass neurosis myth was being replaced by a no neurosis myth. It was a question of definition, of lack of research, of no uniformity of diagnostic approach or data, of the fact that so many possible cases of neurosis never showed up at hospital, that records were lost if they were kept at all. People were evacuated and no record was kept of them. Many might show no obvious symptoms at the time of their Blitz experience, but might have a delayed reaction, perhaps as much as a year later, which would not be tracked. In any case, the question of how psychological symptoms presented was problematic. Most GPs in the 1940s had scant knowledge of psychiatry, and were unlikely to probe somatic symptoms to see if there were underlying psychological causes. Even if a patient did complain of depression or confusion, unless these were demonstrably acute, he or she was more likely to be given a tonic than to be referred to a psychiatrist or the psychiatric outpatients department of a hospital, and certainly to a psychoanalyst. As George Orwell wrote, doctors in wartime tend to develop a rather ruthless attitude towards psychological disturbances, on the home front as on the battlefront. Despite the setting up of the London Psychoanalytical Society by Ernest Jones in 1913, and the arrival in London from Vienna of Sigmund Freud with his psychoanalyst daughter Anna in the summer of 1938, psychoanalysis was not a major concern of the majority of British medical practitioners. The subconscious was not something much probed, and probably most people who might have benefited from psychological help didn't even get as far as consulting a doctor, which would have cost money unless they were covered by some form of insurance, but would be described by their family as nervy or as having had a bad time in the Blitz and coped with at home. There are many accounts in interviews and letters of people suffering considerable mental anguish during the Blitz, but seeking or receiving professional help is rarely mentioned. Priority at the time had to be given to physical injuries. On the whole, psychological damage, which was imagined to right itself with rest and something useful to do, slipped through the net. You were just going backwards and forwards to work, and when you were out, you didn't know what was happening to your mum or your sisters. You didn't even know if you had a home. I felt at the time that it was hopeless. To me, as a young person, the whole world seemed hopeless. I couldn't see an end to it. Everywhere was getting flattened and burned, recalled firewoman Emily Erie. Viola Bawtry, who lived in Sutton, Surrey, wrote on the 10th of November 1940, "I've not heard a warning for weeks, but today I heard almost every one, and each time it gave me a horrible heave inside. I don't know how to describe it, like you might get if you heard a sudden wail of someone in distress or a shriek of pain." A young civil servant noticed that her hair was beginning to fall out. We started talking about hair. I told a colleague about my bald patch, and she said immediately, "That's nerves." I'm very much inclined to agree with her. I know I have often felt very strained and tired, and at one time travelling in those tubes was just a hideous nightmare to me. Doctors noticed an increase in peptic ulcers, and advertisements for diarrhea remedies increased. People spoke of feeling fear in the pit of their stomach, in their guts. Those caught in air raids might feel particularly helpless. Unlike soldiers under fire, they had no means of fighting back, though conversely, they were not required to kill. Civil defence workers had the advantage of action, involvement, routine and camaraderie, but at a terrible cost. Not only were they in the front line, out in raids with only a tin hat to protect them, but they had to deal with truly awful situations. Not just the injured and the dead, but the completely dismembered. And because they were by design a local service, they had often known the people whose remains they were having to excavate, to toss into a basket. They also lost colleagues, men and women with whom they had shared literally unspeakable experiences over months, sometimes years. Like the Home Guard, many were twice citizens, working at their ordinary jobs by day, undertaking exhausting and hazardous work by night, usually with minimal training, and certainly with no understanding of post-traumatic stress, either on their own part or that of their superiors. Irene Hazelwood was a driver for stretcher-bearers in Chelsea, but in an incident I became 5th stretcher-bearer or general dog's body. Her old 16-horsepower Hillman saloon was stacked with 4 stretchers on the roof, and herself, 4 men, and all our first aid paraphernalia crammed inside. Our official job is to be first out on any incident to sort out the living from the dead. Hazelwood was off duty when at 10:15 p.m. on the 19th of November, Sloane Square tube station suffered a direct hit from a 2,000-pound bomb, just as a train was leaving the station, so the bomb caught the last 2 coaches and all of the passengers who had disembarked from the train. It also caught the big underground canteen, which is kept open at night for bus drivers, etc. I believe the utter carnage of the disaster beggared description. Some of the men who had been working on the job tried to tell me about it. They hardly got anyone out alive. Most of the poor bodies had been stripped of their clothing from the blast. 2 stark naked and mutilated bodies of young girls hung high up in the twisted steel girders, trapped by their feet, hanging head downwards. The men could not get them released for days and had to work under this ghastly spectacle. They never found out how many dead they collected, because there were so many small bits and pieces of bodies they could not reckon things out. The men collected these gruesome pieces in dustpans, and then, of course, the question arose of what to do with them. They did not know whether to send them to the mortuary or to Durham's Wharf, where all the refuse is taken away in barges down the river. I am glad to say they decided on the latter. William Regan, an ARP warden on the Isle of Dogs, recalled the tension he and his colleagues were under. After South Hallsville School had been hit, the school playground shed had been screened off for cleaning and shrouding bodies. I never saw them coffined. It was fine, warm weather, and the shed was wide open, and the bodies lying on the asphalt. Soon, by order and example, the chief officer at Poplar Mortuary had his men stripping off what clothing remained on the corpses. "Now, wash 'em off," he says, and the first one to try had a water bucket and a sponge, and began gently to wash the face of one corpse with a sponge. The expert soon stopped that. He wasn't going to have a 4-hour job. He ordered 2 of his men to keep the buckets of water coming, and with a long-handled, well-wetted mop, gave the first corpse a good wash back and front, and showed the men how to wrap them in shrouds, label them, and stow them ready for final disposal. Each one took about 3 to 4 minutes, and, as he said, "That's how it's done. You'll get the hang of it soon enough." I don't think they ever did. A week later, Regan went to investigate another incident. We gathered 3 bushel baskets of remains. I picked up 2 left feet. One of the men saw a body perched on the rooftop. Nobby Clark climbed up and recovered it. It was badly mutilated, and it was some time before we were able to identify it as female. I had picked up 2 left feet, and with a right foot, Major Brown thought the 3 feet accounted for 3 people. Some of the men were feeling queasy, so rum was dished out. I was teetotal, so I gave mine away, and eventually we found enough evidence to account for 3 people, so we came away. Regan had volunteered for duty over Christmas 1940 and was called to a bombed Poplar school, the layout of which he knew well because he had worked to build it. There were no survivors after all this time, 3 months, so systematic clearance was called for. After an hour or so, George Gillings, a fellow warden who had been in the building trade with me, called me to help him with a doormat he had found, but he could not pull clear. It was black and of a thick, curly texture, so I fished around for a while, loosening the packed rubble. Then George came back with a length of iron rod to prise it out. I told him it was a bloke, and I knew who it was. Herbie Martin. Meanwhile, everyone else had gathered in one spot. We went over to find out why. They had found 2 bodies and sent for light rescue to come and take them away. And while I watched, 2 more bodies were being uncovered. I know none of us are very happy about handling corpses, and it shows. They had uncovered 2 young girls about 18 years of age, quite unmarked, and looked as if they were asleep. I looked around at the other men, and most of them looked shocked and a bit sick. We had usually found bodies mutilated, and they were usually lifted out by hands and feet and quickly got away. Major Brown sees one man being sick, so he fishes out a bottle of rum to be handed round. By now, I'm feeling a bit angry at the prospect of these 2 young girls being lugged by their arms and legs, so I got down beside them, and they've obviously been in bed for the night. They both have only their knickers and short petticoats on, and the dry weather we have had, and the rubble packed round them has preserved them. Their limbs were not even rigid. They were lifelike. I could not let them be handled like usual corpses. I would have belted the first one who would handle them with disrespect. But nobody makes a move to shift them. They just stand there gawping. I looked at George and I said, "Stretcher, blanket." And I put my right arm under her shoulder with her head resting against me and my left arm under her knees, and so carried her up. "You'll be comfortable now, my dear." I did exactly the same with the other one. I stood and waited for some smart aleck to make a snide remark, but nobody did. I cooled down a bit after I'd smoked a cigarette. I wonder why I'd been so angry. Civil defence workers' families were granted a modest pension if they were killed, and there were disablement payments for those injured, although these were lower for women than men. As the Lancet pointed out, for the purposes of injury allowances and pensions, a war service injury was defined as a physical injury to a volunteer arising out of and in the course of the performance of his duties as a member of the civil defence organisation. The definition does not cover neurasthenia or similar sickness, in which the symptoms are induced merely by apprehension and fears of enemy action. Later, trade unions lobbied for pensions to be awarded to their members whose psychological injuries made them unable to continue working. However, Lord Horder, the King's physician, who had chaired the Committee on the Use of Public Air Raid Shelters, reminded Times readers on the 15th of October 1940 that the shock troops of this great civilian front-line army are the various ARP services, especially in the big cities. If we believe that the nation, which is most resilient, establishes thereby a sound basis for its ultimate victory, we must learn to treat our ARP workers as we treat our fighting forces. A primary need of our frontline fighters, whatever their service, is the rest pause. To remain within the vulnerable areas and to be deprived of sleep invites both physical and moral collapse. He instanced a small-scale experiment undertaken by a single-handed Red Cross transport officer who transported personally as many of her colleagues as she could to hospitable quarters within reach of London for one night. This private venture succeeded beyond all our hopes. Tired, bomb-haunted women returned in new heart and better health as the result of the leeway of sleep being made up, the memory of one night's rest between sheets, one night's food in quiet, and a sight of the English scene instead of bricks and rubble. The scheme should be undertaken, Horder urged, by those responsible for every unit of civil defences services. Petrol rations should be allowed, and a register of willing hosts and hostesses should be kept. The Red Cross worker mentioned was Joan Walcombe, and as a result of Lord Horder's letter, readers sent in money to extend the scheme. A voluntary part-time ARP worker in Sevenoaks in Kent suggested that there were many like her living in the home counties who would be happy to be lent to badly affected London districts on a regular basis to take the place of exhausted London workers, and the Londoners might like to stay in the homes of their substitutes while they were taking over for a bit in London. In May 1941, the Times was able to report that as an extension of Mrs. Walcombe's scheme, Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Dumas had moved into their gardener's cottage and their own family, in the blissfully quiet spot of Great Missenden in Buckinghamshire, had been turned into a place of respite for 50 ARP, or civil defence as they were known by then, workers, 25 men and 25 women. The first to arrive spoke with gratitude of the restfulness of the place and the solace it affords to overtaxed nerves, minds and bodies. By 1942, the scheme had spread across England and Wales, with 40 civil defence workers a month leaving London alone for rest homes, often in private houses, or to take up beds in convalescent homes. By March 1944, over 30,000 had had a spell in such places, either to recover from illness or injury, or simply to enjoy some recuperative rest so they could carry on with their gruelling war work. Rest alone was seen as the cure for the ills and traumas of the Blitz. There were no counselling or psychiatric services on offer, unless an individual was severely traumatised and unable to return to work or sought help privately. Mostly people repressed their experiences, did not talk about them, and got on with the job. There is little follow-up evidence of whether this worked in the long term, but Lindsay Stonebridge and others have pointed out that there are many examples of wartime anxieties expressed in literature by those who had seen the Blitz at close quarters. Graham Greene worked at the Ministry of Information and was an ARP warden until he took up espionage, as was his wartime lover. His 1943 novel, The Ministry of Fear, is a dark work of intrigue and madness set in the Blitz. Greene's house on Clapham Common received a direct hit, a scene re-envisaged in The End of the Affair, 1951, a novel suffused with war guilt and anxiety. Henry Greene, Henry Yorke, replayed his anxieties in his novel Court, 1943, about the AFS, of which he was a member. Rose Macaulay, who was bombed out of her flat, reprised the threatening strangeness of Blitz London in The World My Wilderness, 1950, as did Elizabeth Bowen in her disturbing reiterations of wartime anxieties, most particularly in her novel The Heat of the Day, 1949, and her short story The Demon Lover, 1945. Tom Harrison, who, as he said, was not a medical man, though trained as a biologist, took issue with the surprisingly low degree of nervous and shock responses in April 1941. On the basis of the exceptional facilities afforded by his work for mass observation, for the observation of ordinary people during the past 7 months of heavy raids in widely separated areas from Plymouth to Liverpool, from Coventry to Clydeside, he claimed to have found several cases of people who had left heavily bombed areas, found a billet, and then caved in. In some cases, they have simply taken to bed and stayed in bed for weeks at a time. They have not shown the marked trembling of hysteria, but an extreme desire to retreat into sleep and be looked after as if chronically ill. We have found such cases mainly among women, but also among men and children. Gradually, over the months, we have become impressed with the possibility that there may be quite a large number of them. Certainly such cases are not likely to be reported to or to reach a psychiatrist, yet there may be serious and even recurring reactions. Harrison argued from the work of mass observation in the morale field, visiting all the Blitz towns except Belfast, that it is often those not so directly or physically affected by air raids who are most upset by them. He suspected that the most upsetting factor is uncertainty. First, you never know what night the raid is going to come. Secondly, you never know which plane noise or other noise is the noise which may mean your end. The psychologist Charles Berg agreed with this, reporting a conversation with a soldier on leave who had sought treatment for his anxiety state. Sitting in an Anderson shelter, waiting for the bomb to come, is the worst. I have a fantasy that a great bomb will come down through the opening of the shelter and then come up and get me. It seems to me that I would not mind being bumped off, but I cannot bear waiting for it. There is so much tension that something has got to be done. If I sit in an Anderson shelter, I feel it is going to be done to me, whereas if I fight, it would be much better. Then I would be doing it to somebody. As far as Harrison was concerned, too many generalisations have been made from a purely London experience. London is a different story. It is so huge and anonymous. I know from personal experience that it is 10 times more unpleasant to be bombed in a place like Coventry or Bristol, where every bomb is personal and every piece of damage is a disaster to one's own town, instead of this great aggregation called London. In London, moreover, those with nervous tendencies have had an invaluable line of retreat, lacking in practically every other city. They have been able to bury themselves in the tubes. The tubes have provided a safety valve for those who otherwise might have behaved badly. By implication, deep shelters would have helped this problem in provincial cities as well as in the capital. However, Edward Glover had seen cause for concern here too. Some people had adopted what he characterised as a shelter slug mentality, a pathological reluctance to leave the underground stations when the all clear went, even in daytime. One consequence of heavy and continual bombardment that Harrison did not mention was exhaustion. This had been especially noticeable in the early days of the Blitz, when Londoners were reported to be going about their business looking drawn and white or ashen grey with tiredness. At the end of September 1940, mass observation produced a report on how much sleep people were managing to snatch. On the 12th of September, 31% of those polled claimed not to have slept at all, 32% for less than 4 hours, 22% between 4 and 6 hours, and only 15% managed to get 6 hours or more. Respondents claimed to be fagged out, dreadfully tired. Worst affected of all were those living near AA gun sites. 70% of those living near a large gun at Wormwood Scrubs claimed to have had no sleep at all, although they maintained that, though the noise was awful, we were glad to hear it. Women were reported to get less sleep than men, and the working classes less than the middle classes, probably because the walls of their houses tended to be thinner. More slept in public shelters, and in September 1940 it tended to be the East End that was pummeled worst. Earplugs were recommended and were eventually distributed to a limited number of boroughs where they proved popular. Alderman Key told the Commons on the 9th of October that in Poplar 140,000 pairs had been handed out. Earplugs did require training, so the user gradually becomes accustomed to not being able to hear and so not listening for the sound of bombs and planes. MO also recommended that the importance of sleep in daytime for those who could make the time but are unwilling to shirk their duties should be stressed. These are mainly housewives. It noted, but did not recommend, that aspirins and alcohol were other methods tried to induce sleep. Gradually things improved somewhat, and people became more inured to the noise of the raids, but certainly most Londoners were tired out until at least the end of 1940, and then through the spring of 1941. It was the sounds of war, the discomforts of war, damp, crowded Anderson shelters, fetid public shelters and tube platforms with a cacophony of snoring and grunting, hard benches or bunks to sleep on. Soon the greatest luxury was a good night's sleep. It was the thing the London teacher Phyllis Warner most enjoyed when she spent a weekend in Oxford in October 1940. Advertisements offering remedies proliferated. Horlicks claimed that its malted drink helped to achieve the third level of sleep that was necessary to provide the energy to face the coming day. Lack of sleep meant that people increasingly took risks, reckoning that they would rather dice with death by staying in their own bed at night than drag themselves down to another sleepless night in the shelter. The effect of raids on children was of particular concern. The magazine Housewife offered counsel. First, there is the question of waking children during night raids in order to take them to a place of greater safety. Safety is certainly important, but so is sleep. There is all the difference in the world between the mental stability of a child who is constantly woken at night, from whatever cause, to one who is allowed to sleep from, say, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. undisturbed. What children needed, the magazine prescribed, was unbroken sleep. On the other hand, peaceful slumbers which are terminated by wounding or disablement are too dearly bought, so it is obviously unwise to leave children in the bedroom of a bungalow or upper story of a small house when some better shelter is available. In an area where continuous raids are to be feared, permanent sleeping quarters should be prepared which are themselves a shelter, and where the children and one adult can sleep every night in as much safety as it is possible to provide. The one adult is important because even sleeping children must never be left alone during a raid. It is true that many will become accustomed to sleep through the most terrific noise, but an extra loud explosion may wake them, and then they will find much comfort in a sleepy, indifferent murmur from a trusted grown-up, saying that it is only a fight and that the English are winning. But was that really sufficient? Should children be in Blitz towns at all? The government had not thought so. The official evacuation scheme, which started on the 1st of September 1939, had encouraged that all children, either with their school or with their mother or carer, if they were under school age, along with any other bouche inutile or useless mouths, should be removed from the danger zones, and much propaganda was expended to encourage parents to leave their offspring in safe areas during the phony war, when none of the threatened bombs fell. It was not a very successful campaign. By December 1940, more than 60% of those who had left London had returned. When the Blitz started, some parents did either take or send their children into the country, but in September 1940 there were still an estimated 500,000 schoolchildren in London, and many preschoolers too. The manufacturers of Lifebuoy soap ran a series of advertisements with suggestions for those living through air raids with children. Keep calm and cheerful, and the kiddies will share your mood. If they're very young, try not to wake them. Wrap them in warm blankets and carry them gently to the shelter. In case they should wake, have a hot, sweet drink ready. Glucose sweets are good too. Barley sugar especially combats the effects of shock. It is also a good plan to keep large sweets handy for the kiddies. These will keep their mouths open, and the effect of this is to contract the eardrum, which helps minimise the noise and effect of shock. See that there are plenty of toys and games in the shelter, and remember that it's worth a little trouble to have sufficient light. It's best to get an ARP lantern if you can. With ordinary candles, there's always some risk of their